This girl is the first princess of the Berry Kingdom, named Lacey. Originally destined for a peaceful life, she had to marry in place of her captured sister, Nicola, becoming the empress of the cold-blooded Chariot Empire. She caught the eye of the Emperor of Chariot, but she refused him because she still trusted her motherland, only to be tortured daily in the dungeons. Now she regrets why she did not agree to be the Emperor's empress back then. After 10 years living in darkness, she was returned to her kingdom, only to be abandoned by her people. Even her own family considered her a traitor. Lacey could not believe that she, the one who saved the kingdom by marrying into the bloodthirsty empire in place of her sister, was now considered a traitor. It turned out that she was not the emperor's biological daughter. Before the empress and emperor married, the emperor had just become king, and the empress was his uncle's fiancée. Lacey's current powerful magic was due to her uncle and the empress transferring their strong magic to her, and her black hair proved that she was not the emperor's biological child. In the past, the emperor only acknowledged her as his daughter to exploit her powerful magic. Quite a while ago, when Lacey went to the battlefield to replace her sister Nicola, who had been blamed for everything by the emperor, she originally went to that kingdom to save her sister. But it was twisted into her leading troops into a provocative display of power. At this time, a blue-haired young man, her servant named Sang, approached Lacey's cell and tossed her a loaf of bread. Lacey did not want to die in such an unclear way, so she begged Sang to tell her everything. Before her execution, Lacey thought to herself that she regretted being so foolish, working like a slave for the people she called family. Doing everything for the people of this kingdom, risking her life, only to be labeled a traitor. Before dying, Lacey vowed that she would not forgive those who had hurt her. Heaven never completely closes a door. Lacey opened her eyes to find herself standing in front of a mirror, brushing her hair. Lacey did not know what was happening. She was in her room and was being treated like royalty. There was even the blue-haired young man pulling up a chair for her. Lacey noticed that he looked younger than before her execution. At this moment, a servant poured water for her. It turned out to be Nicola's birthday. Lacey asked the servant what year it was according to the continental calendar. The puzzled servant replied that it was currently March 4th, 654. Lacey was surprised. It was 10 years ago, meaning she had been reborn 10 years in the past, still the obedient first princess. The servant read a letter sent from the Chariot Empire concerning the marriage of her sister, Nicola. Lacey thought to herself that the letter did not directly mention second Princess Nicola. Perhaps the person they truly wanted was her. Lacey remembered how this incident had ruined her life. Now, reborn 10 years prior, she could still recall everything before her rebirth. Looking in the mirror, Lacey suddenly envisioned her tortured, imprisoned self in the dungeons of the Chariot Empire, causing her to recoil in fear. Lacey vowed to take revenge on those who had ruined her life. Returning to reality, Lacey told the servants that she was just a little tired, asking them not to tell her family as she did not want them to worry. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, panicked, saying the emperor wanted to speak with her. Lacey was not flustered. The emperor's message, which the servant was about to relay, already echoed in her mind. Lacey looked at everyone with a cold gaze. Clearly, everyone here knew the truth, but they remained silent. Very well, if you want to act, I will act along. Then, she turned and put on a cheerful expression, asking the servants to tidy her room. Lacey thought that if it followed her past memories, the king would reveal the contents of the letter. His Majesty, the Emperor of the Chariot Empire, wished to make Nicola, the second princess of the Berry Kingdom, his empress. In this kingdom, both Lacey and Nicola were princesses. If second Princess Nicola, her younger sister, became empress, she would be the empress of the Chariot Empire. But they did not know it was a trap for the Chariot Empire to take Nicola hostage. Lacey recalled the scene of being considered a traitor by her own people and subjects, thinking to herself, if you want me to be cruel, I will indulge you. At this time, the emperor, also Lacey's father, had gathered the whole family. He announced the matter of the letter. Lacey affirmed that she had truly returned to the past, as everyone here looked much younger. The emperor announced that the emperor of the Chariot Empire wanted one of the 2 daughters of the Berry Kingdom as his empress, surprising everyone. And the emperor decided to choose Nicola, who had just had her coming-of-age ceremony. The chosen one should have been Lacey, the first princess, but previously she had not protested. In the past, Lacey only wanted to support her sister, but now she knew that none of the people she valued were sincere with her. Unlike Nicola, who was always cherished, she was not valued. They were willing to send her to the battlefield to save Nicola. Laysai was still reminiscing about the past when everyone agreed with the decision. Seeing Nicola's contemplative expression, Laysai thought to herself, is she hesitant, afraid of losing this opportunity? Laysai decided to speak up, saying she disagreed with this, surprising everyone. Laysai affirmed that it was good for Nicola to be empress, but to be empress to that tyrant. Emperor Jivan of the Chariot Empire was known as a cruel and bloodthirsty emperor. Laysai thought that at this age, Nicola would certainly be frightened by those words. Laysai continued to talk about Emperor Jivan, making everyone afraid. Laysai knew Jivan's cruelty was real, just by seeing how he treated his soldiers. Not only that, but he also had 6 concubines, and they often fought amongst themselves. If Nicola married him, she would be dragged into the dangerous world of the Imperial harem. Laysai pretended to worry about Nicola. Laysai thought that in her previous life, Nicola had tried everything to escape back home. Just in the first month, Nicola had sent many letters back, the content being only about how His Majesty did not care. Everyone was trying to harm her, and she felt lonely. After thinking, Laysai declared boldly that she would marry the Chariot Emperor in Nicola's place. Laysai, a person who had never been considered for that position, was now willing to sacrifice herself for Nicola. Laysai regretted how she had constantly sacrificed for Nicola in her past life, only to receive that contemptuous smile in return. Upon hearing Laysai's offer, the emperor immediately agreed. He said there were necessary evils, reminding Laysai of his words before her execution in her previous life. Everyone immediately agreed, making Laysai feel disgusted. Because of this family, she had become a villainess. In May of 674 according to the continental calendar, Laysai successfully married Emperor Jivan of the Chariot Empire. Laysai thought, I wonder if Jivan's concubines are jealous. These matters are nothing compared to the 10 years of suffering in my previous life. After the priest finished reading the vows, Laysai and Jivan kissed. Laysai thought to herself that she would definitely invade the Berry Kingdom. Chariot was an empire with a perpetually cold climate. Throughout its long history, Chariot had annexed numerous kingdoms, making it very prosperous. In the Berry Kingdom, fire magic was the characteristic magic. It was also the magic Laysai possessed. Each kingdom had its own unique magic. In the Chariot Empire, healing magic was reserved for members of the royal family, who possessed the strongest magical power. In the Berry Kingdom, the emperor and Laysai's younger brother, Eric, possessed the purest power, while Nicola inherited her mother's magic, making it quite weak. Laysai, having the strongest magic in the royal family, was believed to be her uncle's biological daughter. Previously, the current empress had interacted with many noblemen and was later betrothed to the second prince of Berry, who had the strongest magic at that time. But in the end, she chose the first prince, the current emperor, as her husband. The former emperor of the Chariot Empire had many wives and therefore many children. The current emperor, Jivan, possessed the most exceptional magic. So he became the heir and ascended the throne less than a year later. A war for the throne broke out in the Chariot Kingdom. It was rumored that Jivan himself killed his father, the former emperor. After ascending the throne, Jivan continuously expanded the Chariot territory. Jivan had taken 6 stunningly beautiful concubines. The concubines of Chariot lived in the same castle and possessed very strong magic. Even if the empress position was filled, it could not shake their standing. Laysai thought to herself, how could a pragmatic person like Nicola survive in such a harem? After the wedding ceremony, Jivan told Laysai that he would not interfere in the harem's emotional struggles, so she had to fend for herself. Then he turned and left. Laysai thought that the only person she could say was on her side was Sang, the blue-haired servant who had spoken to her before her execution in her previous life. Laysai knew that bringing maids would be more convenient, but she was only allowed to bring one person. One person who would not help nor harm her. In her past life, there was only Sang, the servant. So Laysai only wanted to bring Sang when she went to the Chariot Kingdom, although she still did not quite trust him. Laysai asked Sang if he had any objections to her bringing him along. Sang simply replied that he had no objections. Laysai thought that in her past life, she had not noticed that he seemed quite lifeless. He was a very capable butler in the palace, but not well liked. He always kept to himself, doing his work without interacting with anyone. That is why, in her past life, when Sang met her before her death, he did not come with anyone. It could be said that there was no discrimination against anyone. Laysai suddenly remembered that since arriving in Chariot, she had not seen any maids. As an empress, she should have had at least 2 maids attending to her, yet there was not even anyone to clean her room. Laysai thought that in her previous life, When Nicola was married off, she also encountered the same situation. Even so, it was nothing compared to having to sleep in a tent or a dungeon. Laysai was determined not to live a life of resignation like in her past life. Laysai asked the servants outside to bring her water, but no one responded. Sang was about to speak, but she stopped him. Laysai approached a maid, startling her, and used her fire magic to threaten her into revealing why they were ignoring her. Laysai thought that the person behind this must be a concubine or the Empress Dowager. The frightened maid confessed that it was an order from a higher-ranking maid, so she could not disobey. Laysai ordered the maid to bring her water, and then splashed the water on her as a warning. She thought that in her previous life, she probably would not have been able to do such a thing, but compared to what she had experienced, this was nothing. Laysai recalled how she had threatened and interrogated each maid, but each one gave a different account. Some said it was a concubine, others said it was a head maid. Laysai thought that since they all mentioned a head maid, she had her summoned. The head maid arrived, thinking to herself how troublesome the Empress was. But upon arrival, she was surprised to find Laysai's room in a mess. Laysai smirked and called her over. Laysai remembered how spoiled Nicola and her precious brother, Eric, were as children. They always wanted everyone to do as they pleased, or they would throw tantrums and destroy things. She always had to clean up their toys. Now she understood how satisfying it was to smash things. The head maid asked in a panic what had happened to make the rooms so messy. Laysai calmly stated that, as the head maid, she was irresponsible in not assigning anyone to clean. With an innocent expression, Laysai asked why everyone was ignoring her. The head maid, unafraid, shouted, "Laysai, why did you make such a mess of the room?" She thought Laysai was venting her anger by destroying things. Why is she like this on her first day? She wondered if Laysai was crazy and continued to yell. Laysai and Sang were taken aback by such a bold maid. With a triumphant look, the head maid declared that she was the head maid, managing all the maids and servants here, entrusted by the emperor. Her orders were the emperor's orders. She then told Laysai to understand her place. She was merely a decoration. She continued her sharp-tongued remarks, saying that none of the servants here wanted to serve Laysai, reminding Laysai of her painful past. She turned to leave, but Laysai stopped her. She told the head maid that as empress, she would not allow a maid to insult her. Laysai challenged the maid to prove her claim that her orders were the emperor's. "If you say so, then if the emperor's favored maid is injured, I wonder if his majesty will immediately come running to you." Then she grabbed the maid's hair and took out scissors, intending to give her a trendy new hairstyle. The head maid struggled, injuring her face and crying out in pain. She pleaded with Laysai to spare her. Laysai remembered that in her past life, she had also screamed like that when being tortured. But Emperor Jivan was a cold-hearted man. He did not even care about his own relatives, let alone a mere servant like this head maid. Then she brought the scissors down, styling the head maid's hair. After styling the head maid's hair, Laysai's room became much cleaner. Everyone in the palace was gossiping about this incident. They considered Laysai to be a very cruel person and shared fabricated stories about her, saying she wanted to usurp second Prince Eric's position, increase taxes on the people, all of it fabricated by Laysai's precious family back in Berry. They also gossiped that those of royal blood had characteristic golden hair representing their magic. Only Laysai had black hair, attributed to her cruel nature. At this time, the emperor's personal attendant informed Emperor Jivan about the incident with the head maid. But he did not care, demonstrating his indifference. In Laysai's quarters, Sang was reading her invitations to tea from the emperor's concubines. Sang said that attending to the emperor's concubines was also Laysai's duty, so she should host a tea party to meet with all of them. Laysai thought to herself, "A concubine tea party? It seems I do not really need to attend. Anyway, I have to have dinner with the emperor tonight." In the letters that Nicola had sent back in her past life, she mentioned being mistreated in chariot, so Laysai probably would not be welcome this time either. Laysai asked Sang if she should go to the tea party, but Sang only replied that it was up to her. Laysai recalled how, in her previous life when she was imprisoned in the dungeon, Emperor Jivan's concubines also came to humiliate her. She asked Sang who sent the invitations, and Sang replied that it was the fourth concubine, Elizabeth, causing Laysai's expression to change. In her past life, before Laysai lost her sight, Elizabeth had visited her and hurled terrible insults at her. All the concubines mocked Laysai with disdain, looking at her as if she were a caged animal. Even after she lost her sight, she was still treated with the same contempt. After thinking it over, Laysai immediately agreed to attend the tea party. At the tea party, The emperor's concubines were bad-mouthing Laysai, even comparing her to Elizabeth. Elizabeth exuded an air of elegance just by sitting there. They believed Elizabeth was the one truly worthy of being empress. At this moment, Laysai entered the tea party in a striking red dress. All 6 concubines looked at her with envious eyes. Then Elizabeth spoke up. She invited Laysai to sit down with a saccharine smile, reminding Laysai of her actions towards her in the dungeon. Laysai thought that among the concubines, only one had been kind to her, but perhaps she was not attending today. The concubines all put on a fake show of concern for Laysai, asking about her well-being and then questioning her about the false rumors they had heard. Laysai did not bother paying attention to their words. Elizabeth even scorned Laysai's black hair, claiming she was illegitimate. Laysai thought that a young girl like Nicola would surely not be able to withstand such attacks. Laysai finally spoke, frankly admitting that she was illegitimate. Then she turned and insulted Elizabeth, saying that if Elizabeth were pregnant, it would be no different from being illegitimate. Being a concubine's child was truly unfortunate, which greatly angered her. To retaliate for her scorn towards her hair color, Laysai even suggested that the child might not be born with platinum hair like Emperor Jeevan, and whether Jeevan would even acknowledge a concubine's child. This caused Elizabeth to slam her hand on the table in anger. Laysai simply smiled and left, calling back to boast that she would be having dinner with His Majesty tonight, further irritating Elizabeth. Elizabeth was so furious that she ran out of the party, vowing never to acknowledge Laysai as empress and to personally drive her out of the kingdom. Seeing the dining room being prepared for the emperor and Laysai's dinner, Elizabeth smiled slyly, saying she would help Laysai prepare tonight's meal. At this time, Laysai had just finished getting ready. She thought that since their marriage, she had not seen him at all, but as husband and wife, dining together was unavoidable. The reason Emperor Jeevan wanted to marry one of the 2 Berry princesses was to hold her hostage. Laysai was determined to prove her worth to Jeevan by providing him with useful information, and dinner was the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, a servant brought her a letter from the emperor, stating that he was waiting for her for dinner. Laysai suspected she was about to meet him, so this definitely was not the emperor's letter. She knew the true sender of this letter. Laysai remained calm. There is still plenty of time, so I will play along with her to the very end and see what she can do. When she arrived, she looked around but did not see anyone, nor anyone hiding. Suddenly, a bucket of paint was poured on Laysai from above. From above, Elizabeth pretended to accidentally spill paint on her. She even taunted Laysai, saying this white paint would make her hair look less unlucky. Jeevan, watching from above, saw everything, but he did not care. Laysai calmly told Sang to prepare new clothes for her. At this time, Jeevan was sitting in the dining room waiting for Laysai. The servants were gossiping about why Laysai was so late. Jeevan thought to himself, how disappointing. I thought Laysai was a special girl, but it turns out she is just another weak woman. I suppose she is crying in her room right now. Just as he was about to return to his chambers, Laysai arrived, surprising him greatly. Laysai appeared with radiant golden hair, looking incredibly beautiful. He remembered that in his previous life, Nicola had also been doused with paint, but unlike Laysai, she had screamed and demanded to return to Barry. It turned out that Laysai originally had golden hair, but she always dyed it black. She had washed off the paint and the dye from her hair. Now, she no longer needed to maintain that black hair. All this time, she had dyed her hair black at the behest of the emperor and empress. They said she looked better with black hair, and if people saw her with golden hair, it would harm her. After being reborn, Laysai had kept her hair black while in Barry to avoid trouble. In the Berry Kingdom, golden hair was the color of royalty. Golden and platinum hair were signs of those with the strongest magic on the continent. No one in the Berry royal family had golden hair except for Laysai, so this hair color proved her worth. Suddenly, Laysai noticed the emperor looked very surprised. Laysai remembered that in her previous life, it was Jeevan who had healed her eyes. Jeevan asked if she had just dyed her hair, but Laysai denied it, saying it was her natural color. Seeing Jeevan's continued curiosity, Laysai said her family's rules forced her to dye her hair black, which puzzled Jeevan. Laysai thought to herself, Jeevan still does not know that I am the victim, so I can't be hasty. Laysai explained that Nicola and Eric had very weak magic, so their hair had not fully turned golden yet. Rumor said that Laysai's brother, Prince Eric, would inherit the throne, but because his magic was not as strong as Laysai's, she was forced to dye her hair black to hide her true power and support Eric. Laysai, with a look of honor, remarked that Jeevan seemed very interested in her family. She said she was very happy to have dinner with Jeevan with his appearance and thought that her golden hair complemented his platinum hair very well. Jeevan, after hearing this, fell into deep thought, causing Laysai to hastily explain that she had not intentionally tried to become his ideal type. It was just that she believed she was worthy of being empress and considered herself the most noble among Jeevan's women. Hearing this, Jeevan became furious, thinking she was too arrogant. If she crossed the line as empress, she would die by his hand. Laysai was not afraid because if he killed her, Jeevan would lose a valuable source of information. Then Laysai mentioned the name Kung Sun, the name of the largest merchant ship in the Chariot Empire. This ship traveled through many different kingdoms to trade goods. Because the Chariot Empire was located in a cold region, its resources were not abundant, making trade very important. Laysai assured Jeevan that within a month, the Re Kingdom, an ally of the Berry Kingdom, would attack the ship. And they would steal all the goods on board, leaving all the sailors dead. The Chariot Empire would face a shortage of essential supplies. Berry had secretly colluded with Re in this attack, and helped Re cover it up to benefit their own kingdom. Laysai knew this because, before her marriage, she had overheard a conversation between the Emperor of Berry and the Emperor of Re discussing the matter. Clearly, her father knew that Nicola was about to be married to the Chariot Empire, but he still deliberately went through with it. Laysai remembered that at the time, she had intended to say more, but Eric had interrupted, saying that their friendly relations with Chariot were merely superficial. Then turned and said that Laysai had not come up with this plan. It was actually just out of pity for the Re Kingdom, because they were in need. The Emperor of Berry hypocritically said he was very proud of her for devising this plan and then feigned distress, saying he only did this to the Chariot Empire out of necessity. Remembering this, Laysai felt foolish. In the end, the Chariot Empire would not know who had truly devised the plan. In her past life, the Keisan Kingdom had borne the full brunt of the blame because the ship's wreckage was found on their shores. They were not only occupied but also forced to pay a huge sum in damages to Chariot. Jeevan had managed to control the situation and minimize the losses, so the case remained unsolved back then. Of course, all the credit for covering up for the Re Kingdom went to the Emperor and Eric. Returning to the dinner, Jeevan suspiciously wondered if Laysai was trying to extract information from him. Laysai explained and told Jeevan that the ship would be attacked in a month. She had precise information about the date, time, location, and the ambush itself. To gain Jeevan's trust, Laysai allowed him to test her by seeing if the ship was indeed attacked. That way, he would know if she was useful. Jeevan thought that he also needed to prove Laysai's worth. Laysai also thought that all the information she had from Berry and her past life were her weapons for survival. Jeevan wanted to ask Laysai for more information, but she only said that she would tell him when the time came. Jeevan agreed to trust Laysai and asked her for the exact time and location of the ambush. If it was as she said, he would acknowledge her. Because the Kung Sun ship was the main source of materials, it was extremely valuable and could not be allowed to come to harm. But if Laysai's information was incorrect, she would be thrown into the sea. At this time, Elizabeth was furious. She had not expected Laysai to have golden hair and to make a deal with His Majesty. She shouted at the servants, demanding to know what the deal was, but no one knew. Elizabeth was angry, thinking Laysai had deliberately dyed her hair black to mock her. Laysai was reading a book. She thought that the next dinner would be a month from now. Until then, she had to be very careful. Suddenly, she received a letter torn into pieces. She asked the servant, but the servant did not know either. Laysai thought to herself that this letter was from Berry. The first few lines were just inquiries about how things were in Chariot. Not wanting to read the letter, Laysai told Sang to throw it away. Since it was already torn, she did not need to tear it herself. Laysai recalled that in her past life, Nicola had also complained about receiving torn letters, and the culprits were among the concubines, with Elizabeth being the primary offender. With that thought, Laysai asked when she would see Elizabeth again, and learned it would be at the end of the week. It was a nobles' party, so presumably all the concubines would be there. Laysai decided to attend, thinking to herself, "Let us see what a concubine like Elizabeth can do to me." At this time, in the greenhouse, the third concubine, Sasa, was drinking tea. Even a layman would have to admire it, a greenhouse that was no different from a garden. While enjoying herself, Laysai spotted third concubine Sasa. She approached, startling Sasa. Sasa was puzzled because Laysai usually had black hair, but now it was golden, making her unrecognizable. Sasa politely greeted Laysai with a hint of fear. Laysai recognized her voice as very familiar. Laysai wondered why Sasa, The third concubine appeared so timid, then reassured herself that Sasa was just pretending and she should not be so trusting. Lei Sai asked Sasa why she was so shy. As the emperor's concubine, she must have some talent. Sasa was startled and quickly explained that she became a concubine due to the diplomatic relationship between her homeland and Chariot, not because of any particular talent. Lei Sai thought that even if Sasa was pretending, she could still gather some information. She put on a friendly demeanor and invited Sasa to have tea with her. Sasa seemed to have a refined palate. She kept praising Lei Sai's tea, saying it would be even better with Bailin, making Lei Sai curious about what Bailin was. Sasa explained to Lei Sai that Bailin was a popular candy in Chariot. She was surprised Lei Sai did not know about it. Lei Sai remembered that she was not familiar with such things because, while in Berry, she had never attended social events or tea parties. Embarrassed, Lei Sai resolved to learn more about these things. Seeing Lei Sai's embarrassment, Sasa, with a worried expression, said she had not meant to find fault with her. Lei Sai asked Sasa to tell her more about Jivan's other concubines. According to Sasa, most of the women who became Jivan's concubines were there for political purposes. There were concubines who yearned for the empress's position, but the emperor did not care. Many young women had tried to get close to the emperor, but all met tragic ends. Only women of value were allowed near Jivan. Before Lei Sai arrived, the closest to the empress's position was Elizabeth. As for the sixth concubine, she was the latest addition to the harem. Sasa continued, her voice trembling, saying that ever since an incident involving a concubine trying to monopolize Jivan, no one dared to do so again. The sixth concubine was the most powerful because she was currently the most valuable. Therefore, Jivan had granted her certain authority within the palace, and anyone who wanted to approach him was obstructed by her. Lei Sai wondered why she had not seen any action from the sixth concubine yet. Is she still observing me? Has she noticed Elizabeth's actions? Lei Sai asked Sasa about Elizabeth. Sasa said that Elizabeth was always jealous of the other concubines. To get closer to the empress's position, she had employed many schemes, such as building her own faction. Sasa said she had no intention of becoming empress, but Elizabeth would not leave her alone, and sincerely advised Lei Sai to be careful. Lei Sai asked Sasa if she intended to harm her. Sasa replied that she was merely a concubine and would not dare to oppose Lei Sai. Then Sasa said that she had not belonged in this place from the beginning. Upon hearing these words, Lei Sai was surprised, as if she had remembered something. She reached out and touched Sasa's face, gratefully thanking her. It turned out that Lei Sai had recognized the only concubine who had been kind to her when she was blind and imprisoned, Sasa. In her past life, although Lei Sai had treated Sasa like an enemy, Sasa, like an angel, had always been kind to her, even gently praying for her. Lei Sai thanked Sasa, making Sasa feel that something about Lei Sai had changed. Lei Sai thought that after eliminating all obstacles, she would formally invite Sasa to her own tea party. At a duchess's party, everyone was gossiping about Lei Sai, about her golden hair. The closer the hair color was to silver or gold, the stronger the magic, which greatly annoyed the concubines. At this moment, Lei Sai appeared, causing everyone to gasp in awe because they had not expected her hair to be truly golden. Everyone praised her beauty. Elizabeth, standing nearby and overhearing the compliments directed at Lei Sai, was incredibly jealous. She opened her mouth to mock Lei Sai. Lei Sai ignored her sarcastic praise and humbly replied that since today's main character was someone else, she had dressed simply and plainly. She even thanked Elizabeth for the compliment. Then, Lei Sai turned to greet the Duchess, but Elizabeth tripped her, almost causing her to fall. Lei Sai thought, the concubines are allowed to attend tea parties too. Then she smiled, as if aware of their schemes. At this time, the Duchess came out to greet Lei Sai. Lei Sai greeted her with a bright smile. The concubines, not being greeted, were very annoyed and could only sit and badmouth Lei Sai to vent their frustration. Elizabeth sat biting her nails. Lei Sai approached to talk to her, causing her to stop biting her nails. Suddenly, a concubine screamed, but Lei Sai covered her mouth with her hand. It turned out Lei Sai had ground her high heel into the concubine's foot, causing her to cry out in pain. Elizabeth exclaimed, Lei Sai, stop, how can you be so violent? Lei Sai smiled triumphantly and replied that she just wanted to teach some foolish women here a lesson, then remarked, you have the guts to push me but not the guts to admit it. Lei Sai turned away disdainfully, saying that even if Elizabeth formed factions or changed her tactics, Jivan would not even glance at her. Because, you are just a useless concubine. Elizabeth, humiliated and enraged, yelled at Lei Sai to shut up and threw a shard of glass past her face. Forgetting that she was at a party, Elizabeth continued to curse Laysai. Enraged, Laysai slowly picked up a knife from the table. The other concubines fled in fear, knowing Laysai was serious. But Elizabeth remained, provoking Laysai to stab her. She was still shouting that Laysai would not dare, believing that she was Jeevan's favorite, when Laysai swung the knife, tearing her dress. This forced her to lie down to cover herself. The other concubines screamed in fear, drawing everyone's attention. Laysai looked at her and insulted her, telling her to look in the mirror and tell herself to shut up. Laysai said that while Jeevan was indifferent to her, he would not protect a concubine like Elizabeth, and she would protect herself. Laysai remembered that this scene was no different from how she had been humiliated in the dungeon in her past life by Elizabeth and the other concubines. This time, it was Elizabeth's turn to pay the price. Laysai continued to humiliate her. Elizabeth could only clutch her torn dress to avoid further exposure, humiliated. Everyone around laughed and said she deserved it for provoking Laysai. She had to slink away, unable to say another word. Laysai then looked at the sixth concubine, Camilla. She was sipping wine and mocking Laysai. Not a bat, but a fearless cat. Huh. At this time, Jeevan was sitting in his room, receiving news that Laysai was also attending Duchess Den's birthday party today. He wondered how Laysai would act in front of the concubines. Her image suddenly flashed in his mind. When Jeevan arrived at the party, he was surprised. The party was still going on, yet everyone had already left. Jeevan caught a glimpse of Elizabeth being escorted out of the party in fear by servants. He asked what had happened. A servant was about to speak when Jeevan angrily interrupted. Who allowed you to speak to me? At this moment, a guard whispered in Jeevan's ear, recounting the incident. Jeevan was very surprised. He looked at the departing carriage and thought to himself, did Laysai cut her dress to retaliate against Elizabeth? He smiled, thinking Laysai was truly crazy. He had witnessed many women trying to get close to him, but they would immediately give up in fear after a mere threat. Jeevan affirmed that Laysai was no ordinary woman. He wondered how Laysai would have reacted if he had appeared at the party. Jeevan approached Laysai. She was surprised to see him. Jeevan asked what had happened, and she simply replied, nothing. She even boasted that everyone had welcomed her. Jeevan asked her about Elizabeth's torn dress. Laysai smiled and said, you already know. Jeevan was stunned, then asked why Laysai dared to touch Elizabeth. She is the daughter of the Count's family, controlling 70% of the trade with our neighboring country, Dulin. Dulin and Chariot were originally rival kingdoms. Because of that stubborn king, they had refused to establish diplomatic relations or trade with the Annette Te kingdom. This was the only way. Jeevan said angrily, if the trade with the Count of Dulin ends, our link with the Dulin kingdom will disappear. Hearing this, Laysai lowered her head and apologized to Jeevan with a pitiful expression. But a moment later, her expression changed to a triumphant smile as she said, you do not need them anymore, because you have me now. The people around were frightened because the wound on Laysai's face would not stop bleeding and tried to bandage it. But Jeevan swatted their hands away. He said sternly, you are so arrogant. Do you want me to pass judgment right here? The surrounding people were terrified. Jeevan also said that he had not seen any value in her yet. Laysai asserted that it would not be long before he acknowledged her worth. Then she smeared the blood from her wound onto Jeevan's lips, softly saying, you just have to wait until then. Laysai was sitting in a chair, having her wound treated. She thought to herself, the healing magic in the Chariot Kingdom is quite good, even though it is not a country specializing in healing magic. Sang was wiping a vase, thinking about how Laysai had paint poured on her head and had been harmed many other times. Sang could not believe how strong Laysai was. Laysai looked at Sang through the mirror and said, if you are injured, you can tell me. I will have someone treat you. Sang simply bowed his head and said he was fine, that he could handle his own injuries. Sang remembered that speaking of injuries, the teddy bear Laysai carried around was quite damaged. He asked Laysai if he should fix it or throw it away. Laysai interrupted, telling him to fix it himself. Then she turned and asked him if there had been any movement from Elizabeth after the party. Sang said she had not done anything unusual. According to the maids, her daily tea parties had been discontinued. Laysai thought to herself, she could not take it already, how boring. Now she should focus on appeasing Jeevan's anger rather than worrying about her. Laysai wanted to deal with 2 or 3 more concubines, but just dealing with Elizabeth had already angered him. She decided to lay low for a while. One of her weapons was her memories of the past 10 years. Although she was exploited in her past life, she was also very knowledgeable about continental affairs. While imprisoned in Chariot, she had been involuntarily cut off. But after returning to Barry, thanks to Sang, she had caught up on almost all the events. Laysai suddenly turned and thanked him. Sang, surprised, thought she was thanking him for fixing the teddy bear, so he said he would fix others for her as well. Laysai thought to herself that she had a lot of information and events related to the future of Chariot. Chariot was feared by neighboring countries and was always at the center of news. In particular, the current Emperor Jivan was a nightmare due to his cruelty. He had many concubines for diplomatic relations. Among them, Elizabeth's Dullen kingdom had a poor relationship with Chariot from previous emperors. The former emperor of Chariot was a tyrant. He had probably wanted to conquer the Dullen kingdom many times. And before Jivan could establish friendly relations with Dullen, the king of Dullen. While thinking and rummaging through the pile of teddy bears, Laysai saw a doll shaped like the king. She remembered the event of the Dullen king's death in her past life. If Laysai used that event well, she could forge a diplomatic relationship stronger than Elizabeth's existence. Laysai asked Sang to request permission for her to leave the palace after he finished fixing the teddy bear. Sang readily agreed. When he turned to look at Laysai, he unconsciously smiled. At this time, the guards were informing Jivan about another disaster in the Kisan kingdom. To deal with the shortage of goods, Jivan needed to find a new trade partner. The Inetti family kept inquiring about the sixth concubine, Camilla. Jivan told the guards to find more goods, regardless of friend or foe. Jivan sat down. Laysai's image involuntarily appeared in his mind. He remembered her smearing blood on his lips. Jivan laughed out loud. At this time, Jivan was asking Laysai about leaving the palace. Laysai had not expected to be summoned like this. Jivan thought that the place Laysai wanted to go was the Dullen kingdom, Elizabeth's home kingdom. He knew this could not be a coincidence. Jivan asked Laysai what she was doing in Dullen. Every time he got angry, she always wore that calm expression. Laysai smiled and said she planned to stay in Dullen overnight, but if her work finished early, she would return immediately. Then she asked for permission and turned to leave, but Jivan demanded to go with her, surprising her. Seeing Laysai's apparent tension, Jivan asked what was wrong. Laysai pretended to be happy that Jivan was accompanying her. A guard hastily told Jivan that he already had a prior engagement, a party to attend. But Jivan did not care, saying that his schedule was his own to decide. The guard fearfully apologized. Laysai thought to herself, I can't believe Jivan wants to go with me. She wondered why he wanted to go, what his intentions were. But then Laysai smiled, thinking it was a good thing. She knew that thanks to this, she would be able to get closer to Jivan. The news that Jivan was leaving the palace with Laysai reached Elizabeth, infuriating her. Everyone was gossiping about how Jivan leaving the palace with Laysai sounded like a honeymoon. Because Jivan had never gone out with a concubine before, everyone thought he had genuine feelings for Laysai. At an inn on the outskirts of the Dullen kingdom, Laysai was surprised that she and Jivan were sharing a room. She asked Jivan, "Is this our bedroom?" A servant replied that Jivan had requested a bedroom for the two of them. Laysai was stunned. Jivan asked if Laysai was dissatisfied. She stammered, "Why is it like this?" Laysai thought to herself, "Why? I thought I would have my own room." But sharing a meal and now a double bed made her blush. Ever since they arrived, Jivan's gaze had been strange. Laysai glanced at the clock. Jivan remarked that she seemed to have been looking at the clock for a while. He thought to himself, "Indeed, this is not the trip I anticipated, but it seems Laysai did not meet anyone at the inn." Jivan had the entire inn investigated, but there was no trace of Barry. Clearly Laysai had something planned. He looked at her and asked, "Sang seems to always be by your side." Laysai replied, "Of course, he is my only male servant." Jivan asked, "Is he the man you brought from Barry?" Laysai smiled and said, "Are you jealous?" Jivan thought she must be drunk to speak like that. Laysai thought, how could he be jealous? Laysai told Sang to prepare the carriage. Jivan asked what she was doing. Laysai simply said she had some business to attend to and told Jivan to rest, that she would be back soon. Jivan suddenly grabbed Laysai's wrist, pressed her against the wall, and said, "We have not slept together yet, have we?" He pushed her onto the bed and loosened his tie. Laysai remembered a similar incident in her past life. Nicola, despite the guard's warning that Jivan was busy, had barged into his room. She was thrown out, but she stubbornly cried and apologized for not being able to dine with him the previous night because she was upset, so upset that her tears would not stop falling. Nicola wondered how Jivan would react. Then she added that she longed for him, even though she might be harmed by Elizabeth. She saw that Jivan did not seem to care. So she revealed her body seductively, making the guards blush. She thought Jeevan would like it, but he grabbed her hair and said, entering without his permission would be punished. He scornfully told Nicola that without strong magic, prancing around in front of him made her no different from a harlot. Then he sent her back to the palace. Back in the present, Jeevan said to Laysai, since we are husband and wife, we should enjoy tonight. She wondered, didn't he say he would not care about me? Laysai looked at the clock and told Jeevan about his schedule for tomorrow, but he did not care. Jeevan said, you are worried about schedules while we are doing this. If you miss this opportunity, there might not be another. If this happened, Laysai could live on without having to prove her worth. And if Laysai gave birth to a successor, she could solidify her position to stay by his side. Laysai secretly thought about succession. That is right. One can only be strong if they are their own master. It would be good if Jeevan thought the same way. Laysai recalled how she had refused Jeevan's proposal to become empress in her previous life. If she had agreed back then, maybe she would have lived a little longer. At least, she would not have had to suffer the pain of having her eyes gouged out. But she realized it too late. Laysai thought to herself how foolish she was in her previous life. Now, there is no turning back. Laysai told Jeevan that she thought their child would definitely be very proficient in magic. But I am not that valuable. Laysai apologized to Jeevan and stood up. She turned her back, put on a black robe, and advised him to go to bed early. When I am in the mood, I will stay with you. Jeevan, having been rejected, sat on the bed, lost in thought. He thought about Laysai's words. He adjusted his tie and said, are you saying you are that valuable? Laysai sat in the carriage, recalling what had just happened. She blushed and thought to herself, I have accepted this man. It is not like such things do not happen in this world. Remembering her past life, Laysai closed her eyes and blushed. Jeevan's hands were so warm. Even so, Laysai knew that her choice was not wrong. Moreover, what Jeevan wanted was indeed her powerful magic. At that moment, Sang suddenly knocked on the window and asked Laysai, can we stop the carriage for a moment? They were almost there, but there was a slight problem. Laysai asked Sang what the problem was. Sang said they had arrived at the Heisai Bridge. A carriage was being surrounded by bandits. It seemed like it had just happened. On that carriage, the people inside were screaming in fear and promising money to the bandits. Sang said he would call the guards or wait until the bandits left. Suddenly, Laysai got out of the carriage. She smiled and approached the other carriage. At that moment, a bandit was about to attack the people inside. Suddenly, his whole body burst into flames like a torch. The other bandits did not know what had happened. They turned around to see Laysai using her magic to burn them. Laysai remembered her previous life. Back then, she had personally set fire to the soldiers in the chariots. However, she had not expected her magic to still be so strong. She had eliminated all the bandits. Seeing her like this, Sang was very surprised. The last time Laysai had been able to use her magic so freely was about 2 months before the end of the war. In her previous life, news of the carriage robbery at Heisai Bridge had spread throughout Barry. They had predicted the carriage's departure time. Not long after, the bandits were all caught. Laysai thought to herself that the attacked carriage belonged to someone from the Dulin Kingdom. Laysai approached the owner of the carriage and said, that was dangerous just now. The person in the carriage commented on how young she looked. Laysai said she happened to be passing by and heard the cries for help, so she came to help. The person in the carriage repeatedly thanked Laysai. Laysai looked at the 2 people in the carriage. She wondered who they were, as they felt familiar. It turned out to be the King of Dulin. But strangely, the person accompanying the king was not the queen. Laysai remembered that in her previous life, the King of Dulin had died in the carriage attack. The queen was incredibly furious. So the King of Dulin was having an affair with this blue-haired woman. The king desperately tried to explain, saying Laysai had the wrong person, he was not the king. But Laysai said she was the first princess of the Barry Kingdom. She had met the King of Dulin several times through the King of Barry. The king fearfully looked at Laysai, recalling how Princess Laysai, despite her outstanding talent from a young age, had been known as a villainess for a long time. But compared to the person standing here, was not she completely different? The king looked at Laysai's clenched fist in anger, thinking that even though Laysai was a savior, seeing this situation, he could not fight against her. Laysai remembered that in her previous life, the Dulin king had died along with several other officials. When the news of the king's assassination in a carriage attack spread, it became widespread across the continent. The Dulin king said he heard Laysai was now with Chariot. Laysai confirmed she was currently with Chariot, and she countered by asking him if the Queen of Dulin would be able to accept this truth. As a member of the royal family, Laysai could not pretend to be ignorant. The king and his lover hurriedly begged Laysai to keep a secret. With a contemptuous expression, Laysai said, "Isn't it true that my father and he have a close relationship? Let us see. I am now with Chariot. But if Chariot and Dulin have a close relationship," she demanded they sign a contract right there. Laysai wanted to replace Elizabeth's role. At this time, Jeevan was sitting on the bed reading a letter. Laysai returned, surprised that Jeevan was not asleep yet. Jeevan asked where she had been, but Laysai just said she went for a walk. Jeevan sulked. "Are you saying a walk is more important than a night with me?" Laysai immediately explained, "That is not true at all." Laysai told him she happened to run into the King of Dulin, so she stayed to chat for a bit. It was not about trade or diplomacy. But the Dulin king wants to become close with the Chariot Kingdom. This is proof of that. Laysai showed Jeevan the letter the king had personally written. Jeevan thought to himself that the King of Dulin had personally written this letter. Laysai told the king that if they met again, she would definitely treat him to a lavish meal. Jeevan wondered how she could do such a thing. Laysai stroked her hair and said she just happened to meet him. Jeevan was thinking about how the King of Dulin still held a grudge against him, and he did not want to negotiate with him. Before he could finish his thoughts, Laysai pressed herself against him, seductively provoking Jeevan. Laysai had previously told Jeevan that she would stay with him when she was in a better mood. Still close to Jeevan, Laysai seductively said that she was really happy right now. "Let me serve you." Jeevan remained silent, intently watching Laysai's face as it drew closer. The next morning in Chariot, Laysai was brushing her hair in front of the mirror. She recalled last night. When dawn broke, Jeevan acted as usual. He was not embarrassed nor affectionate. Laysai remained silent throughout the trip. After all, Jeevan had 6 concubines, so he probably just wanted to see Laysai's reaction. But there has been some progress. Laysai covered her face in embarrassment. If not, she wondered if Jeevan would have noticed her trembling, or if he noticed it already, hence his expression. Laysai wondered, embarrassed. The scene of her being tortured in the dungeon flashed through her mind again. She was curious if Jeevan remembered how he had tormented her in their past life. Laysai lay tiredly on the chair. She asked Sang to tie her hair for her. Laysai thought to herself, it seems the letter from the Dulin Kingdom is worth something after all. It will be the premise for a friendship treaty between the Chariot Empire and the Dulin Kingdom. Laysai had promised to send a party invitation to the King of Dulin. If I had directly conveyed the message to Dulin before, it probably would not have been successful. Laysai looked out the window and asked the maid what all the commotion was about. It turned out that Elizabeth had to return to her country this morning. Down below, Elizabeth was struggling as the guards took her away. She believed that no matter what she did, Jeevan would forgive her and screamed, refusing to return to her country. The concubines were frightened as Elizabeth continued to scream. She said she belonged to His Majesty, and who dared touch her. The guard said he was just following Jeevan's orders. Those words stunned her. Jeevan no longer needed to consider the relationship or trade with Dulin, so Elizabeth was sent back to her country. Elizabeth did not believe it at first, but she was still forced into the carriage and sent back. The concubines were scared. They seemed to know that would be their fate if they dared to go against Laysai. Laysai had seen everything from her room. She looked down with disdain. So I have taken care of the 4th loud-mouthed concubine. Jeevan was also sitting in his room. He was thinking about the Dulin king. Laysai had appeared when the carriage was attacked, as if she had known everything beforehand, not just passing by chance. She had dealt with the robbers with her powerful magic, and while the King of Dulin wrote a letter wanting to befriend Chariot, she had made a few threats. Jeevan thought there was no way it could be a coincidence. The king should have been with the officials in the palace. Jeevan decided to investigate whether the robbers were wanted criminals. The Dulin king's scandal, Laysai's rescue, the threats, and the friendship treaty. The Dulin king's letter stated that he wanted a friendly relationship with the Chariot Empire and to promote trade and diplomacy. Jeevan laughed. He said to himself, an invitation to a banquet from the Dulin kingdom. If that happens, I will attend with Laysai as husband and wife. Jeevan looked expectant, then suddenly many images of Laysai flashed through his mind. Remembering last night. Jeevan blushed too, his heart clenching in embarrassment. Since Elizabeth was expelled from Chariot, every morning someone sent the body of a cat to Laysai's palace. Although there was no sender's name, the contents of the box were always the same. The servant trembled and asked Laysai what to do with the cat's body. Lei Sai simply said to handle it as usual. Lei Sai asked the maids around her, I do not like eating cat meat, but should I try cooking them? The maids whispered to each other about the cat. Lei Sai watched them, thinking that whether it was the body of a cat or a person, she was used to it from her past life. Lei Sai told herself she could not let a life go to waste like this. In her previous life, she would tremble at the mere sight of blood. War can numb people in many different ways. While imprisoned, there were always rat corpses beside her. And after returning to Barry, she was pelted with animal carcasses by her subjects. Lei Sai guessed that the sender of the cat corpses could be the other concubines. The news of her leaving the palace with Jivan had already spread everywhere. Someone in the palace must have thought that she was the one who instigated the emperor to send Elizabeth back to her country. Lei Sai decided to monitor the situation for now. Lei Sai was having breakfast. She only took one bite. Then, she ordered the servants to call the chef and the maids who brought her the food. When everyone who made her food arrived, Lei Sai said she wanted to hear their opinions on the salad she had just eaten. After they finished eating, they all had unpleasant expressions. Lei Sai allowed them to spit it out. Everyone was nauseated, their tongues feeling as if they had been poisoned. Lei Sai said they would be fine if they drank some water. Then she approached the head maid and asked if she was the culprit. She had already suspected it was her. The maid fearfully begged Lei Sai for mercy and confessed that she was forced. The maid wondered how Lei Sai knew, because the person who gave her the poison said it was a deadly poison. They also said that if Lei Sai died here, no one would stand in her way. Lei Sai pushed the maid against the wall, shoved the salad plate into her mouth, and forced her to eat the entire plate. After eating, the maid fainted. Lei Sai felt insulted. Who would try to kill her with such cheap poison? Sang said if Lei Sai wanted, he would find out about some high-grade poisons for her. Lei Sai thought that it was not a highly toxic poison, probably just meant as a warning to her. If she swallowed that poison, the maid would not wake up for a while. When Lei Sai was young, her parents made her study and train repeatedly to develop poison resistance. Now that she thought about it, it was probably just to make her a poison tester for her siblings. She did so much for the country, yet she was only considered a traitor, making her more susceptible to poisoning than anyone else. Lei Sai knew this poison was not the instantly lethal kind because the taste was quite noticeable. Lei Sai wondered which concubine had a close relationship with the head maid. Besides Elizabeth, who else? She recalled a servant mentioning that the sixth concubine, Camilla, was very sensitive to anyone getting close to Jivan. Lei Sai immediately knew who was behind the recent actions. Jivan heard the news that Lei Sai had been poisoned. He inquired and learned that Lei Sai was fine. But the head maid, who was considered the culprit, was unconscious. Jivan laughed, his amused expression frightening the guards. Could this icy person actually laugh? Jivan caringly said that after the investigation, they should deal with the head maid and have the royal physician examine Lei Sai. The surrounding guards were surprised and scared because the emperor was usually indifferent to the empress, but now he even cared enough to call the royal physician for her. Seeing Jivan's discomfort, the guard did not dare ask any further questions and quickly apologized. Lei Sai was also surprised after learning that Jivan personally called the royal physician for her. She thought she could resist poison, not to the point of needing treatment. While imprisoned, she was forced to drink poison several times but still did not die. Now she wondered if it was the sixth concubine, Camilla, who was behind it back then. She silently apologized to Sasa for suspecting her in the past. At that moment, the royal physician cast a spell on Lei Sai, saying it was a healing spell. Lei Sai praised the royal physician's considerable magic power. She thought that with such strong magic, this person must be from the royal family. The royal physician humbly said that the only person who could help Jivan was Lei Sai, considering her a treasure of the empire. Lei Sai turned and asked Sang if he had ever been sick. He replied that he had. The people who made Lei Sai's food trembled and asked what they should do. They fearfully thought to themselves, afraid of being punished like the head maid. Because they were also irresponsible for not paying attention while the head maid poisoned the food. Lei Sai apologized for calling them and forgetting about them. Then she rewarded each of them with a bag of money for making them eat poison. Everyone was surprised that they were not punished, but were rewarded instead. Lei Sai even generously invited them to the treatment room. They rejoiced and repeatedly thanked her. Lei Sai thought to herself, punishment and then reward, that is the basis of imperial studies. If it were Nicola who dropped all her studies, she definitely would not understand this principle. Lei Sai looked at the people who had just been rewarded with joy. She smiled unconsciously. Thanks to this incident, the malicious rumors about her had lessened. At this moment, the sixth concubine, Camilla, wrote a letter inviting Laysai to dinner. After Laysai finished reading the letter, she immediately turned and asked Sang if he knew how to use a needle and thread, thinking that it was time for her to take the stage. At this time, at Camilla's castle, Laysai and Sang had arrived. Upon entering, Camilla appeared. She cheerfully greeted Laysai and invited her to dine. She also added that Laysai should rest assured as she would not poison the food. Camilla also inquired about Laysai regarding the poisoning incident, and even expressed relief that Laysai was not poisoned. Because if Laysai were, there would be a big problem, since Jeevan cares a lot about Laysai. Camilla believes that Elizabeth being sent back to Dulin was also Laysai's doing, and even asked Laysai's secret, how she pleaded with Jeevan to have Elizabeth expelled. Laysai affirmed that she did not do that, and she also did not need to plead with Jeevan. She could handle those who got in her way herself. Camilla, with a smiling face, introduced herself to Laysai, stating that she came from a marquis family in Chariot, so she enjoyed befriending the aristocracy. She also kindly offered to help Laysai dispose of the cat corpses and could help her turn something else into a corpse as well. She said that those who opposed her family would be erased without a trace, as if implicitly threatening that if Laysai dared to touch Jeevan, she would be dealt with. Laysai was not worried at all. She thought it was ridiculous. Her body had been trained through war. If Camilla said that her family could erase without a trace, then could they handle her precious family in Barry? Laysai smiled and told Camilla that after becoming a person of Chariot, she had cut ties with her family. Camilla asked who the servant beside Laysai was. Laysai explained to her that Sang was a male servant she found outstanding, so she brought him along. Upon hearing this, Camilla thought that Laysai bringing Sang along was not actually because of his excellence but because of his appearance. Laysai said she only needed her husband, Jeevan, and that was enough. Camilla, with a cunning expression, said that the harem was very crowded, and she believed Jeevan was a man who enjoyed novelty. Laysai thought as expected. Was that one of the reasons Jeevan wanted to go out? Laysai told Camilla that she heard that no matter how many concubines Jeevan had, he was not interested in that sort of thing. But she did not think so, and then Laysai asked Camilla's opinion. Camilla said that she had never spent a night with His Majesty. Laysai recalled that since she arrived, she had never seen Jeevan go to Camilla's place. She remembered her wedding night when she was newly married. Jeevan did not even bother sleeping with her. Laysai was surprised that Camilla had been married into the palace for so long but had never spent the night with Jeevan. Then she added fuel to the fire, saying she heard that women who do not experience that will quickly lose their beauty, making Camilla tremble with anger. Laysai thought, of course, what she just said was made up, but Camilla's mind was only that much. Laysai added that with each passing year, beauty would fade terribly. She still held the title of Empress, but Camilla was just a concubine. If she did not take advantage of the opportunity, then, when her youth faded, just as she was about to say more, Camilla, too irritated, told Laysai to be careful with her words. Laysai remembered that today she also had a gift to reciprocate Camilla. As soon as Camilla saw Laysai's gift box, she was frightened because it was identical to the box she had put the cat corpses in. Camilla tremblingly opened the box, but inside was only a stuffed mouse. Laysai brought up the fact that recently someone had been sending her gifts. It seemed they wanted to say she resembled a cat, which was why they sent her so many cat corpses. Therefore, Laysai wanted to give Camilla a doll that looked just like her, which was this stuffed mouse. Camilla was angry because she knew Laysai was mocking her, implying that cats eat mice. When leaving, Camilla invited Laysai to have a glass of wine, assuring her that she would not poison it, so Laysai should not worry and immediately took a sip to reassure her. She said she looked forward to supporting Jeevan with Laysai in the future. As Laysai reached for the glass, she quickly poured the wine over her head. She also said it would be a waste to let Laysai drink this wine. She thought Laysai should be grateful today that it was red wine and not blood. Camilla tried to turn away, but Laysai grabbed her wrist and held her back. Laysai said if she had received a glass, she should reciprocate. Then she pushed her entire body into the water barrel next to her. She added that if Camilla liked drinking water so much, she should drink to her heart's content. Laysai's sarcasm made Camilla so angry she could not speak. At this time, Jeevan had received a letter from the King of Dulin. Laysai thought that the King of Dulin had sent the invitation just as they had agreed. With this, her value would be clearly demonstrated. Laysai was the one who initiated the negotiations, so she had to go. It was important to understand what was going on. It turned out that what Laysai was wondering about was that Jeevan did not allow her to bring Sang to the King of Dulin's palace. When Laysai and Jeevan arrived at the palace, The king of Dulin warmly welcomed them. He said he was very surprised to have met Laysai by chance while on inspection last time. He spoke so fluently that Laysai thought he was reading from a script. The king of Dulin said he wanted Chariot to forget all past grievances to build a good relationship between the two countries, and generously allowed the opening of a land port to promote trade. Laysai thought, thankfully, this king was intelligent, then glanced at Jeevan to see how he would respond. Jeevan thanked the king of Dulin and shook his hand with an impassive face. As they were leaving, many servants and guards gossiped about Jeevan and Laysai, making her think that it was indeed impossible to ignore the previous discord. For a kingdom constantly attacked by Chariot like Dulin, such a reaction was natural. Even if it was the king's decision, they could not easily accept it. Laysai was used to hearing bad things said behind her back, but to dare speak ill of Jeevan was too much. Laysai did not expect Jeevan to not be angry at all. Perhaps he was too used to it. Emperor Jeevan was known for being cold-blooded, having killed his own father. The previous emperor was also a figure who constantly harassed neighboring countries to dominate the continent, and he was not a good emperor. Therefore, everyone used that as an excuse, claiming that Jeevan was the son of a demon, and no matter how hard he tried to hide it, he could not. Laysai could not stand it anymore. She told those who were speaking ill of Jeevan that they could say whatever they wanted directly to her. She could hear everything. The people around her were frightened and did not dare speak anymore, immediately apologizing. One man tried to introduce himself, but Laysai called him rude and gave him a blast of fire. Jeevan recalled the behavior of his concubines when they heard him being bad-mouthed. They only offered comfort, but none dared to act like Laysai. He turned to Laysai and asked if she was trying to win his favor, but Laysai replied frankly, saying it was a wife's duty and she would take responsibility for everything. She also gently said that Jeevan did not need to worry because she was too used to this. Laysai thought that was the only reason Jeevan felt sympathy and parted ways with her. Laysai, with a sly expression, touched the face of the man she had just burned, saying that if she wanted to win Jeevan's favor, she would have cut out their tongues and burned them right there. The remaining men, seeing that, were frightened and apologized repeatedly, claiming they were drunk, which was why they spoke like that. They begged Jeevan to spare them for the sake of the relationship between the two countries. Jeevan burst out laughing after hearing this. He said he did not even have the right to be angry, and then turned away. Laysai was sitting in the reading room, with Sang working beside her. The story of the friendship agreement between Chariot and Dulin had spread throughout the continent. The recent minor commotion had been handled by the kingdom of Dulin, with the reason given as the price to pay for disrespecting guests. Laysai thought, honestly, it would not be strange if those who badmouthed Jeevan were executed. The spread of the news lessened the malicious rumors about Laysai. The servants she had previously rewarded competed to help her. Currently, there were no more cat corpses being sent. Laysai, amused, even considered sending rat corpses to Camilla. Sang, not realizing she was joking, even said he would catch some in the kitchen. Next week, Kung Sun's ship would dock. It seemed Jeevan would be going along, so Laysai had to think about a new plan. A truly thorough plan. At this time, Camilla was extremely angry that Laysai had gone with Jeevan. She angrily said, "What was so great about diplomatic relations with Dulin, such a powerless country?" She thought, she heard that during that visit to Dulin, Laysai even injured a young nobleman. This was clearly wrongdoing. But Jeevan did not give Laysai any punishment. If it were Jeevan normally, Laysai would certainly have been punished for disrupting the negotiations. No matter how valuable Laysai was, there should have been some change. She wondered why Jeevan had forgiven Laysai. The more Camilla thought about it, the angrier she became. She believed Jeevan truly had feelings for Laysai. Camilla had not even spent a single night with Jeevan, yet Laysai had it so easily. She was determined to kill Laysai at all costs, but this time her opponent was the Empress, and she was at a disadvantage, so she could not leave any evidence. Suddenly, Camilla saw Sang's profile. She began to investigate his identity. Sang was the sixth son of Viscount Benny in the Kingdom of Berry. He had been sent to the castle because his family was facing financial difficulties and had almost sold all their property. Compared to his outstanding abilities in various fields, he completely lacked sociability. 4 years ago, he became a servant of the Crown Princess of Berry. Rumors of a personal relationship between him and Laysai remained unconfirmed. In general, Sang was just an ordinary servant. Camilla still did not believe Sang was just a male servant accompanying Laysai. She thought that as a man brought to another country, he was even young and handsome. Camilla gave a cunning smile, as if she had thought of a plan. At this time, Lei Sai was waiting for Sang to bring her tea, but he was nowhere to be seen, although the maids had prepared it right away. The tea that Sang brewed was still the best. Lei Sai thought she brought Sang to Chariot to repay him for his past life, not expecting too much from his abilities. Sang must have been surprised to be chosen to accompany her to Chariot, as he was not someone she regularly interacted with. Lei Sai praised Sang for being good at cooking and sewing, and also very handsome. He also never interfered too much in her affairs. While it was quiet, a servant rushed in to inform Lei Sai that someone said Sang was seriously injured. At this moment, Kalina was standing in front of a mirror, her face covered in a large streak of blood. Looking in the mirror, she smiled with a cruel expression. Sang was badmouthed by the surrounding servants, who said that he had always been rumored to have that attitude because he came from another country and was of royal blood. Sang thought he had never thought he wanted to smile. He thought, unlike him, Lei Sai always smiled at everyone, but she was not that different from him. Because she did not receive any rewards either, he was just being used while looking helpless, slowly corroding just like him. At this moment, Lei Sai was rushing to Sang's side. The surrounding physicians were stopping her from seeing him. Sang had woken up, but his face was no longer as handsome as before, as there were 2 scars running from the corners of his mouth to near his ears. Despite being newly injured, he did not seem worried. Sang apologized to Lei Sai and was about to go prepare tea for her. The physician stopped him, telling him to rest. The wound had been stopped with healing magic. There was no major problem in his life, but because the wound on his mouth was quite deep, it might leave a lifelong scar. The physician also apologized for not being able to heal his scar, but Sang did not seem too sad. He said if it were not for the physician, he would not have woken up so quickly. At this time, Lei Sai told Sang that he did not need to prepare tea anymore and asked him what had happened. Sang recounted that while he was bringing tea to Lei Sai, he encountered Camila and 2 of her guards. Camila called Sang over, but he refused because he was busy. Even though Camila said she had something to tell him, he still refused. But he was restrained by Camila's 2 guards and beaten. Camila said that even during dinner, Sang was not cute at all. It was a pity for his handsome face. With that said, she said she would make him cuter, and told him to tell Lei Sai that she had warned him. As she spoke, that cruel woman ordered her guards to slash Sang's mouth. Everyone around who heard his story was frightened. They thought Lei Sai probably would not know what to say. After all, Sang was a servant brought from her homeland. She must be very shocked. Lei Sai touched Sang's face, praising him for being cool, which surprised him greatly. Lei Sai cupped his face, exclaiming that even with the injury, Sang was still so handsome. He truly was unique. Lei Sai said even with his current appearance, she was still very satisfied, then turned and told Sang to rest. Sang called after her, asking about the tea, but Lei Sai said she did not need it now. If it was about tea, she would drink it at Camila's residence. Jivan was informed by a servant that Lei Sai was going to Camila's residence. Camila was sitting relaxed on a chair, drinking tea. She thought, unexpectedly, Sang did not resist at all. Perhaps he was afraid she would harm Lei Sai, which was why he was like that. Camila gave a cruel smile. She thought this was not a pleasant thing to think about. Even though she had slashed Sang's mouth, at that time, he still did not seem afraid at all. Camila said Sang was truly Lei Sai's dog. She considered Sang a plaything with only a face worth looking at, now turned into a monster. She thought Lei Sai must be afraid of her now, and would not dare touch her anymore. At this time, there was a commotion outside, with many screams. It turned out that Lei Sai had used her magic to burn down the door to Camila's room. She showed no fear, and said if Lei Sai had knocked, she would have opened the door for her. Camila covered her mouth, laughing, saying she had heard about Sang and thought it was because of Lei Sai's stupidity that Sang ended up like that. With that level of injury, Jivan's magic would heal it, but Jivan was famously known for not using his magic on others. It would be even more absurd if he used his magic on a servant. Lei Sai did not bother listening to her, continuing to approach her even as she claimed to be the only concubine with the purest bloodline among the concubines. She considered herself the one Jivan cherished the most. If Lei Sai dared to touch even her fingertip, she would be expelled from this castle. While Camila was still screaming, Lei Sai touched her head, and a flame ignited. She was terrified. Camila shrieked, but Lei Sai did not care. She put 2 fingers in her mouth, saying, "The face is here, right?" At this time, a group of Camila's subordinates rushed in to rescue her, but Lei Sai immediately blasted them with fire. Camila trembled, sitting on the ground, while Lei Sai smiled, looking at her. She recalled the years of torture in the dungeon. She had also been tortured and humiliated by the concubines. Looking down, Camilla's face now had a burn mark right in the middle. Laysai smiled contemptuously, saying she looked dirtier than a sewer rat. Now it was Camilla's turn to pay for her actions. With that said, Laysai was about to give her some more cosmetic surgery when Jeevan arrived. Jeevan asked Laysai why she could go this far. What was she thinking? Laysai tossed her hair, saying, "Please do not mind, Jeevan. It is just the cute jealousy of a wife who loves her husband too much." Camilla was about to flee when Laysai held her back, burning her face, and said she was just an insignificant concubine. How could she bother Jeevan? Camilla crawled towards him, but he ignored her and went to Laysai. At this time, the news of Camilla's injury had spread. After this incident, everyone's assessment changed once again because Laysai had protected her servant. At the infirmary, Sasa went to visit Sang. Sasa asked him what he thought about the future. She thought, encountering such things and being left with a lifelong scar, it would not be strange if he ran away. Sang said he wanted to return to Laysai's side as a servant. Sasa was surprised that Laysai was so cherished by her servant. Sang, with a sad expression, said he had nowhere to go, so he had no other choice, but he could not work for the royal family with his current appearance. Sang worried that if Laysai saw him as a hindrance to her work with his appearance, would she abandon him? Sasa thought Laysai was very friendly to the servants, and even to her. As empress, Laysai had made many contributions. Currently in the castle, she was also a warm-hearted empress. This time, Laysai had also acted personally for Sang. Sasa assured Sang that Laysai would never abandon him. Sang recalled Laysai's actions towards the servants. He thought Sasa seemed to have misunderstood something about Laysai. Sang said he greatly respected Laysai. He remembered Laysai as a busy, exploited princess who could go anywhere with her own strength, so he wanted to stay by her side even more. Sasa was very touched. She asked Sang if he did not think of Laysai as a woman. Sang said wherever he went, he was just a servant, but Master Laysai was more than anyone else. Laysai was in the flower garden. She kept thinking that just by going to the flower garden, she could meet Sasa, but she still could not find her. Disappointed, when she returned to visit Sang, she met Sasa there. Seeing Laysai, Sasa immediately bowed politely. Sasa said she came to visit Sang and was about to leave, but Laysai happily invited her to stay and thanked her for visiting Sang. Laysai asked about Sang's condition. The physician said his condition was stable and he could be discharged tomorrow. Laysai invited Sang to return to her side as a servant, which made him extremely happy. With that said, Laysai even diligently fed Sang. Sasa was surprised when she saw Sang's scar. Laysai thought, as Camilla said, if it were Jeevan's healing magic, even a wound like Sang's could heal quickly. But Jeevan was not the one who treated Sang. Laysai wondered if she could ask him to treat Sang if she got a little closer to Jeevan. Then she sighed, thinking that even with the injury, Sang was still so handsome. Laysai did not know if it was because she was used to the battlefield. She thought her preferences had changed. Sasa asked if Laysai would attend the 3-day spring welcoming festival in the village tomorrow. Although it was not as grand as a royal event, it was a quite famous village festival among the people, and this would probably be Laysai's first time participating in a festival of chariot. Laysai thought not only in chariot but also in Barry. She had never participated in one before. Laysai felt this spring festival was somewhat familiar. It would be safer to stay in the castle, but even for the future, it would be better to go out. Then she agreed to try participating tomorrow. Sasa told Laysai that there were many delicious pastries there that she had mentioned at the tea party last time, so Laysai should definitely try them. Laysai recalled the tea party at the greenhouse that day. She had not known about the traditional candy, but knowing this and that was not a bad thing, and she agreed with Sasa. In Jeevan's office, a guard was informing him about the letter of protest from Duke Dinky, Camilla's father, that had been sent. Several other families had also criticized Laysai's actions that harmed Camilla. They even said that if no punishment was given to Laysai, they would completely sever ties. The guard speculated that Duke Dinky had put pressure on the nobles. The guard worriedly asked Jeevan what to do, as they could not ignore Laysai, but Jeevan nonchalantly said to leave it be, as there would be a result in 5 days anyway. He told the guard to focus on preparing for the voyage instead. Jeevan smiled, thinking he was not angry, because it was Laysai's adorable concern. Jeevan mused that Laysai took revenge on Camilla because she had severely injured Sang. In the kingdom of Barry, the king, her father, was very puzzled as to why Laysai had not replied to his letters even once. He was trying to send a letter to Laysai. Eric said, was not it that Leisai's communication with the outside was being controlled, or was she so busy that she could not reply to Barry? It turned out the king was worried because Leisai not replying to his letters meant he could not get information on Chariot, and then added that Leisai was indeed as useless as before. Nicola was still laughing, saying was not it possible that Leisai could be sent back. She heard that recently in Chariot, a concubine, Elizabeth, had been returned to her country. They gossiped that Leisai was probably sitting in a corner, crying in fear and unable to do anything. At Leisai's palace, Sang had returned. Everyone was surprised to see Sang back at work. They gossiped amongst themselves, knowing that the Empress was very generous, but the wound on his face was still quite scary. Leisai said she would probably have to leave the palace soon, and told Sang to get ready. The servant looked surprised and asked if Leisai was really bringing Sang along. Leisai thought there would certainly be gazes directed at them with ill intent. For the time being, Leisai told Sang to cover his wound since they were going out. At this time, Jivan had also relayed his message to Leisai that she would be allowed to leave the palace. Jivan thought Leisai was going out with Sang again. There must be something to restore Sang. Leisai was strolling down the street, silently thanking Jivan for allowing her to go out. But she did not expect it to be to this extent. As if fearing Leisai would run away, Jivan had many guards following her and Sang. Leisai excitedly searched for the popular Chariot confectionery stall that Sang had pointed out to her. At that moment, Leisai was called over to a cake stall. According to the stall owner, eating one would improve a couple's relationship. It seemed the vendor thought Leisai and Sang were a couple. Leisai thought, as expected, covering the wound was very reasonable. Leisai asked the vendor if it was true that eating one would improve a couple's relationship. But Sang was just her servant, and her husband was busy with work. However, Leisai still took two. At this time, Leisai noticed the street was very crowded. She remembered when she was the crown princess of Barry. That time was also the spring festival. Eric and Nicola were able to go, but she had to stay home. Sang asked where they should go next, and Leisai excitedly pointed towards the girls holding flowers, curiously asking Sang about them. It turned out to be a spring festival tradition for women to give flowers bought at the festival to their loved ones. Leisai gave Sang a candy she had just bought, but Sang refused, as it would cause chaos if people saw his wound. Seeing that Sang would not eat it, Leisai gave it to the guard accompanying them. She turned and said she wanted to eat something sweet. It had been a long time since there was a festival, so she had to enjoy it. Then she told the guard that he could come along. Her beautiful appearance made them blush. Leisai ate a traditional Chariot pastry. She thought this pastry would be really delicious with tea. In her past life, she was not even allowed to go to the festival or even step outside the castle. Because Leisai had a poison-resistant body, she could eat and drink freely. Leisai remembered a notice posted on the bulletin board. She looked over at a puppy vendor. The vendor said he also had guard dogs in his shop, which seemed very suitable for the delicate Miss Leisai. Leisai thought, was she delicate? Although she could protect herself. Thinking about the possibility of Sang being targeted again. Having an additional guard dog would not be bad. She remembered the guard dogs being very active on the battlefield because, with humans, there was no way for them to betray. At this time, the street was in chaos because the guard dogs had rushed out. The dog vendors hurried to catch them. Leisai asked if the dogs had been trained. The vendor said they had all been trained. Originally, they were trained to be guard dogs for noble houses, but because of their ferocious temperament, they were returned. The dog vendor said he was planning to sell them to the military for transporting goods. Leisai recalled her past life, imprisoned in the dungeon, no different from these guard dogs. Leisai approached the dog vendor and said she would buy all these guard dogs for double the price. Leisai was tired of seeing dog training on the battlefield. Two dogs were about to attack Leisai when she used magic to keep them from getting close. Leisai tried not to hurt the two dogs with her magic. Leisai ordered the two dogs to sit, and they immediately obeyed, making Leisai happily withdraw her magic. As promised, Leisai bought the guard dogs. The dog vendor thought that Leisai having fire magic showed that she was no ordinary person. Leisai was looking for something to give to Sasa. She saw the girls chatting happily. Leisai remembered how, in the past, on days like these, she would be alone in the castle. At this time, there was a man who appeared to be the culprit behind the dog release incident. He was very frustrated that even after releasing the dogs, they were still caught. He thought that if he could cause a little more chaos in the neighborhood, he could have brought more gunpowder. He thought it was okay. With so many people, no matter what damage was caused, it would not implicate him. When he turned, he immediately saw Leisai standing there. Laysai was delighted to have found the person who opened the dog cages. She said he wanted to play with fire at the corner of the backstreet shop. Even if he did, he was too stupid. The dog releaser was scared and asked how Laysai knew he was the culprit. He picked up a match, about to light the explosives so this would not get out. Laysai was quicker and snatched it away. And he was captured by the guards. Laysai remembered her past life, and at this exact time, a tragic story was published in the Barry newspapers. The street fire occurred during the spring parade. Suspected to be a terrorist attack, the damage was extensive, and the street was so crowded that it was difficult to extinguish the fire, ultimately causing countless casualties. This was also the reason Laysai knew who the culprit behind the dog release was. Laysai thought, looking at the situation, it seemed this was indeed a terrorist attack. The culprit looked at Laysai, yelling that it seemed she was also a supporter of that foolish Emperor Jivan. He questioned how Jivan could put such an empress in chariot, unaware that such an empress was Laysai, standing right in front of him. He declared that today was the start of the attack, and also claimed that Jivan not only brought a pig and dog back as a concubine, but also put someone from Barry as empress. Laysai thought this man was truly a nationalist. He was so foolish. Chariot having a foreigner as empress was not uncommon. To ensure the safety of the country, marrying a woman from a family with powerful magic was not something that only happened in Chariot. The previous emperor certainly did the same. More importantly, the Princess of Barry was used as a hostage. The dog-releasing culprit was still rambling, claiming that he was right to use revolutionary flames to destroy the emperor's regime. Hearing this, Laysai used her magic to threaten him, asking if he wanted to play with fire that much. Laysai said if he caused chaos now, it would be very troublesome. Even if the fire started as planned, his revolutionary calls and intentions would not reach anyone. If he wanted to set a fire, he could only burn himself. At this time, Jivan also received news that both the guard dog incident and the gunpowder incident were resolved by Laysai. Jivan thought that Laysai was not someone who would be satisfied with just a terrorist attack. Jivan asked where the culprit was. The guard said he was being treated because Laysai had burned his face. The guard gave Jivan a bouquet of flowers that Laysai had sent. Jivan just glanced at it and told the guard to put it on the table. Jivan looked down below. He saw Laysai walking with Sang. Laysai had arrived back at her residence and asked the servants where the two dogs were. The servants said because they were a bit unruly, she had isolated them in the garden. Laysai thought although they were trained dogs, retraining them would be better. Laysai turned to Sang and told him to deliver the flowers. She said to take one bouquet to Jivan and the other to Sasa. Laysai decided that after changing her clothes, she would go to the garden to visit the two new dogs. When Laysai went down to the garden, the servant, looking at the two dogs, said that since they were fierce dogs, special measures were taken, namely preparing food with sleeping pills. Laysai told the servant to open the sleeping pill cage and let the two dogs out. Then she entrusted the two dogs to Sang and said she would train them and Sang should take care of them. Laysai saw that Sang did not seem to like the two dogs, so she asked him if he did not like them. Sang worriedly asked if these two dogs were meant to replace him. Laysai burst out laughing, patting Sang's shoulder, and saying it was all to protect Sang, including the two dogs. Sang said he could protect himself. Laysai ignored him and turned to name the two dogs. She asked Sang for his opinion, but he said he wanted to name them Mong Mong and Deng Deng, making Laysai decide to name them herself. Laysai thought since both were male, she should name them Eric and Anvin, the names of her brother and father. Or, if gender did not matter, she could just name them Eric and Nicola. But Laysai knew she would inevitably develop feelings for the dogs, so she could not name them that. At this time, Jivan's guard said that Jivan was summoning her. When Laysai arrived, Jivan said if it was related to the fire incident, she should terminate the contract with Sang. If she needed to pay, he would pay for her, or else he would arrange a suitable position for Sang, even at the castle. Except for the position of Laysai's personal servant. Laysai curiously asked for the reason. Jivan said it was because Sang's injury was not suitable for the appearance of an empress's personal servant. Jivan frowned, saying it was unpleasant to look at. The guard standing next to him thought that with Jivan's healing magic, the wound on Sang's face would disappear without a trace. Laysai said seriously that she refused because Sang was brought here specifically to be her personal servant. Moreover, this injury was caused by Camilla's actions. If he was injured, could not it be hidden? Then, approaching Sang, she put a dog muzzle on him. Witnessing this scene surprised Jivan. If she did that, the wound would not be visible anymore. More importantly, would not it suit her bad reputation better? Lei Sai said if even this appearance was not suitable for a servant, she could call Sang a pet. Lei Sai even boasted to Jivan that she had bought pets. Compared to them, Sang was still more outstanding. Jivan laughed out loud, saying she was crazy. His laughter frightened the guard beside him. Jivan rested his chin on his hand and asked if Lei Sai wanted to make others laugh. Lei Sai, with a charming expression, said the only limit was Jivan. There were 4 days left until the Kungsun raid. As Sang and Lei Sai were returning to their residence, the surrounding servants gossiped about Sang wearing a muzzle. Lei Sai turned to Sang and said the muzzle was specifically for dogs, so it must be inconvenient for him to wear it. Lei Sai said she had ordered a muzzle that fit him better, so he only needed to endure a little longer. Sang thanked Lei Sai. He recalled the moment in Jivan's room when Lei Sai refused to let him go. At this time, Lei Sai was training the 2 dogs. She named them Tichi and Sachi. The called dog trainer was surprised because Lei Sai was very familiar with training. Lei Sai thought it would not be bad to teach them to attack and bite whenever they saw a concubine. More importantly, why was Jivan so happy yesterday? Lei Sai did not expect Jivan to notice Sang's wound. She wondered, could Jivan be jealous of Sang? But she immediately dismissed the thought. The next day, the guard said the port departure was proceeding smoothly, so Lei Sai could gradually reveal her position. Lei Sai waved her hand and said the ship had to move according to her wishes, so she wanted permission to board and told the guard to convey the message to Jivan. Lei Sai thought if they wanted to attack Chariot, the chance of failure was low, but it was still unclear what weapons the opponent had. For 100% success, she should take charge directly. Jivan also learned that Lei Sai wanted to board the ship. The guard said it seemed Lei Sai had no intention of sharing information with Jivan. Jivan wondered what Lei Sai was planning this time. Jivan looked down and saw Lei Sai's dogs. It seemed that today Lei Sai started training the dogs in the garden next door. At this time, in the garden, Lei Sai was chasing after Sachi because she had accidentally thrown the toy too far. Unintentionally, the dog ran close to where Jivan could see from above. Jivan looked down from above and told the guard to forbid Lei Sai from training dogs in the garden next time. Instead, have her train them in a location where he could see from above. The guard thought the location Jivan could see was the place he could see from his window, where even servants were restricted from going to allow for observation of the surroundings. The guard was about to inform Lei Sai when Jivan called him back. Jivan said he would also be going on the upcoming voyage with Lei Sai. The guard wondered how Jivan's mood had changed so much. On the day of the ship's departure, Lei Sai and Sang waited for the ship. As they were about to leave, they were surprised that Jivan was also going. Jivan, fearing Lei Sai would misunderstand that he was going because he wanted to be with her, said that although the ship was about to become garbage and drift away, as if denying Lei Sai's prediction was wrong. Then, approaching Lei Sai, he touched her face and said if it was all a lie, he was looking forward to seeing Lei Sai fall into the sea. Lei Sai thought she could not understand what Jivan was thinking lately. A few days ago, when she was forbidden from training in the garden, she thought she had done something wrong. But unexpectedly, Jivan allowed her to use an even more beautiful place. But he could see her. She secretly worried if Jivan was planning to get rid of her. Lei Sai's value was as a hostage from Barry, although she had shown Jivan that she had more value than that. And today was a marker of her worth. When the ship departed, it suddenly rocked violently. It turned out to be pirates. The pirate leader ordered his crew to capture everyone on board and transfer all the goods. At this time, the leader found the place where the goods on the ship were stored. He turned and asked an officer from the Capricost kingdom if he had shared as promised. The Capricost officer triumphantly said of course. He did not dare to determine the value of the goods transported by the Kungsun ship, but his Capricost military funds were completely sufficient. The officer believed that soon, Chariot's power would decline, and Jivan would also fall to the bottom. And his Capricost kingdom would lead the continent. If it were the route the ship was currently on, it would not be noticed by other countries. Just sinking the ship would prevent other countries from discovering it. Suddenly, there was commotion outside because another ship was approaching. It turned out Lei Sai and Jivan were not on the Kungsun ship, but on a different one. The guard told Jivan that the people on the ship were indeed Capricost officers. Everyone was surprised, not expecting Capricost to do such a thing. Everyone murmured that it was just as Lei Sai had said. It was difficult to determine the location out at sea like this. Jivan wondered where Lei Sai had gotten this information. At this time, the pirates on the Kungsun ship were in a frenzy, preparing to attack Lei Sai's ship. On Lei Sai's ship, seeing this, everyone was worried about counterattacking because it could damage the Kungsun ship. At this moment, Laysai spoke up. She told Jivan that she had not fully demonstrated her worth yet. Then she turned towards the Kungsun ship and told Jivan to engrave every moment with his eyes. Laysai climbed onto a small boat by herself. The guard asked Jivan if it was alright to leave Laysai alone on that small boat, but Jivan, without any worry, said Laysai would be fine. Sang knelt down, touching the coat that Laysai had left behind. The guard thought all the information Laysai had provided was true. Jivan had no reason to kill Laysai. Initially, Laysai was appointed empress to be used as a probe for a potential invasion of Barry one day. If Laysai died now, on the contrary, the situation would be even more difficult to handle. But why did Jivan seem to be enjoying this so much? At this time, Laysai had climbed aboard the Kungsun ship. The pirates immediately surrounded her. Laysai thought to herself, compared to when I faced the chariot army in my past life, this is nothing but a mosquito swarm. Jivan watched from afar, thinking to himself, every single movement and expression of Laysai I will engrave in my memory. Laysai used her fire magic to deal with the pirates. They screamed in fear, believing that Laysai's fire magic would set the entire ship ablaze. However, they quickly realized that Laysai's flames only targeted them, leaving the ship unharmed. She declared, first, I must reclaim the Kungsun. Laysai pondered what Jivan wanted from her. She concluded that these pirates were meant to serve as proof of her worth. They would have to accept becoming her tools. Laysai thought, indeed, my magic is growing stronger. It is not due to my emotions, but rather the more I fight, the more my magical power increases. The pirates scattered in chaotic fear. Capricos tried to stop them, as the supplies had not been moved yet. He received a swift blow from Laysai. After handling the pirates, Laysai turned to thank those who had fought to protect the ship. They were astonished by her gratitude. Then, Laysai jumped into the small boat and returned to Jivan's ship. She mused, their escape is actually a help to me, as the pirates who jumped into the sea will become fish food. As Laysai was about to leave, she suddenly noticed the cannons above were still there. She had inadvertently overlooked them. Laysai immediately climbed back onto the ship, thinking, these pirates are persistent. Did they really think I would leave them be? The pirates above spotted Laysai. They were instantly met with a blast of her fire. The remaining pirates, in sheer terror, blindly threw rocks and fired their guns at her. Laysai was hit. She thought, at this point, I can't waste any more time. Seeing Laysai injured, Jivan was filled with worry. The gunmen aimed to finish Laysai off. Laysai thought, I have to stop them from using the cannons. So she used her magic to restrain them. The fire reached the gunpowder barrels. The pirate ship exploded. Laysai was thrown into the sea. On Jivan's ship, everyone was consumed with fear and worry, uncertain of Laysai's fate. Their own ship appeared to be safe. As everyone anxiously waited, sang spotted Laysai. She was lying on a piece of driftwood near the ship. Laysai regained consciousness on the driftwood. She thought, I am a confident swimmer, but not with a gunshot wound. At least the pirate ship is sunk, and the raid leader is now a corpse. This should prove my worth to Jivan. Lost in thought, Laysai succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. While unconscious, Laysai recalled the false praise from her parents. They constantly lauded her, calling her their pride, along with Nicola and Eric. Even when she was executed in her past life, she was deemed a worthy sacrifice. Laysai was rescued and brought aboard the ship. Her body temperature had dropped from being in the cold sea. The people around her discussed Laysai, amazed that she was caught in the explosion without any burns. They speculated that the explosion, being caused by her own magic, protected her from harm. The bleeding from Laysai's gunshot wound would not stop, even with healing magic. As everyone worried, Jivan approached Laysai. He reminisced about their time together. Then, he used his magic to heal Laysai's wound. Laysai awoke and slowly sat up. Everyone was surprised that Jivan had used his magic on someone else. Laysai was momentarily confused. In Barry, the king was deeply troubled by Capricos' request for assistance in covering up the Kungsun raid. He was exasperated. It has already been discovered, and they still want to hide it. How can they with the officer's body still in chariot? Prince Eric interrupted, mentioning that even Lady Verbist and Lady Selena were pleading for help. They are both such beauties. It is a shame to cut ties. The queen remarked that Eric was quite close with the ladies of Capricos. The king urged Eric to help their kingdom. Eric replied that he had already asked the other side to find someone else. The king slammed his hand on the table. If it is not handwritten, it means nothing. We must convince Chariot that Barry has nothing to do with Capricost. Eric pointed out they have Lacey in Chariot. We will have to rely on her anyway. The Queen mused, send a letter to Lacey. If she does not even reply, what can we expect? The King was stressed. Chariot eliminated the officer much faster than anticipated. If Barry does not quickly prove its non-involvement. Mid-sentence, Nicola rushed in, asking, haven't you found replacements yet? With 5 intelligent people, we can resume operations. The Queen replied, we have a few, but this position handles state secrets. We can't just increase the personnel. Nicola mentioned Lacey, wondering if she had left behind documents revealing weaknesses before leaving. Eric grimaced. Even if it is a different country, it does not matter. Find replacements quickly. Suddenly, Nicola clung to Eric's arm, asking coquettishly, brother, does this dress suit me? Eric instantly brightened, saying it looked perfect. It turned out the dress was specially chosen for tonight's party. Overhearing his children, the King held his head in his hands and sent them away. Meanwhile, Lacey was reading. Her wound had fully healed, but Jeevan insisted on continued treatment. Yesterday, on the Kungsun, they had removed all the troublemakers and identified the officer's body. Lacey had not seen Jeevan since. Lacey touched her head, thinking, I can't believe I let Jeevan see me injured. I underestimated guns. I should have just burned everything down, saving myself the trouble. Jeevan's guard entered, relaying a message from Jeevan. Outside, Sa was about to visit Lacey when she saw Jeevan's men. She wondered, are they here to check on Lacey's wounds? But why 4 of them? Peeking into Lacey's room, she was surprised to see it filled with flowers sent by Jeevan. She thought, perhaps Lacey has won Jeevan's affection. Lacey thought, I am not ready for the consequences of letting Jeevan see me in such a state. But so many flowers. Is he trying to buy my silence about him using his magic on me? Lacey cautioned herself, don't get your hopes up. The flowers might not be just a get-well gesture. Sa told Lacey about the morning's rumor. The 6th wife, Camilla, had returned to her family, the Duke's house. Suddenly, Camilla, her face bandaged, stormed in, furiously demanding, how did you get Jeevan to heal you and not me? Camilla raged, don't think you will get away with turning the Duke's house, my family, against Jeevan. Duke Badadu, like all the other nobles, won't. She stopped mid-sentence, recoiling in fear and insulting Lacey's dogs for their ugliness. Servants dragged Camilla out, ignoring her struggles. Another concubine, who defied Lacey, had been sent back to her family. Lacey smiled, silently bidding farewell to Camilla, the former 6th wife. Lacey thought Camilla mentioned Duke Badadu before leaving. She recalled the night before her execution in her past life, when Sang had told her. At that moment, in Duke Badado's mansion, he was feeling sorry for Camilla. He decided he needed to deal with Lacey to bring Jeevan to his senses. Lacey had gathered a substantial amount of information on Duke Badado's territory and Duke Dinky's, which was also Camilla's family home. Lacey thought, Badadu. I definitely remember hearing that name in my past life. Nicola's first letter after becoming empress. The banquet at the Badadu ducal residence. Nicola was invited, and a minor incident occurred there. A servant handed Lacey an invitation from Badadu. Lacey recalled the banquet Nicola attended later. Camilla's influence must have been considerable. Duke Badadu seemed to host regular parties. And this time, it was a large-scale masquerade ball. Lacey decided to attend that night. Duke Badadu, the ducal family operating the largest hospital in the Chariot Empire. The current head was Donut, the highest medical authority, not only a brilliant businessman but also a skilled physician. Medicine was the field studying illnesses incurable by restorative magic. Lacey remembered the physician who examined her was also from Badadu. Their research papers were impressive for a family with foreign ties. Suddenly, a look of realization dawned on Lacey's face. She sipped her tea, as if everything had fallen into place. Jeevan sat in his room, lost in thought. His body had clearly reacted for the first time. He could not recall ever willingly saving someone's life. He pictured Lacey using her magic, wondering, could such potent magic come from bloodline and talent alone? Jeevan closed his eyes. How many times had he faced death? After countless farewells, the final encounter was the hell of exploited magical power. Until death. He mused, perhaps Lacey is similar to me. Witnessing Lacey's magic, Jeevan acknowledged her potential to defeat him was significant. What kind of life has she lived? Jeevan, the emperor of a mighty empire, found it unbelievable that he was captivated by a woman and feared death. How intriguing. After dining with Jeevan, Laysai thought, not only did he not punish me, but he invited me to dinner. She suspected he wanted to ensure her silence about him, using his magic on her. The sheer quantity of flowers and the extravagant dinner were unlike anything she had experienced before. Jeevan asked Laysai how much she knew about the situation's resolution. Laysai replied that she had heard about it, thinking, that is the price of attacking the Kungsun. With the discovery of the officer's body, Capricost could not escape Chariot's retribution. Despite the Capricost King's claims of it being the officer's rogue action, 1/3 of their territory and substantial compensation were ceded to Chariot. Jeevan stated that the Kungsun supplies were secured, and Laysai had proven her worth as promised. He inquired how she had predicted the attack. Laysai paused. She revealed, Barry received a request from Capricost. If Capricost attacked the Kungsun, Barry was to assist by covering it up. Jeevan assumed Laysai was also involved in the conspiracy. Laysai immediately denied it. She clarified, Barry only received the request. I do not know if they actually helped Capricost, as there is no way to verify. Jeevan interpreted this as a possibility of Barry's involvement. Laysai simply stated that if a trial was necessary, he should proceed. I am now a citizen of Chariot, but as a former key figure in Barry, I can't claim complete ignorance. Consider this information shared as your wife. Jeevan expressed his confusion about Barry abandoning Laysai. She was ostracized and labeled the Bat Princess. Rumors accused her of causing political turmoil in Barry. Despite being treated like an animal, Laysai had dyed her hair and concealed her immense magical power for her family. Laysai explained these were necessary measures. She was framed for the royal family's crimes. She was a sacrificial lamb, unaware of when she would be discarded. Realizing this at my age is truly humiliating. Laysai vowed to herself, I will not forgive those who hurt me. Jeevan thought, her immense magic makes her all the more valuable. He sensed a similarity between their circumstances. After a moment of silence, Jeevan decided on a reward. He invited Laysai to name her desire. Laysai sat composedly on the golden chair, surprised by his offer. Not just the Empress, but the surrounding servants were stunned. Is this really our emperor? They wondered. Jeevan speculated on her wishes, a castle, the dismissal of all his concubines. He then thought, if she does not want even those, does she desire my throne? Observing Laysai's unchanging composure, he concluded, with this woman, anything is possible. Laysai interrupted his thoughts with a slight smile. She stated her desire, as if it were the most natural thing, the world. Jeevan could not hide his astonishment. Laysai extended her delicate hand towards him. I want it all, with you by my side. Her slender fingers curled into a fist. Jewels, castles, Barry, all insignificant. Opening her palm towards him, she continued, the Emperor will support me. As Empress, I offer everything in return. Jeevan regained his composure, gazing at the beautiful Laysai promising to make the world his. Laysai vowed to crush anyone who dared to taint him, reducing them to ashes. Then, she would become his gentle flame, her words stirring his soul. Raising her wineglass, Laysai declared, therefore, I desire your acknowledgement, sealed with a kiss, a dominion extending beyond Chariot, across the entire continent. The stunning Laysai faced Jeevan, proclaiming herself as one and only Empress. Silence descended, a stillness unbroken by even the clinking of tableware or a breath. Jeevan's soft chuckle broke the quiet. He raised his glass, a smirk playing on his lips. Even if you had not said it, I would have thought the same. Laysai blushed, either from shyness or the wine. I hope you will always hold my hand gently as we move forward. Laysai strolled through the palace. The servants buzzed with excitement, for Laysai was the only empress recognized by Jeevan. It was even said that Jeevan had taken her to the proceedings regarding Capricost's ceded territory and compensation. Jeevan was discussing the masquerade ball that evening with Laysai. Laysai was surprised he had also received an invitation. Jeevan remarked, you know Badadu has close ties with Camilla's dinky family. You should not go alone. Laysai was pleased by his concern. Jeevan thought, she is capable but I still worry. Laysai pointed out his busy schedule, doubting he could attend. Jeevan confirmed his inability to attend due to the Capricost trial. He glanced at Sang. Will you take that mutt as your escort? He teased. Laysai shook her head, stating she would wait for the carriage with her guards. At the ball, everyone was talking about Laysai. They remarked on how highly Jeevan regarded her. It is natural for her to have everything since she is so beautiful. Laysai thought that the atmosphere in the ballroom was not bad. She saw Badadu inviting Jeevan to the party, and there did not seem to be any particular animosity. At this moment, Badadu appeared. He approached and respectfully greeted Laysai. Laysai asked him if he was the one who sent the invitation. He introduced himself as Donut Badadu. Donut said that Laysai is Chariot's only flower, the only person who made Emperor Jeevan, the head of the empire, a doting husband. Laysai thought to herself that this man is the Duke of Chariot, the person Sang had told her about in her previous life, the man who placed a huge blame on her during the time she was absent from the battlefield. On December 10th, 656 of the Oceanic calendar, the Berry army attacked the village in the Middle East of the Chariot Empire. Sang recounted that Donut had blamed Laysai, claiming the Black Dragon troop led by Princess Laysai attacked the place. All the villagers went missing. According to Badado's testimony in the previous life, it was concluded to be the crime of the Black Dragon troop commanded by Laysai. Laysai, having just finished the glass of wine offered by Donut, immediately fainted. Afterward, she was taken by him to a basement below the party where many people were imprisoned. He said that Laysai's limbs would be powerless for a night because she drank the poison wine. Then he looked over at another man lying on the bed. He showed a perverted expression and took out a knife. He said he could not resist the desire to dissect each layer of a Berry person's flesh. Laysai, who was unconscious, suddenly woke up, surprising him. With a flame in her hand, she thanked him for bringing her to his real feast. Donut was astonished. He tremblingly asked Laysai how she could wake up, because even if the poison was neutralized at that time, it would be impossible to move for half a day. If the poison was not neutralized, it would take at least 24 hours. But how could Laysai wake up so quickly? Laysai still took a sip of the poison wine. She licked her lips, praising the poison he gave her as a rare one. Laysai thought to herself that the poison had no effect on her. She had something to check, so she pretended to be poisoned. Oh well. By the way, although Laysai had prepared beforehand, she did not expect it to be this bad. Laysai pointed at the man lying on the bed and asked Donut if he was dead. She thought to herself about Duke Donut and Nicola's letter that she had read in her previous life. Nicola said he was also invited to the party by Donut. But after the party ended, the servant who accompanied Nicola also disappeared, and Nicola had no one by his side. In the end, he had to return alone, and the servant mysteriously disappeared. The letter contained a wish to send a new servant, but why was Nicola so foolish? At that time, Laysai only thought that the servant could not stand life in Chariot and ran away. But it does not seem to be the case. They were kidnapped by this man. Laysai remembered Sang also told her in her previous life that all the people in Donut's Middle Eastern village in Chariot mysteriously disappeared. And according to Donut's testimony, it was the crime of the Black Dragon troop led by Laysai. Laysai knew that because she was not the culprit, naturally, someone else attacked Donut's territory. Donut's recent research mainly related to anatomical studies, even including topics on the interaction between magic and the physical body. Donut tried to dissect a Berry person with innate magical power, but he probably could not stand the madness, and even turned the people in his territory into research subjects. And the living specimens were transferred from Dinky's family, Camila. Donut told Laysai to rest assured. The man lying on the bed was a personal specimen he received. The people he locked in cages were just death row inmates who had been handed over. Hearing that, the people trapped in the iron cages screamed in fear, saying they were not criminals. They were kidnapped by the Dinky family. Laysai thought these people were wanderers, possibly refugees from another country. Laysai said that whatever it was, the fact that Donut tried to use her as a specimen would not change. Donut denied it. He said Laysai was the only woman recognized by Jeevan. He just did not want to have a deep conversation about his research with someone like her. Laysai said if he said so, did he have to poison her? A smart person would have prepared an excuse sincerely. Laysai stood up, using her magic as she walked, and said that from the moment Donut was discovered by her, it was over. His experiments and plans would all be destroyed by Laysai. Then she used magic to burn the prison cages, so that all the trapped people could escape. Donut regretted that Laysai was a rare specimen. He admired her unimaginable magical power. Laysai interrogated Donut, asking who commissioned him to target her. Donut said had not he already said it, the people trapped in the cages were captured by the Dinky family. They were like a deposit inside those locks. Laysai said with a serious expression that Donut spoke too lightly. Donut pushed the shelves containing the poisons, saying from the moment Laysai was not poisoned. No matter what reason he gave, it would not make any sense. In that case, there was no other way. Lei Sai would have to die with him. Saying that, he threw the key on the ground and crushed it. Lei Sai was surprised. She thought that Donut had knocked over several bottles of poison, so either she would die from the poisonous fumes or be burned to ashes. Those who wanted to get out screamed in fear because of the 30-centimeter thick locked door. Lei Sai set Donut on fire. He was not afraid at all but laughed maniacally. Lei Sai thought to herself that even scum like Donut was a key figure in Chariot's medical community. If Donut was lost, the medical world would stagnate and Chariot would lose national interests. Thinking so, Lei Sai stopped burning Donut. She said that later, he would have to tell her in more detail about the Dinky family. Hearing that, Donut laughed loudly and immediately fainted. Lei Sai looked at her watch and thought to herself, it is about time. Lei Sai tossed her hair and walked up the stairs step by step. In the end, she was safe and sound. The very foundation of medicine will affect the common people. So killing Donut is not a good solution. At this moment, outside in the carriage, Sang was looking at his watch because he had not seen Lei Sai for a while. Seeing that, the guards immediately rushed into the party to search for Lei Sai. Sang remembered that before Lei Sai came here, she said if Sang did not see her return by a certain time, he should immediately run inside. Below, in the basement, the people captured by Donut ran up from the basement. They fearfully explained they were just captured by Donut. They told the people at the party about the evil Donut and the Dinky people. The guards asked them how they escaped. Then they learned that Lei Sai had burned the prison with a huge flame and she was still inside. Lei Sai at this moment came up from the basement, safe and sound. Lei Sai smiled and told the guards to immediately arrest Donut. There is a secret operating room below. The suspect conspired to murder the Empress and conducted illegal experiments on human bodies. She did not know if there were any other suspects, so she had this mansion sealed off. She instructed the guards to handle it politely because the people at the party were all from the aristocratic class. Lei Sai said mysteriously, first, let them enjoy this ownerless party. She would observe the surroundings. Lei Sai thought to herself that it seemed there had not been any hasty attempts to escape. She glanced at someone in the party. He was inviting her to dance. He complimented Lei Sai on her beautiful blonde hair. Lei Sai politely declined, saying she had an appointment with someone else, and immediately left, but wherever she went, men invited her to dance. Lei Sai thought that this was the first time she had been to a place like this, where people did not know each other's identities, so it was easier to strike up a conversation. If she had known she would be invited so much, she would have dyed her hair black. Lei Sai was about to refuse the group of men when she suddenly saw that familiar platinum hair. It was Jivan. He was also at this party, which surprised Lei Sai. It turned out Jivan had been there since the beginning of the party. He went to look for Lei Sai, but could not find her. While searching, he saw the guards rushing in. After that, he saw Lei Sai coming up from the basement and heard everything. Jivan thought to himself that something must have happened. He saw Lei Sai from afar, surrounded by men. So Jivan approached and marked his territory with her. Lei Sai was surprised that Jivan was also here. Jivan calmly said he thought Lei Sai had been caught up in some kind of incident. He asked her what was going on. If the guards had been mobilized, it was not a trivial matter. Lei Sai thought to herself, did not Jivan say he was busy? Lei Sai asked Jivan curiously, with a charming expression, if he was worried about her. Then Lei Sai told Jivan about what had just happened. She glanced over at the guards carrying the unconscious Donut out of his illegal operating room. She told Jivan not to worry, because he was not dead yet. Jivan asked Lei Sai how she knew about it. Lei Sai said mysteriously that there was nothing she did not know. Then she put her hand on her chest and sincerely said all her merit belonged to Jivan. He had discovered the truth about the human experiments and bestowed mercy on the wanderers. For ruling the common people, this was a very useful reputation, because the love of the people also meant loyalty. Lei Sai remembered the loyalty that the people of Berry bestowed upon her, the boisterous cheers and animal carcasses when she was beheaded. Jivan suddenly took Lei Sai's hand and kissed her, which surprised her. He said it did not matter. And he put his hand on Lei Sai's head, saying it was fortunate that she was safe and sound. Witnessing this scene surprised everyone around. In a corner of the party, a woman was watching the scene. In her previous life, after being imprisoned for 10 years in the Chariot Empire, Lei Sai was released back to her country by Jivan. The guards were very worried at the time, but he said it was okay because even if Lei Sai was locked up, she would not be subdued. He looked into Lei Sai's cell and said it was a pity. If only she had agreed to be his wife at that time. But Lei Sai angrily retorted, anyway, he needed her information. Other than that, he had no reason to want her. He looked at Laysai and said his proposal for her to be his wife was sincere. No matter how great his magical power was, he still could not fight with healing magic. Unlike Laysai's flames, the only thing that could protect him now was the throne. Barry's information was of no value to Chariot, just like little Nicola, who had almost no power. What Jeevan wanted was not Barry, nor Laysai's body, but the flames that would burn his enemies without a trace. He looked at Laysai of the previous life, seeing her say nothing. Jeevan only said she just needed to confirm it with those eyes. Jeevan recalled when his father tortured him. He thought that was the end for fools who had no choice but to exploit those with immense magical power. Back to the party scene. Laysai was still surprised that Jeevan had taken the initiative to kiss her. Outside, the wanderers kidnapped by Donut shouted loudly. They yelled at the guards for not letting them out. Seeing that, Jeevan pulled Laysai's hand. He said it was none of their business. Laysai was still surprised when Jeevan turned around and offered his hand for her to hold. Laysai understood that Jeevan wanted to dance with her, so she cooperated with him. The next morning, news of the arrest of Donut's Badadoo family and Camilla's maternal Dinky family spread everywhere. They discussed among themselves that Jeevan was the one who directly rescued the harmed commoners who were captured by Donut, and that he even intended to assassinate Empress Laysai. Donut's mask was removed. As expected, the Dinky family was behind it. Laysai was leisurely sipping tea. She thought to herself that although she had not heard about Donut's handling yet, at least Camilla's Dinky family had completely collapsed. Laysai recalled the scene of Jeevan spontaneously kissing her at the party yesterday. He said that he felt fortunate that Laysai was safe and sound. This made Laysai wonder what Jeevan's intentions were. Sang told her that the amount she paid him was indeed a lot. He only collected information about the two families, Donut and Dinky. Laysai said indifferently for him to take it. It was just a reasonable amount. She thought to herself that the payment she gave him was precisely because, in her previous life, Sang had told her about the news during her years of imprisonment. Laysai silently thanked Sang. She thought Sang had been hurt a lot because of her in this world, so she had to take responsibility. Laysai asked Sang if he had thought about where to use that money. Sang simply replied that he had not, making Laysai shake her head in exasperation and say she would go out with him. On the street, Laysai cheerfully said the wind made her feel good. Laysai turned to Sang and said it had been a long time since she had been outside, so let us go look around. If he wanted something, he should pay attention to it, like a hobby. Laysai asked Sang if he had any hobbies or liked anything, but Sang just said he did not have anything special. Laysai pointed at a clothing store and said, "What about clothes?" Sang said his clothes were already provided. Laysai was about to move on, but Sang went into a pet store. Laysai thought to herself that the muzzle Sang was wearing was a specially made product for humans. Actually, Sang preferred the ones for dogs. Sang spoke up, saying he wanted to buy new collars and leashes for the two dogs, Sachi and Tichi. Laysai said that their current collars and leashes were still new. But Sang did not care. He picked up two collars and thought these two suited Sachi and Tichi better. Laysai said if it was for Sachi and Tichi, Sang did not need to buy them. But he ignored her, saying he wanted to buy them, making Laysai speechless. Laysai asked Sang if he really liked dogs. Sang said Sachi and Tichi were the first two dogs he took care of. Laysai thought Sang had feelings for her two dogs as their owner. Was this what empathy with animals was like? But Laysai did not care anymore, because as long as Sang was happy, that was enough. Sang seemed very pleased. At this time, in the palace, Jeevan was doing his official duties when he suddenly said he wanted to get some fresh air in the garden. His butler and guards were worried. Jeevan's butler thought to himself that the thing that made Jeevan's progress slower and more complicated than usual was Duke Donut or the Dinky family. Jeevan wondered if it was not them, then was it because of Laysai? Unable to take his eyes off her in his mind. While working, he only admired the bouquet Laysai gave him. Camilla was extremely angry at this time. The Dinky family had collapsed. Not only the Duke's house but even the other nobles who had supported them from behind until now had no answers. Even Jeevan did not care about her life or death. Camilla kept thinking about Jeevan. She thought even if she successfully hid in the castle, she could not go to Jeevan's palace. She suddenly remembered someone and said if it was that man, he might be able to help her. It turned out that the man Camilla mentioned was the blue-haired royal physician named Ilya, who had treated Sang. Camilla wrote a letter asking to see the emperor, but he refused. Camilla screamed, begging him to treat her face. She also said that even before she was expelled from the palace, she had asked many times, but he still ignored her. Camila also said she had not harmed him in any way. He silently remembered the scene of Sang's mouth being cut by her. He calmly said, did Camila know he had to treat the consequences of her jokes? But Camila stubbornly retorted, who told you to treat them? She impatiently said, if you can't treat me, then help me meet Jeevan, pulling out a gun to threaten him. Ilya said, if you want to meet Jeevan, you can do it yourself. Camila trembled and cried, pointing the gun at the royal physician, saying, look at me directly. The only one suitable for Jeevan is me, not Laysai. She said she had sent letters to all the members of the Imperial family, including Ilya. She continued screaming, Laysai is crazy, I am the one who is fit for that position. She declared that she had sent letters to all the members, so Ilya's siblings also received them. It turned out the royal physician was Jeevan's younger brother, which was why he possessed powerful healing magic, like a member of the Imperial family. While Camila was threatening the royal physician, the Imperial guards arrived and arrested her. Ilya pondered, thinking, she sent letters. This is troublesome. Ilya told Jeevan everything. He said he did not expect Camila to send letters to everyone in the Imperial family. The Dinky ducal family had close ties to the Imperial family, so they knew the whereabouts of the Imperial family members. Most ignored it, but the content of the letter sent to him was different. At this time, Jeevan's butler said Laysai requested an audience with him. She said there was a letter sent from Her Highness Layla. Hearing this, the royal physician held his head because that was the letter he received. In short, Layla would be visiting the Chariot Empire soon, so she asked Ilya to convey the message to Jeevan. What the royal physician wondered was why Empress Layla did not send it directly, but through him. Laysai thought to herself, she did not expect Ilya to be here as well. Ilya explained Her Highness Layla was Jeevan's older sister. She had married into the Kabayan Empire, but when her husband, the Emperor of Kabayan, passed away, she became Empress Layla, ruling the kingdom. Laysai thought, a female emperor, this bloodline is full of talented people. Ilya said, of course, there was still a cooperative relationship with Chariot, but Layla held animosity toward Jeevan. When Laysai went outside, she thought about the Kabayan Empire. In her past life, they had a trade relationship with Barry regarding fuel, but she had never seen Empress Layla's face. Laysai held the letter and said it was all right. She was not afraid anymore. She decided to greet her properly. Finally, Layla arrived. Layla was the eldest princess among the emperor's many siblings. One of the first children the emperor and his lovers had, meaning she was Jeevan's older half-sister. Laysai thought, although it was her first time meeting her. But since Layla arrived, Jeevan's mood clearly was not good. What kind of person was she? Compared to the image Laysai had imagined, she felt completely different from Emperor Jeevan. Layla told Jeevan she had deliberately sent it for Laysai to see, but what a pity. Laysai thought to herself, so she deliberately did not send it to Jeevan to create an excuse. Layla said, is this Laysai? Then she waved her hand. Laysai's entire body was drenched by her magic. She proudly showed off that it was magic that connected space with distant objects. Layla asked Laysai if being wet like that was cooler. It was a bit inconvenient because moving creatures could not be transported, but it was useful magic, was not it? She cheerfully said it would be awkward if Barry's flames burned her dress. Laysai wiped her face and said, please do not mind. She thought to herself she could have avoided it, but the other party was both Jeevan's sister and an empress of an empire, so if she obediently endured it, there would not be any gossip behind her back. Laysai said Layla was not only using Chariot's restoration magic, but also Ko-Aro On's spatial magic. She thought it was strange that Chariot's royalty could use Kobian's magic. Did her subordinates lend her their power? Layla turned around, saying, drop that way of addressing me, it gives me goosebumps. Layla told Laysai to go change her clothes and come back. When they entered the palace, Layla asked Jeevan if he had decided to officially recognize Laysai as empress. From the Dinky family, she received a letter saying that Laysai was a rotten woman and Jeevan was being deceived. Last time, she intended to listen to Donut's story at the ball. But unexpectedly, she saw the scene of Jeevan kissing Laysai. It turned out that the woman standing from afar watching Jeevan and Laysai was Layla. Jeevan thought to himself, Layla sought out Donut to hear news about him. Layla could not have acted for just that reason. Layla said she was very curious about what kind of woman Laysai was. It turned out she was just a brat with perverted hobbies, which stunned Laysai. Layla thought that even if there was wind, Laysai might be so weak, she would be blown away. So Laysai said, do you want to try it once? Laysai smiled and said if it was swordsmanship, she knew how to use it, so they decided to have a sword fight. Jeevan sat beside them, thinking, this is bad. At the arena, the winner was Layla. Layla said it seemed to be true that Laysai knew how to use a sword. Defeated, Laysai thought to herself. There were not many people in the city with this level of swordsmanship. Layla also thought if Laysai really used flame magic as rumored, she said while sweating. Laysai stood up and said she was completely defeated. Thinking she did not expect Layla's ability to be this strong. Kabayan Empire, Revolution, she suddenly remembered the two keywords from the article she read in her previous life. Laysai then called Layla aunt, which startled both of them. Layla angrily said, although she told Laysai not to call her sister. Layla thought it would be better to address her more intimately. Jeevan fearfully turned his face, trembling. Layla shouted, Laysai, call me sister. Laysai smiled, thinking, who was the one who could not vent their anger. Laysai was soaking in the bathtub, thinking she had done what she needed to do. Should she go for a walk with the dogs? She really did not expect Layla to be so good at using a sword. Laysai was surprised that Layla fought her seriously, without any sign of teasing. Laysai did not remember meeting Layla during her imprisonment in her past life. But if it was Layla, even if she did not look into her eyes, she could not remember. A person unrelated to her past life's world. At this time, Layla was very annoyed by what had just happened. Jeevan asked Layla why she came here, and why she went to Donut's mansion, as well as her visit to the Empire. Layla's curiosity about Laysai was probably just an excuse. Layla thought it did not matter. Laysai was not here. Layla said, if Jeevan had noticed, there was no other way to say it. Now let us put aside useless matters. It seemed there was currently a revolutionary movement in the Kabayan Empire. Because the leader was cautious, arresting him was proving difficult. To restore support, they suggested setting up free medical facilities, so she tried to respond to the invitation of Donut, a prominent figure in the medical community. But it seemed she could not meet him. Jeevan asked, so what? Layla said simply that Jeevan had to take responsibility. Let her borrow Ilya. If it was Chariot's doctor, the effect would be better than having a decent medical facility. Otherwise, send the Chariot army to suppress the revolutionary forces. Jeevan said, are you crazy? Layla said triumphantly, how dare you speak to me like that? Layla added that the barren land of Chariot only had a fuel self-sufficiency rate of less than 30%. And Layla's Kabayan mostly relied on self-renewal. From the beginning, Jeevan had no right to refuse. If Jeevan obediently accepted her request, she would recognize Laysai as the official empress. After all, that was the superficial reason. The butler standing nearby thought, whether in the past or now, Layla always acted arbitrarily. As long as Layla found a small reason, she would make an unreasonable request as if she had been waiting for a long time. But if she raised the issue first, it would be difficult for Jeevan to refuse. At this moment, Kobian's guards rushed in from outside. They anxiously said that just now, an urgent message from the Kabayan Empire arrived via spatial magic from the revolutionary forces. Kobian's army set fire to the village church, leading to riots. The common people were attacking the castle with revolutionary flags, demanding the empress be handed over. Prime Minister Abo of Kabayan had also declared surrender. Layla was furious. She shouted, who ordered the burning of the church? I did not give anyone the authority to mobilize the army. Jeevan spoke up, do you need to hear more? Layla, perhaps you should return to Kabayan now. It would be better. Layla angrily retorted, if I return now, would not I be beheaded and hung at the city gates? Jeevan said with a serious face, Layla, you understand now. He had no reason to continue the conversation, and Layla would lose her status as empress. If Jeevan covered for Layla, he probably would not receive the fuel supplied by Kabayan. Instead, shaking hands with the revolutionaries and handing over Layla would likely secure a better deal. Saying that, Jeevan waved his hand and said he would see Layla off happily. Immediately, Chariot's guards rushed in. Layla picked up a cup. She threw it at Jeevan, calling him a fool. Even you, Jeevan, want to sell me to Kabayan? Jeevan retorted, is that sisterly affection what you expected? If you did not have any ability, I would not treat you like a human. Initially, Layla also had the intention of killing Jeevan. Watching from below, Laysai knew Layla and Jeevan were arguing. Jeevan was injured at this point. He was using his own magic to heal himself. Layla cursed Jeevan, believing that if he had not been born, her magic would be stronger. Chariot would belong to her. If it was the aptitude to be an emperor, she had enough. If Jeevan betrayed her, she would behead him right here. Then she rushed towards Jeevan, saying she would seize the throne of Chariot. But Laysai arrived and used her fire magic to stop Layla. Laysai's flames surrounded where Jeevan stood to protect him. Laysai said triumphantly, "Layla, you are truly scary." She apologized to Jeevan for being late. Laysai was furious when she saw Jeevan bleeding. Layla was still about to swing her sword when she discovered it had been broken. Laysai said, "You want to manipulate Jeevan that much, even if your empire turns into a sea of fire." Jeevan looked at Layla surrounded by flames. He also remembered when Layla wanted to kill him. He also looked like that. Layla was finally imprisoned. She grumbled, thinking it was worse than the rumors, and complimented Jeevan on having a good weapon in Laysai. Jeevan, now sitting in his office, told the butler to take Layla back to Kabayan immediately after the preparations were complete. Laysai thought Jeevan's wounds had completely disappeared. The reason Laysai never met Layla in her previous life was because the trade between Barry and Kabayan began after the revolution. After the war ended, Kabayan only then traded with Barry. Laysai thought the king also knew Layla was an unusual empress. At this time, Layla's guards told Jeevan that they could not bring Layla back using teleportation magic, even her body. The guards worriedly said the only things that could be teleported were inorganic objects. They had hoped Layla could return quickly, but it was not possible. Jeevan said if Layla was not returned quickly, Chariot would be in trouble. If Kabayan collapsed, there would be a problem with the fuel supply. Laysai thought to herself that was right. Even in her past life, after the revolution, the Kabayan Empire reorganized the oil trade and put it up for auction. The king of Barry also aimed for that, but the results were not good, and the same was true for Chariot. Finally, the waiting situation dragged on until winter. Many people in Chariot died from the cold and lack of fuel because they could not make the decision to go to war. The biggest weakness of the Chariot Empire. Layla would lose her life, but it would be awkward if she died in Chariot. Laysai asked Jeevan what he thought about Layla, but he just said he did not have any thoughts. Whether she lived or died, he did not care. Hearing that, Laysai gave a sly smile and said she was relieved. She surprised Jeevan. Laysai said she had a plan and some useful information. As a reward, could Jeevan leave it to her once? In the cell below, Layla was sitting in deep thought. Laysai walked to the cell door, startling her. Layla angrily asked Laysai what she was going to do. Laysai said, "Good thing your personality is still as unpleasant as before," and called her aunt. Anyway, Layla was about to return to her country. In the Kabayan Empire, the people there were praying in front of the burned church. They clasped their hands in front of the shrine in grief, saying this was not something humans would do. The bodies of the orphan children and nuns had not been found yet. The Imperial soldiers seemed to be enjoying themselves. At this time, Layla had returned to Kabayan. The people around were scared and shouted to each other to let the children hide, absolutely not letting them see. They pointed at Laysai, because she was not Layla. It turned out she also came here, and they murmured among themselves because the real Layla was in the cage. Laysai put her finger to her lips, telling them to be quiet. Laysai introduced herself to them as Empress Laysai of Chariot. She heard about the revolution, so she came to hand over Layla. The people rejoiced and cheered because the Chariot Empire sided with them and opened the way for Laysai. At this time, there were two men. One was the Prime Minister of Kabayan. The other was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, talking to each other in a basement. The leader said Layla clearly knew she would be beheaded if she returned, but she still returned majestically. How foolish. He decided to leave the warehouse when things outside calmed down. As he was preparing to climb out, the basement door suddenly opened. Unexpectedly, it was Laysai who opened it. The surrounding people curiously came to watch. The leader's voice trembled, not understanding what was happening. Laysai cheerfully said how could he know what was going on since he was hiding in this basement. The leader was dragged out of the basement, shouting and asking Laysai what she was doing. Laysai said he could rest assured, because she was on the side of the revolution. The guards pointed at the Prime Minister in the basement, saying the people here would bear witness, as well as the Prime Minister in the basement. Laysai cheerfully said she came here to directly hand over the Empress, who ordered the burning of the church. The Prime Minister was pulled up from the basement, shouting and scolding. The people around murmured to each other that it was clear the Prime Minister was on Layla's side, but why was he now with the leader of the revolution? The guards in the basement shouted up that there were also revolutionaries down there, and they had been subdued. Laysai turned to the people around and said, "See, good citizens, this is the truth about the Revolutionary Army." The guards also found chests of money in the basement with the church's markings on them, and Imperial Army cloaks, but all were fake. Meaning the Revolutionary Army that the people trusted and followed to overthrow the Imperial court was the real culprit behind the church burning. The leader still stubbornly insisted they should not believe it. It was just a trap set by the empire. The monks and wandering children were also rescued. They said that the Revolutionary Army captured them and intended to sell them into slavery, and it was all caused by the Revolutionary Army. Overwhelmed by the people's gossip and curses, the leader, ashamed and enraged, snatched a sword and stabbed a guard, injuring him in the stomach. At this time Layla appeared. She said to the Revolutionary Army, "What you want is not Laysai, it is my neck." Then she pointed her sword at the leader, frightening him. Laysai calmly said, "I am enough on my own. Layla, you do not need to come here and show off." Layla told Laysai to shut up. She did not come here to save Laysai. If she did not deal with these guys herself, she would not be able to sleep soundly. Layla kicked the revolutionary leader in the face. Then she turned to the prime minister and said she could not believe the nobles were colluding with the revolutionaries. She still remembered the prime minister's expression when he demanded she be handed over to the revolutionaries. Thinking back now, why had not the investigation progressed? Then she stabbed her sword straight into his shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Hearing that, Layla said she would not let him die peacefully. Then she kicked him a few more times, saying he should be the one standing on the scaffold. The revolutionary leader also scrambled to his feet. He picked up a nearby sword and charged forward. But he was stopped by Laysai's flames. Seeing that, Layla prevented Laysai from approaching. Laysai said, "Don't worry, Layla, I won't steal your part." Then she touched the prime minister, causing him to burst into flames. She said from now on, revenge had to be done oneself for it to be meaningful. The truth about the Kabayan Empire's revolutionary army was brought to light by the captured nuns and orphaned children. The church fire was indeed a play staged by the revolutionaries. They planned to steal all the donations and sell the children to slave traders. In her past life, Berry maintained a close relationship with the prime minister of the Kabayan king. Laysai thought to herself this was the first time she had heard about the true nature of the revolution. But she was not in a position to speak out against the Kabayan Empire, a country that traded valuable oil. Layla was also executed shortly after. Power struggles were not uncommon. Layla asked Laysai how she knew about the revolutionary army and the prime minister. Laysai thought, fearing someone would say they were not sisters or something because their way of speaking was exactly the same. She smiled and put her hand to her lips, saying it was a secret for Jeevan alone. So, even if it was Jeevan's sister, she could not reveal it. And Layla was not from Chariot, she was the Empress of Kabayan. The surrounding people cheered and thanked Layla. They said, although the former emperor had passed away, Layla still led their empire alone until now. Layla recalled the past. After intending to kill Jeevan when he was lying in his sickbed, she worried about him and decided to cut her long hair. Laysai thought she had no reason to resolve the revolution. But because Layla was falsely accused, she helped. Laysai felt like she was back in her past life when she was executed. She thought she alone had to endure it. At the incredibly luxurious, sunlit castle of the Berry Kingdom, a voice suddenly wondered, what in the world has happened? In a room, the king and queen appeared displeased as they read the news about Empress Laysai of the Chariot Empire having solved the fuel problem. That infamous empress of the Kabayan Empire has acknowledged the oil transfer. That renowned empress has turned Emperor Che Von into a loving husband and gained the support of the entire Chariot Empire. The king read the news about his beloved daughter with a cold, annoyed expression. There must be some misunderstanding. How could that icy emperor possibly like her? As expected, Nicola should be the one to get married. The two siblings, the prince and princess, chimed in upon hearing the news. But it seems the deal between Laysai and the Kabayan Empire is real, the queen mother said worriedly. The two siblings immediately retorted, she is clearly being used. What does she have to offer besides work? Why is father so worried? Princess Nicola gently held her teacup and inquired. The queen mother, with her elegant and noble demeanor, now looking slightly tired, slowly replied to her daughter, because work is inherently busy. It is because Laysai is not here. Moreover, what is with the Kabayan Empire suddenly sending a letter? A letter? Prince Eric asked in surprise. It seems she has heard that our Berry Kingdom intends to cooperate in this revolution, the queen replied. Hearing this, Prince Eric also panicked. Could it be that there will be interaction with the prime minister on that side? They recalled the transaction between Laysai and the empress. Laysai's beautiful appearance suddenly surfaced in their minds with an indescribable anxiety. Laysai did not she say anything to that empress, the old king exclaimed with a serious expression. Instead, Should not we slowly find a replacement first? It is a pity father can't rest properly, Princess Nicola, seeing the tense atmosphere, innocently wondered. Seeing this, Prince Eric smiled and confidently said, "Don't worry about that, because I have discovered something very good. I have heard something quite interesting from Gina, the third princess of the V-So kingdom, who is also my lover," Prince Eric began, sitting with his arms crossed and a smug look. Seeing this, Princess Nicola smiled. Father can finally feel more at ease now. Thank goodness. It was unknown what this cunning family of four was plotting, while the image of a girl with black hair and bare shoulders appeared fragile. A slender hand in a discreet glove slowly lifted a warm cup of tea. It is truly an honor. I did not expect the Empress to attend the tea party, the lady said cheerfully, looking towards the beautiful Empress Laysai, her long, white gold hair and captivating eyes. Thank you for inviting me. It seems you have put a lot of effort into the tea party and the pastries. Empress Laysai smiled her thanks, with exquisite snacks and beautiful teacups on the table. Being recognized as Empress, the invitations from high society are increasing. Everyone seems to have goodwill towards me, Laysai observed the people before her, and thought to herself. But except for that letter, it does not seem to be benevolent at all. It is the letter sent from Anai Na Alen So Kai. She claims to be the Emperor's second consort. She identifies herself as the second consort, and the content seems friendly. Laysai recalled the content of the letter while sipping tea with the ladies and remained wary. But who knows if she is like Camilla, so I can't be careless. Ah, right. Laysai suddenly put down her teacup and smiled, asking the ladies at the party. Are you all close to consort and Na? Laysai asked while calculating in her mind. First, I need to gather clear information. Hearing Empress Laysai's question, the ladies and young misses at the party were slightly taken aback and answered with worried expressions. The second consort, right? Seeing this, Empress Laysai nodded slightly and continued. I heard she often holds parties, so I wondered if you have ever been invited. Oh, of course. Consort and Na is known for liking parties. The ladies hesitantly nodded and replied. Empress Laysai took in all the expressions and reactions of those present and pondered, but she did not say anything further. Seeing the Empress's silence, the lady spoke up. We are so grateful that she always sends invitations. It is an honor, is not it? But due to scheduling conflicts, we could not attend. It is rare to be called. It is truly a shame. The ladies forced smiles and mumbled, making Laysai wonder, what a strange atmosphere. Of course, the only Empress we support is you, Laysai. Laysai's eyes flickered, unsure which lady had spoken. Although the second consort's letter says anytime you are free, I should observe the situation a bit more first, Laysai thought to herself. I before that, Your Majesty, a girl with short brown hair, seeing the awkward atmosphere, steered the conversation in a different direction, causing everyone to look at her. At the party my brother attended a few days ago, he heard a rumor from the second princess of Berry. It is said that the Berry Kingdom is Your Majesty's homeland, is not it? Berry Nicola, Empress Laysai thought, but she smiled and replied, That is right, it is my homeland. I am curious, what rumors are there from the Berry Kingdom? The short brown-haired girl hesitated for a moment after the Empress asked, but then recounted the story. As the girl narrated, the scene shifted to Princess Nicola laughing and talking with two young men. So, this time, we hired a new secretary. And because they are a foreigner, we are a bit uneasy, but they are very capable, the princess proudly boasted about her family's mysterious secretary. The two handsome young men, with bright smiles, continuously complimented and flattered the princess. You are so cute today too. Of course, it is a secret who that person is. Right, this is still a secret, so everyone must keep quiet, Nicola instructed the young men. Saying that makes it impossible to keep one's mouth shut, Laysai thought, tiredly raising her hand to rub her head after hearing the story. Before hiring a royal secretary, and then spreading it around like this the few times Berry's information was leaked, it probably was not Nicola's fault, right? Laysai pondered while recalling past information leaks. Despite the myriad thoughts in her mind, Laysai still smiled and joked with the girls. It seems like they are exceptionally talented. I am so envious. More importantly, that secretary keeps bothering me. Nicola can't keep a secret. At this rate, it is strange not to know what kind of person they are. The Empress, lost in thought, gracefully raised her teacup for a sip. The XDH day of the XDH month of the XXXX year, according to the continental calendar, a new secretary from the V-So kingdom. As if she suddenly remembered something, Empress Laysai was utterly shocked, her eyes filled with trepidation. The scene shifted to a sparsely furnished room with a girl in a simple white dress, looking frail and delicate, sitting worriedly about something. A sudden knock on the door startled the girl, who seemed quite frightened. Why, yes. The girl stood up, looking a bit shaky and anxious, and at the same time, someone opened the door and entered, saying, "Please help me." In the dark dungeon, someone's soft humming echoed. Slender hands held test tubes containing strange solutions, mixing with the cheerful, enjoying singing. A man with long black hair sang and danced while admiring his test tubes filled with the divine liquid. "You seem very happy, Badadu." Emperor Jivan's cold voice suddenly interrupted the singing. Emperor Jivan walked to the cell door, coldly looking at the man locked inside. Huh. The man, seeing the emperor arrive, did not even look, only smirking. "I did not know you were here, your majesty," he greeted casually and mockingly. "Being emperor seems quite boring, does not it?" Hearing Badado's words, Emperor Jivan replied, "I am wondering how to deal with you." "Why are not you merciful, your majesty? Aren't we living under the same roof?" Badadu, unfazed by the emperor's threat, teased and joked. "Or is it because we are living under the same roof that you are wary, your majesty?" "The truth is, the empress you adore is living with me in the same castle," Badadu continued. "If you still have time for nonsense, get your hands dirty. Keeping you alive temporarily is only for research purposes," Jivan said coldly, looking at the madman in the cell. "Your hesitation to speak has not changed, whether it was before or now. Though it used to be cute." "You mean when I was still the late emperor's royal physician?" Emperor Jivan also recalled the past. Badadu continued, "At that time, you became a treatment tool, as the late emperor desired. Your hatred for others was the only emotion that suited you then. You never even naturally thought about wanting something. And it seems that aspect has changed quite a bit now, has not it?" Badadu said while looking at the test tube in his hand. Before the worried gazes of the servants, the king asked again, "What are you talking about? Don't you know full well? Why ask again?" "Empress Laisai, the one-of-a-kind woman you only obtained after taking control of the empire." Hearing this, King Jivan's eyes became serious, incredibly dangerous and cold. The madman locked in the cell gently shook the test tube in his hand and thought, "No matter how much you deny it, she is definitely different from the women you have known before." The king was silent for a moment before speaking. "How many times do I have to tell you before you understand that woman's usefulness?" The king was interrupted by the madman. I want to see her again. Her magic is incredibly powerful, beyond belief. Her arrogant, free-spirited demeanor, controlling the flames fiercely like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Isn't it a bit of a waste to give her to the late emperor's tool?" Badadu continued, his eyes somewhat crazed and mysterious. "That day, she was not supposed to be an experiment. I should have made her mine," he taunted, looking at the emperor's face. "It seems prison is too comfortable for you." The madman's reactions and crazy actions made the emperor somewhat indignant, his voice turning colder. The handsome servant standing beside him worried silently. This madman repeatedly uses the empress to provoke the emperor. After a moment of silence, the emperor turned and left, ignoring the madman. "All right, no need for execution. Using you as a research tool for life is not bad either." Badadu, imprisoned in the cell, silently watched the king leave, but he did not say anything. In the castle's royal garden, with vibrant flower clusters blooming under the beautiful sunlight of the clear blue sky, Empress Laisai sat pensively at a table laden with picturesque snacks, deep in thought. Her eyes were beautiful, seductive, and mysterious like two sparkling reddish-pink rubies. On January 1st, 1111, a new secretary arrived from the kingdom of Verso. The secretary, it was said, told Laisai that they had been hired not long after she joined the war. Although things were different now compared to back then, perhaps they were looking for someone to replace Laisai because this was not a job Eric or Nicholas could handle. But one thing was that on the day of her execution, she had not seen anyone who looked like that present. It meant that person was being exploited from behind, just like she had been. The people in Barry were no longer relevant, but if that person was being treated like Laisai was back then, it bothered her. That the Empress suddenly spoke, interrupting Laisai's thoughts. "Are you worried about something? Your complexion has not looked good for a while." A beautiful girl with sky-blue hair asked the Empress worriedly. Laisai was startled, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled reassuringly. I apologize for making you worry." Empress Laisai's eyes dimmed slightly as she looked at the teacup in her hand and calmly asked the girl, "Sasa, if it were you, what would you do if?" Empress Laisai asked, recalling the scene of herself locked in prison. What if Sasa were locked up like that? It is nothing. Empress Laisai suddenly stopped asking and sighed inwardly. What was I even going to ask her? Why bother asking? The answer is already predetermined. The Empress looked at the girl and thought to herself, could you recommend some more delicious sweets? The ones from last time were very good. Laysai smiled, shifting her attention to something else. Sasa, seeing that the Empress did not want to continue the conversation, tactfully dropped the subject. Of course, Your Majesty. The scene shifted to a night sky with pouring rain in the kingdom of Verso. Under the cold rain, the frail figure of a brown-haired girl was quietly walking step by step. It was unclear why such a frail girl was drenched in such a cold and violent downpour. In the luxurious hallway of the magnificent palace, Emperor Jivan walked silently with an angry expression, causing the servants and aides to worry. He is still as hateful as ever. Let alone talking, I do not even want to see his face anymore. Emperor Jivan thought, recalling the mocking face, always with a mysterious smile, of that man. Whenever he is around, I can't stay calm, he lamented to himself. I used to be so weak, so tired. I diligently persevered, continuously using healing magic. And at that time, that Bardu was right there. He witnessed my miserable and exhausted state. I do not want to interact with him too much because it will remind me of that time, an unpleasant past that I can't shake off. The Emperor's angry demeanor worried the attendant following him. Your Majesty, where are you going? I can't believe I let him back into the castle like this, he thought, but his eyes suddenly flickered as he saw something. Your Majesty, a woman's soft voice called out, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. The Emperor seemed stunned when he saw who was approaching. It turned out to be Empress Laysai, incredibly beautiful in a sparkling dress. Has something happened? Empress Laysai asked worriedly, noticing Emperor Jivan's unpleasant expression. Why are you here? Faced with Empress Laysai's question, the Emperor seemed stunned and silent for a moment. The Emperor replied, I am returning to my room. But something seemed amiss with this answer, which surprised the Empress. A flicker of worry crossed the Emperor's eyes, as if he was trying to hide something. The aides who always attended him and the maids in the castle, seeing the scene, secretly broke out in a cold sweat. While the Emperor was in turmoil with his thoughts, the Empress, without further questioning, took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his brow. The intimate yet beautiful scene, coupled with the beauty of the two, was like a painting that anyone would admire. A drop of sweat rolled down the Emperor's cheek, and his eyes were slightly stunned. It is just the right time, Empress Laysai suddenly said. It is the perfect time, because I have a request for Your Majesty. If it is all right, and there is nothing else, could you come to my room? The Empress asked gently while wiping the Emperor's sweat. Emperor Jivan was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right. Seeing this, the aides seemed startled and surprised. In the luxurious room, with sweet snacks and warm tea. I heard there is an exceptional talent in the kingdom of Verso, Emperor Jivan asked first. Empress Laysai gently nodded. Yes. If Barry has their sights set on them, they must be someone worth employing. I can guarantee that, so I want us to recruit them before Barry snatches them away, Empress Laysai replied with a smile. Ratri sat quietly on the intricately carved chair in his pristine white attire, his face calm and collected, a stark contrast to the slightly worried expression he had in the hallway earlier. This sight also made the aide breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, His Majesty has regained his usual composure. He has calmed down since meeting the Empress. Looking at Empress Laysai's beautiful face, Ratri said, Now, I have no intention of doubting the information you have obtained. An invitation to the banquet will arrive, and you can accompany me. Seeing the Empress's slightly puzzled expression, the Emperor explained, It is an invitation to the banquet from the kingdom of Verso. The aides were once again surprised because the Emperor had just said this morning that he would decline the invitation. Empress Laysai was slightly taken aback, but thanked him. Thank you. In her mind, she thought, could it really be this simple, this? Isn't this proof that I have been recognized as the Empress? The blue-haired aide who was always behind the Empress was also deep in thought, as if pondering something. We will depart next week. This time I will allow your pet to come along. Emperor Jivan said, looking at the attendant behind Empress Laysai. This look and statement surprised the blue-haired butler. The Emperor looked at the attendant, paused, and then complimented. The tea today is not bad. Proceed with the talent search as you see fit, Empress. Seeing how agreeable Emperor Jivan was today, Empress Laysai smiled. Thank you for trusting me. I promise to bring good results. The Emperor's beautiful, slender hands, encased in pristine white gloves, reached out. He gazed intently at Empress Laysai, his eyes deep and filled with something difficult to express. Even if it is just words, Emperor Jivan suddenly spoke, uttering cryptic words that startled the Empress. I have never even thought I wanted something so naturally. It seems that person has changed a lot, he thought, remembering the words of the madman in prison. These thoughts made his eyes narrow slightly, but then he placed his hand over Empress Leisai's. The Emperor slowly took her hand, much to the Empress's surprise. He held her hand against his cheek intimately. The Emperor felt the warmth from her hand and quietly closed his eyes. The unpleasant past resurfaced once again in his mind, with those from his past who were always full of malice towards him. Your Majesty, Empress Leisai's voice brought the Emperor back to reality. The Empress's face was flushed, seemingly embarrassed by Emperor Jivan's intimate gestures. It was only then that the Emperor realized what he had done, his eyes widening in surprise. The maids and attendants nearby gasped, frozen in place. In the kingdom of Verso, with its beautiful blue sky and neat, orderly streets. In a luxurious and sturdy carriage, the Emperor and Empress Leisai arrived in the kingdom of Verso, as planned. Empress Leisai glanced at the Emperor as he admired the scenery through the window. The Emperor has not met with me privately since that incident. Leisai thought, recalling the surprising scene of that handshake. When the Emperor held my hand against his cheek, I wondered what was going on, or if he was trying to check something. Empress Leisai's attentive gaze caught the Emperor's attention, and he looked back at her. Being caught staring made the Empress blush, but she continued to think, besides, even if I ask what is wrong, His Majesty will just say it is nothing. But he keeps looking at me. It might be more comfortable to be openly scorned like before. I wish he would say something. Empress Leisai mused, glancing out the window. Is something bothering you? The Emperor's deep voice startled the Empress. She was taken aback, but quickly smiled and replied, No, Your Majesty. But in her mind, she thought, Don't do that suddenly, you startled me. Leisai looked out the window and exclaimed, Using this route, the capital city really is similar to Chariot, yet different. Under the Emperor's attentive gaze, the Empress continued, There are so many buildings with styles I have never seen before. And the shops also have very cute architectural designs. Hearing this, the Emperor asked, Then shall we stop by and take a look? This suggestion from Emperor Jivan surprised the Empress, once again. Just then, a servant's voice called out from outside the carriage. Your Majesty, we have arrived in the capital a little earlier than expected, but should we proceed directly to our accommodations? In response to the aide's question, the Emperor said, No need. I will take a look around, so prepare yourselves. Yes, Your Majesty, the servant replied, surprise evident in his voice. After all, apart from official duties, the Emperor had never shown interest in such things before. Even Empress Leisai was extremely surprised and wondered, could it be that he is actually going to visit those places? He is even going with me, the Empress thought, but she still stepped out of the carriage and followed the Emperor. It is different than usual, so I am a little surprised. Pure sightseeing with no other purpose, she thought as she watched Ratri extending a hand to help her down. This is like those images from the past. She took the Emperor's hand and stepped out of the carriage, but in her mind, she thought, no way. This scene is like a date. It is making me so awkward. His arm is probably firm, right? Is this really a date? Leisai thought frantically as she stealthily glanced at Ratri, who had been calm all this time. So embarrassing. The Empress's embarrassment caused her beautiful, flower-like face to flush slightly. The two of them, arm in arm, strolled down the street, looking like a couple full of affection, intimacy, and happiness. Empress Leisai suddenly noticed a shop on the side of the road and wondered, Is that a bakery? Oh no, it is a blacksmith shop, although it does not seem to be operating at the moment. All the buildings have meaning, the Empress thought as she observed and calculated. A rare smile graced the Empress's face. Suddenly, the voices of passers-by caught the Empress's attention. Two girls were walking and chatting with each other. The mansion next door has decided to recruit staff, so. Their words suddenly trailed off, then they exclaimed with delight as they saw the Empress and Emperor. Did you see that just now? What a beautiful woman, and the man beside her is so handsome too. Their mention of recruitment reminded Empress Leisai of her purpose for coming here. That is right. It is rare to arrive in the capital this quickly, so I must take advantage of this opportunity to find clues about the new secretary. As she pondered, she noticed a large, beautiful building by the roadside and could not help but exclaim, This bookstore is really large. Your Majesty, can we go into that bookstore? The Empress pointed to the building and smiled, consulting the Emperor. He nodded. All right. Not only was the exterior a grand and luxurious structure, but the bookshelves and display cases inside were also ornately decorated. The bookstore employee, upon hearing the Empress's inquiry, asked in surprise, are you talking about Corlo? Seeing this, Emperor Jivan could not help but think, not shopping, but investigating. The bookstore employee continued, she is indeed a smart child, but she was expelled from the royal palace despite her hard work. It is quite pitiful. It seems she is going to another country this time. Empress Laysai smiled inwardly. As expected, a regular customer of the bookstore. I have come to the right place. The employee continued in a low voice. Originally, it seems someone interfered, so she could not work anywhere in the royal palace. Now, she is desperately trying to make a living in the red light district. Well, just pretend you did not hear anything. The employee realized he had misspoken and quickly fell silent. Red light district. Empress Laysai was surprised to hear that the girl had gone to such a place to make a living. Emperor Jivan also found this information strange. A former palace employee in the red light district. He pondered, flipping through the pages of a book. His eyes suddenly became deep and unreadable as he came across an image of 2 rings in the book. On the street, Empress Laysai, arm in arm with the emperor, smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I have heard the necessary information. Anyway, I suppose the task can be handled well." The emperor did not reply, just silently observed the surrounding streets. "That where are you going?" Empress Laysai, who was chatting cheerfully, suddenly asked as she saw the emperor turn into a shop. She followed him. "Welcome." The employee of the jewelry store, with its dazzling and elegant items, greeted them. At that moment, the emperor suddenly asked, "You sent me flowers before, did not you?" This question reminded the empress of the previous occasion when she was strolling through the festival and was curious to see so many young ladies carrying so many flowers. The guard explained to her that it was a spring festival tradition for women to buy flowers at the festival and give them to the person they loved. Empress Laysai seemed curious and thoughtful upon hearing this. Afterwards, 2 guards brought a beautiful pot of flowers to the emperor and said, "The empress sent these to you, Your Majesty." At that time, the emperor just remained silent and accepted the flowers. Back in the present at the jewelry store, the emperor continued, "Do you know the meaning of giving flowers during that festival?" Hearing this direct question, the empress blushed slightly but replied, "Of course, I heard it from the guards." The emperor said, "All right, if that is the case," then he gazed intently at the items before him. They were exquisite, precious, and sparkling pieces of jewelry inlaid with gold, silver, and gemstones. Among them, a bracelet with ocean blue gemstones, radiating a beautiful light, caught the emperor's eye. No need for useless explanations, she will wear it right away. The emperor, with a cold demeanor and intimidating expression, looked at the employee and spoke. "I apologize. You know even better than I do." The terrified jewelry store employee quickly replied. Seeing this, the empress inwardly sighed. The emperor shops and chooses without hesitation or needing explanations about the products. She looked at the employee who was about to explain the value of the bracelet in detail, but was interrupted by the emperor. Truly the style of royalty. So the emperor followed me, and it is fortunate that he is enjoying his shopping. Empress Laysai tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and thought. But suddenly, the emperor's voice interrupted her thoughts, startling her. "Give me your hand." "Yes, Your Majesty." Before the empress could react, the emperor took the bracelet with blue gemstones and came to her side. As Empress Laysai looked on in surprise, the emperor took her hand. He then placed the bracelet he had just bought on her delicate, white wrist. The bracelet sparkled under the sunlight against her fair skin, making her hands more beautiful than ever. Emperor Jivan gently placed his hand on the empress's cheek and seriously instructed, "Never take this bracelet off." He then turned and left before Laysai could react, leaving her to gaze at the bracelet she had just received. Time quickly passed, and night fell with a beautiful starry sky. The luxurious and delicious dinner was quickly finished by the empress and emperor. At the dining table, the empress smiled at the emperor and said, "It is time, so we should go to the red light district, should not we?" She took a napkin to wipe her mouth and thought, "I can't believe we even had dinner together, and we are even sharing a room." Then she asked the emperor, "Can I bring 2 or 3 escorts?" In response, Emperor Jivan said, "I am going too," which surprised Empress Laysai. "No, that is not necessary, I knew it," the empress thought. The emperor was puzzled by the empress stopping him from going along. "Why?" "If your majesty goes to the red light district, you will stand out." Laysai explained softly, but inwardly complained, "Even if you disguise your identity, if you walk around with that handsome face, of course people will approach you." That does not sound like something you should say, the emperor retorted. Because I am a woman, Empress Laysai was also pressed with questions, making her exasperated. What does he suspect at this point? Then there is only one last resort. The empress's next words stunned the emperor, his eyes widening. She smiled beautifully at the emperor and said, what kind of crazy wife would bring her husband to the red light district? This final tactic of the empress seemed extremely effective. She was able to go out with a bunch of guards around her, making her sigh in relief. Finally, I have managed to stop him from going, but... She recalled the emperor's instructions at the dining table. Remember, never take off the bracelet. Laysai looked at the bracelet on her wrist and wondered, what does it mean? Could there be some kind of tracking magic in this bracelet? Please, even 30% would be enough. The desperate voice of a girl in the nearby courtyard caught the attention of Empress Laysai and the guards. Please pay up front, the frail girl in a thin, flimsy shirt pleaded, bowing. I left the shop and paid the fine, so I have no money left. Responding to the girl's pleas was the cold voice of a man. What do we care? Endure it yourself until we depart. Don't you feel shameless for making us wait for an answer until now? The man speaking was Prince Eric. Prince Eric's appearance surprised Empress Laysai, who hid to listen. Then please take me to Barry right now. If you go to Barry, you can treat my brother, right? The girl continued to plead tearfully, but Eric only shook his head. Not today. Unlike you, royalty is quite busy, so I came here today to urge you on. Hearing Eric say that, Empress Laysai coldly thought, looking like that, he is definitely going on a date or to a party. What is he busy with? Follow the original plan. We will depart in 3 days, Prince Eric declared coldly, leaving the girl in despair. So that is it. Empress Laysai watched Eric leave with the girl kneeling there, crying helplessly, and thought. The guards who witnessed this scene were also annoyed, muttering amongst themselves, what the hell? That man is too heartless. But before they could finish, Empress Laysai's guard interrupted. Careful what you say. That person is the crown prince of the Berry Kingdom. Realizing Eric's identity, the guards were startled. Then that woman is. Hearing the commotion from the guards, the white-clad girl sobbed and cried out, who is there? Please help me, just buy me for tonight, the pitiful girl pleaded as she approached the group. I urgently need money to help my brother through this difficult time. So, just buy me for one night, the frail girl, abandoning her pride, begged. Empress Laysai nodded in response. All right, I will buy you, Empress Laysai said, looking at the girl with a smile. But I won't buy you for just one night. First, can you tell me about your situation? In the small house where the two sisters lived, the girl softly recounted her story to Empress Laysai. She had been expelled from the palace and lost her home. After several medical examinations for her brother, she had used up all her savings. The pitiful girl's name was Corlo, the former palace secretary of the Verso Kingdom. It was said that a newly appointed general had constantly courted and harassed her. And because she repeatedly refused, he retaliated by falsely accusing her. As a result, she was expelled from the castle with a hefty fine. The Berry Kingdom promised to treat her brother in exchange for her being hired as Barry's private secretary. They said that her brother could not stay with Corlo because of the remote location of the facilities. Her brother is probably a good bait, Empress Laysai thought as she listened. From sending her brother to a remote location to whether they actually have the right treatment, it is all very suspicious. The Empress looked at the girl and said softly, I can help you escape this life right now. And, of course, the two of you do not need to be separated. To the sisters' astonishment, Laysai promised, I promise to provide better treatment than Barry. Seeing the confident woman before her promising to treat her brother, the girl could not help but ask, that who are you? Empress Laysai smiled beautifully. She gestured to her guard. I am the Empress of the Chariot Empire, Laysai Babena. The Empress's noble and unexpected identity made the girl's eyes widen in shock. Chariot, the medical powerhouse. Let us go somewhere else right now, the Empress said, looking at the girl. Let us leave this place immediately, along with your brother. In the luxurious mansion where Emperor Jivan was temporarily staying during his visit to the Verso Empire, the handsome emperor sat quietly on a chair, deep in thought. I am very bothered and confused. I have never had these feelings and anxieties before. Since when did I worry about her, me? I already knew that woman was not ordinary. A beautiful woman, but harboring something incredibly mysterious. The emperor thought, recalling Empress Laysai's beautiful image and captivating eyes. It seemed that our emperor had been struck by Cupid's arrow, causing him some distress. Why do I keep remembering that time? I did not expect this. I did not expect to become this strange. The emperor wondered, But in his mind, he worried whether the Empress, having gone to the red light district, would be courted by other men. Indeed, the Emperor had been hit hard by love. But a sudden noise interrupted Emperor Jivan's thoughts. "Your Majesty," a guard called out. "Her Majesty the Empress has returned." Following the call, Emperor Jivan saw the Empress approaching with a girl and a strange child. The girl brought back by Empress Laisai glanced at her surroundings and exclaimed, "This is the most luxurious inn in the capital. Thank you for providing me with accommodation. But this place is too much for me." Seeing the girl's anxiety, the Empress smiled reassuringly. "Too much, just feel free to use it." But seeing the girl's unease, Empress Laisai thought, "She is even humble. I can't let Barry take advantage of such a kind girl." In a beautifully decorated and well-equipped room with sparkling chandeliers, the Emperor and Empress's guards led the girl and her brother to rest. "There is a bathroom next door. I will leave clothes here for you to change into," the attentive guard instructed. This thoughtful treatment made the girl dazed. Someone like me is really being treated like this. Recalling her past experiences, her current situation, and the Empress's help brought tears to her eyes. "I can't believe you brought her all the way here," Emperor Jivan said to the Empress in another room. "Is she valuable enough to bring directly here?" Hearing this, the Empress smiled. "I could not afford to delay any longer." Emperor Jivan caught the key point in the Empress's words. "Delay from what?" "That girl has caught the eye of Barry's crown prince. And the condition Barry offered was to treat her ailing younger brother. And for that reason, I brought her here directly. And of course, the escort knights witnessed it as well." The Empress and the knights nodded in agreement. Recalling the image of that debauched prince made Emperor Jivan ask, "That Prince of Barry, is he really your brother? I can't understand why he would not protect his own talent and would not support the treatment costs for his sister. If she is a hostage, it would not be beneficial to let the hostage die." Seeing Emperor Jivan's confusion about her foolish brother, Empress Laisai replied helplessly, "It seems he was in a hurry to go on a date or to a party." Her answer startled the guards who had witnessed the scene. Just for a date or a party, he neglected that girl. "So, Your Majesty, I have a proposal," the Empress whispered to the Emperor. After listening, the Emperor praised, "Interesting. I should cooperate with you occasionally." Empress Laisai smiled. "It is an honor." Witnessing the frightening smiles of the Empress and Emperor as they plotted against someone, the surrounding guards and servants silently prayed for the person being targeted. The Emperor and Empress smiled, discussing their plans, the clinking of their wine glasses punctuating their conversation. In the bedroom, Empress Laisai had bathed and changed into a long, flowing pink nightgown. The Empress looked like a newly bloomed rose, bashful under the beautiful moonlight. Emperor Jivan, also changed into his nightclothes, sat on the bed, looking at the Empress. Laisai blushed slightly, thinking, what about today? She recalled the scene where the Emperor had kissed her during their previous intimate night. The room's lights were turned off, plunging it into darkness, with only the faint glow of a bedside lamp. The Emperor closed his eyes peacefully, his expression softened, unlike his usual cold gaze. Laisai lay beside him quietly, but her heart pounded, her face flushed. She thought they would do something, but seeing the Emperor quietly close his eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief. Not now, although his actions lately have been a bit strange, but... Suddenly, the Emperor's hand slowly reached towards Empress Laisai. The Empress was still thinking, surely, that at this time. Then her eyes widened in surprise. It turned out the Emperor was not asleep, but was using his hand to brush her hair aside. The Emperor's eyes looked at her tenderly, and Laisai met his gaze with a blushing, embarrassed face, like a budding flower. Oh, the Empress gasped as she was embraced by Emperor Jivan's strong arms. He wrapped his arms around her back and pulled her close. The intimate position, the close proximity, the warm embrace, and the sound of his heartbeat made Laisai blush even more. Hugging me. It seemed she had not yet reacted to this unexpected action from Emperor Jivan. Laisai was stunned, feeling the warmth radiating from the handsome man before her. The Emperor's lips and chin gently touched her smooth hair, drawing them even closer. At the castle of the Verso Kingdom, the castle steward's welcoming voice rang out, "Welcome." Emperor Jivan, in a white ceremonial suit with a gemstone-studded brooch, and Empress Laisai, beautiful and elegant in a flowing evening gown with her long blonde hair cascading down, followed. "Thank you sincerely for attending our Verso Kingdom founding anniversary banquet," the castle steward greeted the Emperor and Empress warmly. "Is there another companion? Is that all right?" Emperor Jivan asked. The steward replied, "Of course, it is no problem at all." He looked around behind the emperor and empress and asked, "Where is your companion?" But when he saw the girl in a splendid outfit stepping out of the carriage, he was stunned. "The companion is that woman." The steward was astonished as he saw the beautiful girl in her formal dress and the sparkling gemstone necklace. That girl was Corlo. She had accompanied Emperor Jeevan and Empress Laysai to the banquet, while her brother was being carefully looked after by the Empress's steward. In the castle's hall, Empress Laysai, arm in arm with Emperor Jeevan, strolled intimately. Beside them was Secretary Corlo, but she seemed restless and anxious. Seeing the girl fidgeting like that, Empress Laysai reassured her, "Don't be so nervous. This place is more familiar to you." Secretary Corlo, unable to hide her anxiety, replied softly, "That is true, it is familiar, but I never thought I would walk this hallway again," Corlo thought as she walked with the Emperor and Empress, looking around. After that incident, terrible events unfolded unexpectedly. "I did not think I would come back here, back to this terrifying and heartless place. And I do not want to come back ever again." But compared to those worries and unpleasant feelings, so they really are the Emperor and Empress of the Chariot Empire. Secretary Corlo looked at the Emperor and Empress before her, who seemed like a captivating divine couple. "Just yesterday, I was still on the streets, begging people to buy me. I can't believe that everything has changed so suddenly and completely overnight," Corlo thought, looking at the luxurious and extravagant scene before her. Surrounding her were guests of royal blood or noble lineage. "I never thought I would be attending the kingdom founding banquet today." The surrounding guests, seeing Empress Laysai and Emperor Jeevan, greeted them with surprised smiles. "Long time no see, Your Majesty, Emperor Jeevan. Seeing the rumored Empress here with Your Majesty is truly admirable." Hearing this, Empress Laysai smiled softly, while Emperor Jeevan maintained his usual cold expression. "Is that the one who receives 30% of Copian's profits? How can she be so beautiful?" Amidst the surrounding murmurs, in the distance, Prince Eric was flirting with beautiful women. Witnessing the scene, Secretary Corlo was also surprised. "They have been surrounded by people in an instant. But what should I do? Even when I was still in the castle, I did not often attend banquets." The unfamiliar surroundings made Corlo extremely uneasy because she rarely attended such events. Suddenly, a man approached her from behind and asked, "Is something bothering you, miss?" startling Corlo. The man was also extremely surprised when he saw the girl before him. "What? You are Corlo?" He could not help but exclaim in shock. "How did you sneak in here?" The old man in green, seeing Corlo, shouted in alarm, attracting the attention of the surrounding noble guests. "Hey, is anyone out there? There is a weasel in here, get her out." "This woman is a criminal who was expelled from the castle," he shouted while calling for the guards. His words made Corlo extremely angry, and she turned around to slap the rude old man hard. "You are the one who falsely accused me. You unilaterally fired me. Just because I refused to have a relationship with you. You already have a wife, who is the dirty one here." Corlo's indignant words surprised the surrounding guests, who looked at the man. What are you talking about?" He panicked and pushed the girl, along with a question from his wife. "What is she talking about?" Secretary Corlo, pushed and losing her balance, stumbled backward, but was luckily caught by Empress Laysai. Laysai's cold voice rang out, "Hold on. Do you have some business with my companion?" The Empress stared coldly at the man with frightening eyes and asked loudly. Witnessing this scene, the man was also frightened and his eyes widened. "Empress of Chariot." Laysai looked at him, gently stroking her hair and smiling. "She is Corlo, the former secretary of the Kingdom of Vershu. We have decided to hire her to work in the Chariot Empire. And she has agreed." Empress Laysai spoke with cold and dangerous eyes. Former secretary of the Vershu Kingdom. Hearing the Empress's confirmation caused a stir among the surrounding crowd, and Prince Eric, attracted by the commotion, also approached. "The former secretary of the Vershu Kingdom, doesn't that mean Chariot is holding Versha's confidential information?" "That is right. That is the hidden value behind this girl," Empress Laysai thought to herself. "Isn't that right, Your Majesty? She is our new secretary." Laysai turned her head, looked at Emperor Given, smiled, and asked, "That is right." Emperor Given nodded in agreement and stepped beside the Empress. What is going on in the middle of the banquet? Amidst the murmurs of the guests, the official's wife, who had falsely accused Corlo, was questioning him. "How could you unilaterally fire her?" At this moment, Prince Eric also understood the whole story. He quickly and loudly said, "No, wait, don't be ridiculous. I hired that woman." But when he witnessed the scene before him, he was stunned.
What?
Sister. Prince Eric stammered as he saw his sister standing next to Kurlo. Seeing her incompetent and useless younger brother appear, Lazy sighed inwardly. He is finally here, huh? Prince Eric's eyes widened in astonishment, with continuous questions popping up in his head. Her hair color is back, but more than that, why did she hire that woman? You just said don't be ridiculous. Who are you talking to like that? Emperor Given's cold and angry voice rang out, interrupting Eric's train of thought. The Emperor of Chariot. Eric only had time to think that to himself before he heard Emperor Given continue. How dare you speak like that to my wife? Prince Eric seemed to be frozen by the situation and only managed to call out, Sister, before Emperor Given coldly continued, his eyes frightening. Where are you looking, boy? Emperor Given's frightening aura and sharp eyes, like those of a wild beast, startled Eric, causing him to fall back onto the floor in fear. Emperor Given looked down at Prince Eric from above and coldly declared, Kurlo McGonagall has been hired by the Chariot Empire. If you want to become an enemy of Chariot, then continue. This cold and terrifying declaration from Emperor Given sent chills down the spines of both the official and Prince Eric, as if they had fallen into an icy cellar. Contrasting with the horrified expressions of these two men were the confident, beautiful face of Empress Lazy and the relieved joy of Kurlo. The old king's surprised and angry shout echoed through Barry Castle.
What?
The secretary did not come here. What does that mean? He angrily slammed his hand on the table, his face red, and asked his son. I do not know either. Prince Eric scratched his head helplessly in reply. We hired her first. Isn't that rude? Princess Nicole, hearing this, whined in complaint. The king's angry voice rang out again. She even agreed to someone else right away and rejected us. She will definitely regret making a fool out of Barry. I think so too. Prince Eric agreed. But the problem is, the other party is the Chariot Empire, ruled by that fearsome emperor. Hearing these words from Prince Eric made everyone in the room gasp. Chariot. The Queen Mother, who had been silent until now, could not help but speak up. What do you mean the only one who interviewed that secretary was you, Eric? Prince Eric was also frustrated. That is why I said all the information regarding that secretary I heard from Princess Gina of the Virtue Kingdom. So there is no way Chariot would know. Hearing her brother say that, Princess Nicole also spoke up, suggesting, how about we ask Sister Lazy? What can someone who just cowers behind the Emperor do? She is still silent and hesitant, as always. Eric grumbled irritably, recalling the moment. From his perspective, Empress Lazy seemed weak and submissive, hiding behind Emperor Given. That useless Lazy. Hearing this, the Lazy King also slammed the table in anger and cursed. Even so, should not we at least try talking to her? Maybe she knows something. Seeing Princess Nicole repeatedly mention that woman, Eric became extremely annoyed and shouted, Where do we have the time for that? If it were you, would you want to stay there? It is really difficult. I thought I could finally get rid of this burden. The Queen looked at the stack of documents on the table and sighed. I heard we were getting a secretary, so I piled up a lot of work. What am I supposed to do with this mountain now? Why did Chariot suddenly? Look, more reports. Everyone was frustrated when they saw the servant bring in another pile of paperwork. The king, seeing this, angrily scolded. I clearly said to only bring the ones I absolutely need to review. This made the servant tremble and reply, Yes, but these are just a small portion. Enough. As if he had endured too much fatigue, the Lazy King angrily ordered. Eric, this is a royal decree. You handle the rest. I am tired. This is a good opportunity for you to train to be the next king. The Lazy King's decision left Eric horrified. I do not want to, I just need to find another replacement. The Queen Mother also smiled and chimed in. This is your fault for having your replacement snatched away. Do your best. The king continued to order, if you want to find a replacement, you can. However, whether a replacement does it or you do it directly, you will be responsible for everything. Hearing this news made Eric freeze as if he had turned to stone. And son, you will also be grounded until you finish everything. The Lazy King and Queen left all the work to Eric and went to hold a banquet to change their mood. Princess Nicole, seeing this, quickly followed her parents. Mother, I will help prepare for the banquet. They all left, leaving only Eric calling after them. Eric stood silently, watching them leave. Anger and frustration surged within him. He suddenly yelled in anger and threw all the paperwork and documents into the air. The servants hurriedly picked up the scattered documents, their faces worried as the prince raged. Leaving the foolish Eric behind, the scene shifted to the castle of the Chariot Empire, where the maidservants stood in a neat line, welcoming the Emperor and Empress back. Kurlo and her brother were overwhelmed by the luxurious and splendid scenery. So this is the Chariot Empire. The atmosphere seems a bit cold. Empress Lazy, seeing their reaction, chuckled. She was wearing a warm fur coat and turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, may I take Kurlo with me? Emperor Given looked at the three of them for a moment and nodded. All right. Watching Emperor Given's departing back, Empress Lazy could not help but think, finally, nothing happened this time. Every night it is just a normal hug and sleep. But Lazy remembered the emperor's quiet sleeping form and that intimate embrace. At the same time, she touched the bracelet the emperor had given her. He had told her not to take it off. But I feel like I have been treated with the utmost respect. Lazy, your face is so red. Are you okay? Courlo's concerned question startled Lazy out of her thoughts. She quickly replied, I am fine. Lazy turned around, blushing, and smiled at Kurlo and her brother. Well then, shall we go? In a luxurious and splendid bedroom, with beautiful yellow flowers that would enchant anyone. Secretary Kurlo exclaimed in surprise, Wow, my brother and I can really stay in such a nice room. Empress Lazy, hearing this, asked, When you were a secretary in the palace, you were treated well? Were not you? Kurlo just chuckled and replied, because we lived outside the city. It was fine for me alone, but they said I could not bring my family, so I could only live outside with my brother. I see. Empress Lazy nodded slightly, her eyes flickering as she thought, she really is a kind girl. To the core. So different from that family, the family where I could only see their happiness while I felt like an extra. If it is for my brother, I can do anything. I will do my best to become a strength for the emperor and empress, Secretary Kurlo said with a serious look, which made the empress laugh. Thank you. Then first I will introduce you to the place you will be working. All right, yes, your majesty. Then you two please rest for a while. Empress Lazy gestured for them to sit down and relax. As soon as I return to the castle, I sent a message, so they should be here soon. Lazy looked at the two siblings sitting anxiously on the chairs and continued. Secretary Kurlo, hearing this, asked in surprise, coming here. What do you mean? I am your new master. As soon as I returned to the castle, I informed them to come here. Empress Lazy said while gently stroking the heads of the two dogs, Tichi and Sachi. In a beautiful garden, with a sparkling fountain and a myriad of flowers blooming in the sunlight, it was like a garden of paradise. Your Majesty, did you call for me? A girl named Sasha, with blue hair and clear eyes, asked in surprise. Kurlo and her brother were both surprised to learn that their new master would be the third consort of the Chariot Empire. Third consort Sasha was also surprised when she saw the siblings and asked the Empress, Who are these people? Empress Lazy smiled. I apologize for calling you here so suddenly, Sasha. This girl is Kurlo. She used to be a palace secretary in the Vershu kingdom. While Empress Lazy was introducing her, Kurlo looked at the third consort and thought, she seems very gentle. Hearing the introduction, Sasha was surprised. Vershu kingdom. Seeing this, Secretary Kurlo stood up and bowed. Pleased to meet you. The beautiful Empress Lazy, with a teacup in her hand, explained in a low voice, It is a bit of a long story, but it is like this. The Empress then recounted the story, while Kurlo's brother played with the two dogs. So, Kurlo will work as my secretary, third consort Sasha asked. What do you think? There is still room in your palace, right? Lazy continued. Your Majesty, of course there is, but... Third consort Sasha looked at the girl and thought, someone who sacrifices herself for her brother. If it is work I can do, I want to help, but... The consort hesitated and voiced her concern. Is it okay to have someone so capable working under me? Shouldn't she be working beside His Majesty or the Empress? Third consort Sasha was about to say more but was suddenly interrupted by Empress Lazy's smile. It is because it is you, Sasha, that I wanted to ask this favor. Because I believe you would value your people more. That way I can be at ease. Empress Lazy said with a smile. The Empress's compliment was so sudden that Sasha was a little surprised. Of course. Why, I can be a bit impulsive too. Empress Lazy looked at the worried girl and thought to herself. Sasha, do not worry. I will take responsibility for her brother, so you do not need to be overly concerned. Receiving this promise from the Empress made both Sasha and Secretary Kurlo happy, their eyes sparkling. The two girls hurriedly shook hands in joy. Although I still have many shortcomings, please help me. No, it is me who should be asking for your help, third consort. Third consort Sasha's eyes suddenly filled with determination. She thought, since this girl is someone the Empress introduced, I have to support her well. Just as she thought this, Sasha was stunned by Coerlo's voice and rapid-fire questions. So, I am very sorry, but what is Consort Sasha like? If possible, could you tell me about the relationship between your homeland and the Chariot Empire, if you are the third consort? Your homeland must be very beneficial to the Emperor, and if Consort Sasha brings greater benefits in the future, it could strengthen your position even more than now. Before anything else, Secretary Coerlo had already started strategizing for Consort Sasha, leaving the third consort stunned, while Empress Lazy smiled and thought, no wonder Barry wanted her. From the third consort, Emperor Given's doubtful voice rang out. Yes. This is a list of spices imported from the Ecure Kingdom. It has been suggested that now is a good time to re-export some products to other countries as market prices are rising. The aide explained as he handed the documents to the Emperor. Is this the influence of that secretary? Emperor Given held the documents and thought about the reasoning. From the means of trade to the distribution methods for each export target. Even if it is implemented immediately, there should not be any problems. Emperor Given carefully read the documents he received and made his assessment. When she said she would assign the secretary to the third consort, I was very surprised. Unlike the other concubines, she has never done anything related to me. The Emperor recalled the third consort's timid demeanor. Should I entrust this to her? She is the former princess of the Ecure Kingdom. Amidst the expectant gazes of his aides, Emperor Given thought long and hard. Finally, after a while, he made his decision and ordered his aides, convey to her that if she makes a great contribution, she will be greatly rewarded. In a luxurious room with a magnificent chandelier in the Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, I apologize for summoning you. The voice of the royal physician echoed. Opposite him was the beautiful Empress Lazy. I wanted to inform you about something related to Secretary Coerlo's younger brother. Look at McGonagall. The royal physician, with his long blue hair, slowly stated his reason for being there. As the royal physician, I have been monitoring him for the past few days along with other physicians, but even though Chariot is a medical powerhouse, it may be difficult to completely cure his illness. The more the Empress listened to the physician's report, the more worried she became. It can't be helped. We may be able to maintain digestive functions, motor skills, language, and breathing, but it is unlikely he will fully recover. The physician was also regretful and disappointed to have to deliver such unfavorable news. The boy's serious condition made the Empress sigh. Oh, dear. I did not expect his condition to be so severe. Lazy thought to herself. Your Majesty, perhaps you should discuss this with His Majesty. The royal physician suddenly suggested. This suggestion from the physician startled Lazy. Tell the Emperor. In another room, Emperor Givens. I did not expect it to be such a complicated illness. The Emperor, after hearing the story from the Empress, sighed. Empress Lazy nodded in agreement. I did not expect it either. I have heard of incurable diseases that can't be cured with magic, but the Empress did not say anything more, only staring intently at the handsome Emperor before her and thinking, with the Emperor's magic, there might be hope. Given also understood why the Empress was telling him these things. His eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, just a child. Someone unrelated to me. He thought as he looked at the Empress's worried expression. Past scenes of healing magic and the present situation seemed to give the Emperor a headache. He remained silent for a long time, his expression troubled. But after a while, the Emperor stood up and agreed. Let us go. That secretary might be very useful in the future, so let us go. To Empress Lazy's surprise, Emperor Given said this gently. Lazy had not expected the Emperor to agree so easily, leaving her stunned for a moment. In a dark tunnel with stairs leading down, the Emperor, Empress, and aide were descending step by step. Empress Lazy wondered as she walked under the castle. What could be here? The Emperor led Empress Lazy to the cell where the mad magic potion brewer was imprisoned. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the man inside gave a mocking smile and said, Oh my. What wind has brought you here, my dear Emperor? He turned to look at the Emperor and Empress beside him. It has been a while, Empress Lazy. I trust you are well. It has been a while since I have had the pleasure of greeting you, my beautiful Empress. The man, Bardu, bowed. I thought I would not see you again. This is truly an honor, Your Majesty. Lazy, looking at the man locked in the dungeon, could not help but sigh inwardly. Bardu, although I have not heard of his execution, I did not expect him to be here. The curious Empress turned to the Emperor and asked, Your Majesty, what is all this about? You there, Given suddenly ordered his aide, explain. The aide was startled but quickly regained his composure and explained. Dona Bardu agreed to conduct medical research in the basement in exchange for his life being spared and prolonged. Because he is a key figure in our medical powerhouse, His Majesty had to use special measures, even though he wanted to execute him immediately. Bardu became a royal physician not only through magic, but also through his genuine skills. Hearing the aide's explanation, Given glared angrily at the imprisoned man. In the field of medicine, no one on this continent can surpass him. If he can't cure this boy, it is over. The emperor looked at the empress and said, These secrets of the chariot empire shocked Lazy, and she thought, to treat Coerlo's brother, he deliberately introduced this man to me, to the point of revealing such an important secret. Bardu in the prison cell, witnessing the conversation between the two, stroked his chin and said, Just as I predicted. With discerning eyes, he thought, although I did not expect to see Empress Lazy again like this, but, Your Majesty. The man suddenly called out. Has everything been all right with you? He smiled at the empress and asked with concern. The empress smiled back. Yes. This is the first time we have met since then, former Duke Bardu. Bardu smiled. You can call me Donut if you would like, for old time's sake. In return for his teasing, he received a glare from Emperor Given. I did not expect to be graced with your presence like this. I am so overjoyed, I do not know how to express it. Ever since the day your immense magic power scorched my chest. It feels like you have stolen both my body and my heart. And while it seems His Majesty desperately does not want us to meet again. Hearing these words from Bardu, Lazy was surprised and thought, the emperor. I did not expect him to change so quickly. Bardu said, looking at the cold man before him. Indeed, you are truly special, able to sway the emperor. I know because I have spent a long time with the emperor. Hearing this, Lazy could not help but widen her eyes. Is that so? I thought he was a female physician. Not wanting to hear any more of this man's nonsense, Emperor Given interrupted in a cold voice. So, will you heal him or not? Bardu smiled and replied, It is not a matter of whether I can or not. He smiled as he paced around the cell. I have no right to refuse, do I, Your Majesty? After a moment, he returned to the topic and requested, First, I need to see the specimen now. I must examine the patient before I can say anything, right? In the dark but seemingly well-equipped dungeon cell, filled with vials, test tubes, and even bookshelves, Barado's domain. Coerlo's younger brother was brought down for Bardu to examine and treat. He carefully and meticulously examined the boy's body. In the sunless dungeon, time and space seemed to stand still. After a while, Bardu finished his examination. He patted the boy's head and said, It is such a pity. If it were before I was brought here, this boy would have been a wonderful research subject. Barado's distasteful demeanor made Empress Lazy retort coldly, It seems you are quite pleased with your burns. If you try anything funny, you will regret it. Lazy warned coldly. I am just joking, Your Majesty. Bardu smiled softly. He looked at the Emperor and Empress before him and added, And this is from the bottom of my heart. There is no better research subject than you, Your Majesty. Bardu spoke in an assertive tone, his deep eyes seeming to want to dissect the woman before him to satisfy his dark curiosity. Lazy just smiled. I will take that as a compliment. Of course, Your Majesty. Bardu said as he picked up a long syringe. So, if I can successfully treat this young man, may I receive some of your bodily fluids, Your Majesty? And if it is blood, it would be many times better. Bardu pointed the syringe towards the Empress. I can take it right now, even. He said as he stepped closer to the Empress. He took her hand and said, I promise to dedicate my every breath to curing this young man. Suddenly, another pair of strong hands grasped Barado's, pulling it away. The Emperor's cold voice rang out. What do you mean by that? You will treat him, right? The Emperor said, placing his hand on Barado's head as if petting a dog. Bardu did not say anything, only smiled. Are you this jealous? When you were young, even if you did not like it, you still endured it. It was very cute, he said as he turned to treat the boy. His Majesty watched him and muttered irritably, How ridiculous. So what is your answer? Sensing Emperor Given's anger, Bardu gave a triumphant smile. You have already seen my answer, Your Majesty. The scene shifts back to the previous life, at Berry Castle, where the story took a different turn, and where Coerlo and her brother's situation was undoubtedly not good. Faced with the Lazy King's question of whether the boy could be cured, the castle physician replied, According to the doctor's diagnosis, Lookit's disease is incurable. Even if we prolong his life, it will only be for another 6 months at most. Hearing the physician, Prince Eric said coldly, It does not have anything to do with us. As promised, I took him to Barry's best hospital, and I never said we would cure him completely. The despicable king and queen nodded and laughed in agreement. That is right. Anyway, they won't be able to see each other again because of the rule against allowing unrelated people into the palace. As for the older sister, we can just tell her that her brother is battling his illness at the hospital. Let her work diligently for us, and stay out of trouble. And that boy, well, it is up to fate, is not it? What can we do? Back in the present life, in the dungeon, Secretary Curlo was utterly shocked and in disbelief at the scene before her, tears of happiness welling up in her eyes. I can't believe Lookit's illness could be cured so quickly. Seeing this, Bardu smiled and explained, while he is not completely cured, the root cause of the disease has been eliminated. As long as he takes the prescribed medicine regularly, he should be fully recovered in about 6 months. He can live a normal life now without any problems, he said, gently stroking the boy's head. Curlo was overjoyed that her brother was recovering and chirped, Thank you. Thank you. I will make sure he takes his medicine properly. Hold on. Empress Lazy interrupted coldly. We will still have your prescription thoroughly examined, former Duke Bardu. Bardu simply smiled and said, Go ahead. It is sad that I've gone to such lengths and still not gained your trust. Lazy gave him a cold look. Of course not. How could we trust you? Curlo and her brother, Lookit, both smiled happily. Doctor, thank you. Every hospital we went to said it was incurable. Honestly, I had almost given up. Hearing their gratitude made Bardu chuckle. Oh dear. It seems they were all incompetent doctors. He muttered sarcastically and disdainfully. Barado's arrogance annoyed Lazy, but she had to admit he was highly skilled. So skilled that Lazy was astonished. From diagnosis to surgery, it took less than a month. The surgery was successful, and the condition has improved. The disease was treated with frightening simplicity. Lazy looked at the happy siblings and thought, a renowned court physician truly is different. Now I understand why His Majesty keeps him alive in this dungeon. He is truly valuable. Alive, he is worth more than a corpse. Lazy. A sudden voice interrupted the Empress's thoughts. Thank you so much. Curlo sobbed and thanked her profusely. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Thank you for recommending and finding such a good doctor for him. Hearing the words good doctor made Lazy recall Barado's creepy appearance and personality from the past. A good doctor, but she calmly replied, It is nothing. I promised after all. The Empress's eyes shifted towards the siblings and then to Bardu. More important than thanks is. I have said it many times, but I will repeat it again, regarding Bardu before the Empress could finish. Curlo understood and bowed. Of course, Your Majesty. My brother, and I will never breathe a word of this to anyone. Good. Now, you two should go back to your room and rest. Curlo nodded and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. She led her brother away from the dungeon. Bardu watched them leave, then turned to the Empress and smiled. That was an interesting experience. It might be helpful for future research. In return for his words, he received only a cold stare from Empress Lazy. Suddenly, the madman held out his hand and asked, So, where's my reward, Your Majesty? Lazy said nothing, only silently plucked a strand of her long, shimmering pale golden hair. She placed the tiny strand in Barado's hand and said, You have worked hard. This is your reward as promised. This stunned him. Just hair. I wish it were blood. All right then. Empress Lazy turned and left the dungeon, thinking, if it were not for that perverted personality. As she and her guard turned to leave, they heard the Emperor's voice ask, Is it over? Seeing the Emperor waiting for her, Lazy said, Your Majesty, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lazy's eyes widened as she assessed the handsome man before her. She thought, every time I go see Bardu, he follows me. Meanwhile, the Emperor extended his hand and said, Let us go. I wonder if he did not want to talk to Bardu, as he did not enter the cell, but just waited outside. She thought, but still took the Emperor's hand and thanked him. Her sudden thanks made Emperor give an ask. What for? Thanks to this, that excellent secretary has become completely ours, so I wanted to thank you. Empress Lazy said softly, her face charming. Emperor Given silently looked at her for a moment, but said nothing. After a long while, he finally uttered a warning. Don't go down to the basement without my permission. Empress Lazy nodded in agreement. Of course, Your Majesty. In the sunlit room, third consort Sasha, with documents in hand, exclaimed happily, This is such good fortune. I heard Lookit has made an incredible recovery. Thank you for taking care of him, too. Consort Sasha smiled and looked at the Empress across from her. To repay this kindness, I will also work hard. Kurlo, standing beside her, smiled and said, as I mentioned before, after receiving the Emperor's approval, the goods will arrive in Chariot next month and the new product distribution plan is almost complete. Seeing the secretary diligently and carefully calculating, third consort Sasha could not help but praise her. Thanks to Kurlo's hard work, the conditions at the castle seemed to be better than before.
Do not they?
The secretary quickly added, especially since Barry's economy has been declining recently, so now is the perfect time. She seemed to realize her slip of the tongue and apologized. Oh, I am sorry. I have heard that Barry is Lazy's homeland, and I misspoke. Empress Lazy smiled reassuringly.
Don't worry about it.
I am the Empress of the Chariot Empire now, and I can't forgive what they did to Kurlo, so on the contrary. This is a matter between nations, so let us proceed without hesitation. Empress Lazy said with a meaningful smile, thinking, that is right. They are not worth bothering with. The scene shifts to a slender figure with distinctive pink hair. A special letter from this pink-haired girl had just been sent. It is here again. In her study, Empress Lazy received another letter with a characteristic mysterious black envelope. It was from second consort Nina, and the content was the same as before. She wanted to hold a party for a friendly exchange with the Empress. She expressed her eagerness for Empress Lazy, the guest of honor, to attend. Empress Lazy looked at the letter and thought, although I can appreciate both the goodwill and the challenge. But from the beginning, from the first invitation, I did not reply. Now it is time to make an appearance. Empress Lazy is so beautiful. At second consort Nina's party, Lazy's arrival caused a stir among the guests. Empress Lazy quickly became the center of attention, and she noticed that all the invitees were women. And it seemed the young ladies she met last time did not attend today's party. A sudden voice rang out, belonging to a woman in a short black dress with long pink hair styled in two pigtails, looking like a character from a manga. She waved to the Empress and called out, Lazy. I've been waiting for you here for so long, second consort Nina Allensworth. Greetings to you. The beautiful girl curtsied in a noble fashion. Do you know how happy I am that you accepted my invitation? The second consort said with a cheerful smile. Empress Lazy approached with a friendly smile and replied, Thank you for inviting me, Miss Nina. Oh, Lazy, you flatter me. Just call me Nina. The second consort took Lazy's hand familiarly and said, You're the Empress, and we're just concubines. It was unclear whether her words carried any hidden meaning. She gestured towards the other ladies at the party and smiled. Tonight, it is just my friends, so please enjoy yourself, Lazy. Everyone's been eager to get to know you. So that is why it is all women, Lazy wondered. That is right. Let us have some fun, ladies. Actually, I sent an invitation to Sasha, but why did not she come? The second consort mentioned third consort Sasha, surprising Lazy. Seeming to notice Lazy's puzzled look, the second consort explained, Sasha rarely attends my parties. Not just mine, I have never seen her at any other parties. She seems quite shy. Hearing this, Lazy agreed. That is Sasha for you. So, if she had come, it would have been twice as fun. The second consort smiled happily, slightly regretting Sasha's absence. These words, whether genuine or not, seemed to stun Lazy slightly. Sitting on the sofa with a table full of refreshments, she pondered. How unusual. I thought the concubines were not close. Her thoughts were interrupted by the second consort's bright voice. You have a good relationship with Sasha, right, Lazy? You knew, Lazy asked back, and Nina replied, Of course, Your Majesty. The second consort's overly direct answer left Lazy speechless. This girl reminds me of Nicola, so I am being cautious. The Empress thought. But I do not remember this girl doing anything to me in the past life. The Empress tried to recall those who had been malicious and tormented her in the past. Hearing the Empress admit to having a close relationship with Sasha, Nina suddenly smiled and said, That is wonderful. The Empress did not reply, just taking a sip of her tea, thinking, if she shows any strange signs, I will draw a clear line immediately. At this moment, the second consort leaned closer to the Empress, smiling sweetly, and asked, Can we be friends, Empress Lazy? As the Empress stared in surprise, the second consort continued, If you are close to Sasha, it means you do not hate the concubines, right? You are truly a remarkable beauty, Lazy, and your butler is so handsome too. The second consort looked at the Empress and the butler, showering them with compliments. I have so many dresses that would suit you perfectly, like this one, for example. Wouldn't you want to wear matching dresses, attend parties together, and take pictures? Butler, do you want to join us for a photo? The second consort excitedly invited Empress Lazy. Your black hair at the wedding was beautiful, but your shimmering golden hair now is even more perfect. Nina, her eyes sparkling and a cheerful smile on her face, continued to praise the Empress. She looked at the other ladies and asked, "Don't you all agree?" Everyone laughed and nodded. "So let us be friends, okay?" Nina smiled and extended her hand to Empress Lazy. "Next time, let us all three of us, including Sasha, attend a party together, Your Majesty." The Empress, having listened to the girl, did not say anything, only reached out and took her hand. "Dinner is ready. The night has only just begun." The second consort's clear voice called everyone to the banquet, and a plethora of delicacies were served by the servants. Lazy took a sip of champagne and frowned slightly, thinking, her voice is so loud and high-pitched, it is a bit irritating. Lazy looked at the girl who always appeared innocent and cheerful and said to herself, I still can't quite grasp her. Suddenly, one of the ladies dropped a glass of dessert, causing her to panic. The second consort quickly reassured her with a smile, while the lady still seemed flustered, unsure whether she was more afraid of the second consort or the broken glass. Empress Lazy took it all in but thought, it is not that hateful though. With a glass of champagne in hand, Lazy leisurely observed the people around her. Late at night, with the stars twinkling in the sky, the continent had an unusual feel. Empress Lazy boarded her carriage and waved goodbye to Nina as the party ended. Second consort Nina and the other ladies also smiled and waved goodbye to their beautiful empress. The carriage drove away from the mansion, disappearing into the night, and headed back to the empress's palace. Nina's hand remained raised in the air, a strange smile on her lips. As the empress left, the remaining ladies, especially the one who had dropped the glass, suddenly wore expressions of strange fear. What are you doing? The party's not over yet. The second consort spoke in a sharp, clear voice, a mysterious smile on her face. She laughed as she let go of her hand, causing the strawberry cake to fall to the floor. The second consort's small feet, clad in black lace socks and doll shoes, stomped on the cake, grinding it into a mess. It is rare for Lazy to attend a party, and you, a clumsy wench, dare to drop a glass. The second consort's sharp voice echoed coldly, causing the girl kneeling on the soaked floor to tremble in fear and stammer apologies. I am sorry. Second consort Nina, with her beautiful face and eyes hidden behind her pink hair, making it difficult to tell whether she was truly angry or amused, pulled flowers from a vase and said, To make Lazy happy. To make her happy, tonight has to be perfect. I said that, did not I? Hearing this, the other ladies at the party looked frightened and worried. Drink up, won't you? The second consort said, a cruel smile on her face as she poured the water from the vase. Another girl helped Nina grab the red-dressed girl's hair, forcing her head back as Nina poured the water, soaking the floor. You are friends with Nina. Can't you handle this tiny thing? The second consort smiled sweetly, but it looked terrifying. Meanwhile, Empress Lazy sat comfortably in her carriage with her butler. Beside them was the night sky, the moon, and falling petals emitting a soothing fragrance. In a study, Emperor Given rubbed his forehead and muttered the name, Nina Allensworth. Yes, Your Majesty. The aide quickly explained, she has been continuously sending invitations to the Empress. And a week ago, they became closer thanks to the second consort's welcome party. So far, there is nothing unusual, but hearing this, Emperor Given rubbed his forehead, a habitual gesture. The Baluta Kingdom, Nina's homeland, no country can surpass Balutu in terms of oil resources and, especially, weapons.
But
the Emperor recalled the information about the second consort and her country, narrowing his eyes. But if she wants to get close to her, I should find a way to send her back to her country. Otherwise, I will deal with her now. Since there has not been a war in recent years, we have a surplus of weapons. Oil is not a problem, as Empress Lazy has already handled that matter perfectly. Emperor Given pondered as he stared at the map of the countries on his desk. His finger pointed to a location on the map, seemingly a specific country. It was unknown what he was planning. The scene shifted to the luxurious royal garden, where the second consort's echoing voice rang out. She waved, smiling, and called Lazy. Empress Lazy, seeing the familiar figure and voice appear once more, sighed inwardly. She is here again. Almost every day since that day. But she is just here to visit, so it is fine. But these two do not seem to like her very much. Lazy noticed her two pet dogs, who always seemed wary and defensive around the seemingly innocent girl. At the tea table, the second consort looked curiously at Lazy's butler and said, Hey, can you take off your mask? Lazy wondered if Sang was uncomfortable, always being in that state. I am so jealous. I want a handsome butler like that too, the second consort said cheerfully, like an innocent girl. Lazy was exasperated by her, and more importantly, unable to see Sasha. Because she is afraid of the other concubines. Although second consort Nina seems to want to be closer to Sasha. No matter how I look at it, it does not seem right. There is something strange about this always smiling girl that bothers me. At the table laden with glittering refreshments, Nina asked again, so, Lazy. At this point we can call each other friends, right? Lazy sipped her tea and replied, that is right, thinking that there was no real harm in it. Seemingly sensing the nonchalance in Lazy's voice and demeanor, the girl puffed out her cheeks like a sulking child. If you befriend me, you will benefit greatly. I may look like this, but I am the daughter of the Belutta Kingdom's Prime Minister, Nina boasted slightly. Lazy calmly replied, of course I know that. Thanks to you, the daughter of the Belutta Duke, Chariot enjoys access to Belutta's military resources. If you ever need any weapons, Lazy, just tell me. My collection is quite impressive. Nina continued to cheerfully promote herself. Lazy seemed a little exasperated by the girl's boisterousness. Although she is noisy, the Belutta Kingdom also possesses vast seas, so their value will increase in the future. Compared to Eliza and Camilla, she seems much better. From my past life until now, someone I can call a friend. Lazy sipped her tea, recalling the maids who always appeared cheerful in front of their masters. But in her past life, when she was imprisoned, they became cold and distant, their expressions full of disdain and disgust. The Empress's deep, captivating eyes lowered, revealing her long, curled lashes as she placed the beautiful red teacup on the table. In the sunlit garden, filled with fresh flowers, second consort Nina's cheerful laughter echoed. The scene shifts to the palace dining hall, where the Emperor and Empress were having dinner. I want to get rid of a concubine, the Emperor suddenly declared. I heard you have become closer to Nina, the second consort, recently. He looked at Empress Lazy and said, she has a cruel hobby of harming those she dislikes. Many people approach her seeking benefits because she is the second consort and the daughter of the Belutta Prime Minister. But at the same time, many know the truth and keep their distance. The Emperor's words reminded Lazy of the three young ladies at the tea party who seemed very cautious and distant towards the second consort. So that is why they did not want to attend Nina's party. I think it would be safer to find a way to force her back to her country before anything happens, Emperor Gibbons said seriously as he ate. The Emperor's reaction surprised Lazy, who thought, nothing has happened yet, and he already wants to take action. Although I am grateful for his concern, I do not know what happened in my past life. After a moment of silent thought, swirling the red wine in her glass, Lazy softly said, it has not reached that point yet, Your Majesty. If I need help, I will tell you immediately. The Empress smiled beautifully and gently assured him she would seek his help if necessary. The Emperor grumbled, didn't I say concubines were unnecessary? A faint smile seemed to play on Empress Lazy's lips. She looked at the Emperor with deep eyes and asked thoughtfully, are you more worried about me than the country, Your Majesty? Emperor Given averted his gaze, but did not answer. His reaction surprised Lazy. The Emperor remained silent, closing his eyes and finishing his wine. Thoughts raced through Lazy's mind. What does this reaction mean? He did not deny it. The butler and aides, witnessing this, exchanged glances, silently exasperated. The scene shifted to a mansion with a garden filled with beautiful, shimmering blue flowers, like moonlight. Third consort Sasha was hiding in her room, trembling, as the second consort's voice echoed from the courtyard. I know you are in there, so I have come. Sasha, Nina's loud, clear call made Sasha tremble in fear, clutching her head and crying. Sasha, let us go out. Nina's shouts in the middle of the night annoyed even the guards. Lazy, let us go out together. The second consort, with her pink hair and Lolita fashion, appeared before Lazy once again. Empress Lazy, I know a great restaurant. Faced with the girl's constant invitations, Lazy sighed inwardly. Here we go again. Her two dogs, as always, were wary and watchful of the seemingly innocent girl. I am sorry, I am a bit busy today, Lazy said with a forced smile, feeling exhausted. But before she could finish, the second consort puffed out her cheeks in a childish pout. Why not? We have been visiting each other's mansions all this time. Is not that enough? Nina gestured dramatically, feigning cuteness. Lazy was speechless. They had been meeting practically every day. The second consort maintained her pout, looking at the Empress. It is always me who asks you to go out, she said in a forlorn voice, like a child with no friends. Seeing this, Lazy sighed inwardly.
Come to think of it.
Nina's eyes started to water. It is always just me who wants to see you. I want to be closer to you, Lazy. This scene reminded Lazy of her younger siblings. Come to think of it, Eric and Nicola always went out together. Is that part of being a noble? Is it because we are friends? I did not have any friends in my past life, so I do not really know. Lazy wondered silently. So, to become best friends with you, Lazy, I have prepared a secret date today, the second consort continued, a cheerful smile returning to her face. Lazy remained silent, just staring at her. You are curious, are not you? Come on, I have also prepared plenty of guards. Nina's enthusiasm forced Lazy to agree. Can you wait for me a moment? Seeing the Empress agree, the second consort jumped for joy. Yay, Butler sang bowed and said, please wait outside until Lazy is ready. The girl cheerfully put her arm around the butler and agreed. I will wait in the carriage. Lazy smiled, said goodbye, and told her she would see her soon. With that, the second consort turned and left the room, her face partially hidden behind her thick hair, looking mysterious. Suddenly, a sinister smile spread across her face, completely different from her previous innocence. In her room, Empress Lazy, as she prepared, sighed. I wanted to go to the greenhouse to see Sasha today. Oh well, there is no helping it. On the bustling streets, with buildings boasting shimmering orange tile roofs, people hurried along in a flurry of activity. The second consort, Nina, warmly linked arms with Empress Lacy, pointing at a shop.
It is here, Your Majesty, she announced.
Lacy followed her gesture, a flicker of surprise in her eyes as she took in the restaurant. It was a small, unassuming establishment tucked away in an alley, seemingly simple and with few customers. Second consort, Nina smiled. This is my favorite restaurant. If I ask, they will always say yes. Empress Lacy looked at the small restaurant, thinking to herself, I imagined with her demeanor, she would prefer grand, luxurious restaurants. Lacy glanced at the ever-smiling, cheerful woman beside her. She is truly difficult to understand, she mused. Here are the dishes you ordered, a waiter announced, carrying platters laden with delicacies, from lobster and suckling pig to roasted chicken, an extravagant feast that contrasted sharply with the restaurant's humble appearance. Empress Lacy, gazing at the spread, could not help but exclaim, as expected. Come now, Your Majesty. You must eat plenty. Second consort Nina cheerfully invited the Empress to dine. She turned and offered a spoon to the butler. You eat too, butler. Lacy thought, these are not words I should be saying, but this woman is far from ordinary. Is it to your liking, Your Majesty? Nina asked brightly. It is quite good, Lacy replied, thinking to herself, the food here is surprisingly delicious. That is a relief. I only ordered what I like, so I am happy our tastes are similar, Your Majesty, the second consort chirped. Dishes rarely had. Are all the more precious to prepare, the second consort finished, smiling. Indeed, Lacy nodded in agreement. Though not a food enthusiast, she found these dishes enjoyable. Suddenly, the stage lights came on, capturing everyone's attention. Second consort Nina rose with a smile. It is about to begin. I have prepared something special. She looked towards the stage, where a curtain concealed the performance area, and a waiter stood ready. Wait a moment, Your Majesty, Lacy. Nina's voice suddenly turned chilling as the curtains were drawn open. Have you ever eaten human flesh? Her eerie question echoed as third consort Sasha, bound and gagged, was revealed on stage. Empress, Lacy gasped. Sasha. In the palace, where the emperor worked, a messenger delivered a report that made him suspicious. The third consort, the emperor looked at the messenger. Yes, Your Majesty. She has not returned since yesterday. Secretary Claw anxiously reported Sasha's disappearance. We do not know if something came up, but the servants are also worried. Last night, after second consort Nina took her Claw's words caused both the emperor and his aide to freeze. The emperor immediately turned to his aide. What is Lacy doing today, Your Majesty? Empress Lacy is currently out with consort Nina and a guard arranged by consort Nina. The emperor slammed his fist on the table in anger. As his aide and Secretary Claw looked on in shock, he roared, mobilize the troops and find them immediately. His voice was cold and filled with rage. Bring the third consort and Lacy back here at once. Yes, Your Majesty, I will go right away. The aide quickly left the room. The emperor sank into his chair, fuming. I should have dealt with this sooner. Back at the restaurant, Lacy worried about the bound Sasha. Nina still wore a cheerful, innocent smile, as if nothing was amiss. She seemed quite disturbed. On the stage of the small restaurant, Sasa sat bound and gagged, a white silk cloth tied around her mouth. Empress Laysai angrily confronted Nina. Lady Nina, what is the meaning of this? Nina smiled innocently. I told you, I also wanted to invite Sasa to the party. Laysai remembered Nina's earlier words about never seeing Sasa at any parties. So, she captured Sasa for that reason. So, if she came to my party, I would be twice as happy. Laysai clearly remembered Nina saying that at the previous party. That is why I invited her here. By the way, I wanted to invite you to the party too, Laysai, Nina said cheerfully, glancing at the tearful Sasa. So, what are you planning to do with Sasa? Laysai demanded. The seemingly unhinged Nina, still feigning innocence, pondered. How about roasted? She seems tender. I have always wanted to taste human flesh. Her sweet appearance contradicted her barbaric words. Laysai grimaced. Sasa trembled with increased fear. Nina, noticing Laysai's anger, tilted her head. Why that scary face? We are friends. Flames flickered around Laysai, her anger growing. So you had this in mind all along, Nina. My desire to be close with you, Laysai, for us to be friends. All of that has been genuine, Nina replied with a sweet smile. If it is for you, Laysai, even my father and the whole Pluto kingdom will cooperate. You are Emperor Jivan's empress, so my friends will support you too, Nina explained, smiling. He feels the same. You are the only woman Jivan acknowledges. That is why Camilla fell. I have absolutely no intention of harming you, Laysai, Nina said, her smile turning sinister as she looked at Laysai. Laysai stared coldly at Nina, summoning fireballs. Her immense magic began to stir. I just want to be best friends with you. The unhinged Nina turned to a guard approaching Sasa, with an axe. Eliminate Sasa. If Sasa's gone, I will be your only best friend, Laysai. Now, I am sure you will enjoy eating Sasa with me, Nina giggled, her words disturbingly cheerful. Laysai remained silent, observing the chaotic scene. Seeing Laysai's silence, Nina continued, Please do not worry about Sasa's servants. I promise to take the best care of them. As partners and lovers. Nothing compares to friendship, does it? She said with a smug smile as Sasa cowered in fear. Nina's violet eyes flicked towards Laysai. Right? No matter how you look at it compared to Sasa. Being friends with me is the smarter choice, Empress Laysai, Nina said with chilling confidence and madness. Nina's specific words triggered a flicker of recognition in Laysai's widening eyes. In a past life. A girl's voice echoed in Laysai's memories, a scene from a dungeon, her eyes gouged out. Your eyes. They are really gone. Blind, Laysai could only hear. Who? Who are you? The mysterious voice echoed. I will help you. If you become my friend, I will ask His Majesty Jivan to save you. Becoming my friend is the smart choice. Otherwise, you might lose your limbs, the voice threatened. I do not need to. I am the Princess of Berry, I won't be friends with someone from Chariot, Laysai had cried out. Laysai's defiance gave the girl pause. So that is it. Then, the voice turned cold. The dungeon door creaked open, and a glint of sharp metal followed. A test subject, not a friend, then. The girl approached. Blind, Laysai sensed danger. Laysai's screams echoed. The more you move, the more it hurts. Blood splattered on the girl's smiling face. From now on, I will play with you every day. I have many toys to try. How exciting. Laysai remembered being tortured daily. Perhaps I had a reason to hate her voice. Her shrill voice was irritating. Laysai recalled interactions with Nina in this life, the strange feelings. It made sense now. The Empress looked coldly at the terrifying girl nearing Sasa. Nina. So it was you. Sasa sobbed weakly as Nina approached, smiling wickedly, a sharp tool in hand. Nothing compares to friendship, huh, Nina? Laysai's voice was icy, flames flaring around her in fury. The butler understood Laysai's rage, and bowed his head. Sasa, Laysai said, her magic intensifying. Nina, and Sasa froze. Nina's words and the past flooded Laysai's mind. Were you born to be my toy, us concubines? Absurd from the start. Lady Laysai, wait, Nina called out, alarmed by Laysai's magic. Why so angry, Empress Laysai? Stay back, Nina shrieked, pressing her weapon to Sasa's face. I will cut her if you come closer. Laysai's eyes glowed ominously. Nina, unnerved by Laysai's demeanor and the flames, asked, Why? Why? Because I am more useful than Sasa, she said, pressing the weapon against Sasa's neck. What is wrong, Sasa, afraid? Because I do not want to be friends with you, Laysai stated coldly. That is all. Laysai's cold words made Nina's eyes narrow dangerously. A chilling smile spread across Nina's face. Why hurt others like this? Nina ripped the gag from Sasa's mouth. Sasa, say something too. Because of this, you will sever all ties with Lady Laysai. Freed, Sasa cried out. Empress Laysai, I am so sorry for dragging you into this. Laysai gently replied, You are the one who has been dragged into this, Sasa. Are you ignoring me? Enraged, Nina stabbed Sasa's shoulder. Sasa screamed, making Laysai flinch. Nina smiled at the Empress. So, what now? Shall I cut off those lovely ears? Before that, you will be burnt to a crisp, Nina, Laysai said coldly, flames intensifying. Undeterred, Nina pressed herself against Sasa. Even like this, you will still burn me. Laysai hesitated, aware of the danger to Sasa. Looks like I am dumped, then, Nina said dramatically, slicing Sasa's ear. Sasa shrieked. Then I will just dispose of you both so I can become Jivan's woman, Nina said, licking the blood from her weapon. Here, catch, Empress. She suddenly threw a knife at Laysai. Seeing Laysai catch it, Nina grinned. If you want to save Sasa, cut off your own ear instead. Sasa stared at Laysai in terror. Your right one would be preferable, Empress Laysai, Nina's chilling voice echoed. No, Empress Laysai, run, leave me, Sasa cried. Then I will start with Sasa, Nina said, pressing the knife against Sasa, drawing blood. Stop, Laysai shouted. You want me to stop? Then hurry up, Nina retorted coldly. Laysai looked at the knife, her expression unreadable. She drew the sharp blade, thinking, I just need to wait for an opening. Until then, I will feign bleeding and fainting. The moment she leaves Sasa, I will attack. My flames will consume her. It is all right. I have had enough pain in my past life, Laysai thought, gripping the knife. Sasa closed her eyes, tears flowing, as if praying. The blade sliced into Laysai's flesh, drawing blood. Though unafraid, her eyes remained fixed on Nina, waiting. Suddenly, shouts and pounding startled everyone. Open up, this is by His Majesty's order. Nina's guards panicked. Hey, how did the Imperial Army get here? The Imperial Army. Nina's eyes widened. Laysai's blue-haired butler sprang into action. I will open it right now. Wait, stop him, Nina yelled. Seeing Nina distracted, Sasa used the chance. She toppled her chair and herself to the side. The sudden movement made Nina stumble back. Wait. But Laysai's eyes blazed with magic. To Nina's shock, flames engulfed her. Wait, but the flames quickly caught her clothes. Nina screamed in agony as the fire consumed her. The Emperor's guards burst in, taking control. They were stunned by the scene. Nina's screams filled the room as she burned. Laysai coldly controlled the flames. No, it is so hot, it burns. Laysai helped Sasa up, coldly watching Nina burn. Don't worry. You won't die so easily. It hurts, Nina's screams weakened. A knife flew through the air, hitting Nina's hand. She shrieked again. After throwing the knife, Laysai turned to Sasa, her voice softening. Thank you for enduring, Sasa. Don't be afraid. Sasa sobbed. Empress Laysai, I am so sorry. It is all right. Don't worry. It will be okay. Don't worry about anything, Laysai reassured her, covering Sasa's eyes. The guards subdued Nina's men. Your Majesty, we will handle them. We will secure the second consort, so please move to safety. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Their worried calls turned into stunned silence. Shielding Sasa, wielding immense magic, Laysai seemed like a fearsome warrior. Laysai gazed coldly at the burning Nina. Yes. I have figured it out, Nina. I still have someone to take revenge on, Laysai said with a chilling smile. Time shifted. Emperor Jivan sat silently, looking at the person before him. It was Empress Laysai, her golden hair shimmering. I've spoken about the second consort many times, Jivan said coldly. Yes, I am ashamed, Your Majesty, Laysai admitted. Thank you for sending the soldiers. I was almost in danger. Jivan sighed. How will you deal with her? Could she be sent back home? Laysai asked. The Emperor sighed, rubbing his temples. I said this already. If you wanted her executed, you could have. If I wanted revenge, I would have finished her off myself, Laysai replied. I am satisfied, Your Majesty. Silence fell, and the Emperor began, making Laysai wonder, didn't I report everything? What else? Seeing her confusion, the Emperor turned slightly, murmuring, Your wound. Laysai was surprised. Oh, it is nothing, she said, revealing her bandaged ear. I will ask the royal physician later. A hand touched her ear. Laysai's eyes widened in astonishment. Emperor Jeevan gently placed his hand over her wound. A warmth enveloped the area, and the wound vanished.
He
Healed me, flustered, Laysai said. Thank you, your majesty. The emperor returned to his seat. You may leave. Laysai rose and left. At Sasa's residence, Laysai asked with concern, Are you really all right? Yes, I am sorry for worrying you, your majesty, Sasa, with her gentle demeanor, replied with a shy smile. Thank you for sending the physician, Secretary Claw added. It is a relief you are both okay. It is my fault you were involved, Laysai said. Of course I would do this. No, it is because I fainted that you were hurt, Sasa insisted. Laysai smiled and shook her head. It is healed.
Besides, Sasa, you are a dear friend.
Laysai's words made Sasa and Claw smile. You do not hate being friends with me, do you? Laysai asked, smiling. Of course not. It is an honor. I would not refuse. Sasa's flustered response made Claw chuckle. That is a relief. Oh, thank you, Claw, for telling His Majesty, Laysai said.
Claw waved her hands. It was nothing. His Majesty was so worried.
I could feel his love for you, Claw said, describing the Emperor's reaction. Laysai was surprised. His Majesty was. Yes. He mobilized the troops immediately. He has never done that for anyone, Sasa added. And the bracelet I heard from Claw? His Majesty gave it to you, right? Laysai looked at her bracelet and nodded. Yes, he did. Both Claw and Sasa smiled at Laysai. That bracelet. The scene shifted to the palace dining hall. Empress Laysai was dining, lost in thought. It has not been a month, and he has summoned me. The reports finished. What is it? She looked at the Emperor, his attire a mix of black and red. Jeevan's gaze settled on her.
Why?
Laysai smiled. I am wondering why you summoned me. Jeevan set down his glass. Let us see. Yes. To Laysai's surprise, he calmly said, I wanted to see you. Laysai was speechless. His gaze held hers. The Emperor's direct words made Laysai blush. She remembered Claw's explanation of the bracelet tradition in Vors. A man gives a bracelet with a gemstone matching his eye color to a woman, to show she belongs to him. Laysai looked at the bracelet on her wrist. The Emperor's voice echoed again, if there absolutely needs to be something. Then yes, it is exactly that, Empress. Tell me any useful information you have learned. That is more like me, the Emperor said, gazing into Laysai's beautiful, wide eyes. Seeing that, Laysai could not help but chuckle. If it is information about a new resource, will you spare me? She asked with a relaxed smile, a champagne glass in her hand. In her bedroom, Empress Laysai, wearing a flowing nightgown, was standing by the window, admiring the moon. The weather had been quite warm lately, but the nights were getting chilly. It has been a while since I arrived in Chariot. Has it already become autumn? The beautiful Empress leaned against the window, gazing at the stunning scenery under the bright moonlight in the garden. At dinner just now, the Emperor was like a different person compared to before. While admiring the scenery and recalling the moments from earlier, Empress Laysai could not help but wonder. At that time, the Emperor looked at her and asked, You mentioned the Pluto Kingdom. You know that is the second consort's homeland, right? Hearing the Emperor's question, Empress Laysai immediately replied, Of course, I know, Your Majesty. The Pluto Kingdom will soon possess a sea with rapidly increasing value, a value that not only Nina, but no one else in the world knows about. The Empress softly explained, It is true that Pluto's sea is currently an undeveloped area, and the seaport is also abandoned, so trade is quite inconvenient. But within a year, high-quality pearls can be harvested there, and in enormous quantities. And right now, no one knows about it, so it is the perfect time for our chariot to monopolize this abundant resource. Hearing the Empress, Emperor Chevron pondered for a moment, then interrupted, If you say no one knows, how? How did you find out? Looking at the Empress's beautiful face, blooming like a flower in the dark night, the Emperor sighed and answered himself, I won't ask any more. As long as the information is accurate, that is fine. The Emperor's unusual easiness surprised the Empress. Oh, it is more comfortable than I expected. Seeing the Emperor nod, she smiled and replied, Yes, I can guarantee that. The Empress recalled her past life. This sea and its pearls were luxury goods that Barry had greedily desired, by any means necessary. Eric said he had to give pearls to his girlfriend, so he wanted to get them. Nicola was also fed up with second consort Nina's bragging, so she sent a letter home for help. Not to mention that ambitious mother-in-law. The Emperor had agreed, and quickly made a decision. Then let us invade immediately. The reason that Nina harmed the Empress of the Empire is enough reason for foreign intervention. Seeing the Emperor so eager for war, Lei Sai intervened. No, there is no need for that, Your Majesty. Since our goal is just the sea, which we can buy cheaply, there is no need to mobilize the army. Just pursuing this incident's responsibility is enough to make them hand it over. Just a letter of accusation can solve most of the problems without resorting to weapons. And another reason Lei Sai did not want war, which she did not say, but only thought to herself, was that if war broke out, Chariot would still suffer casualties, whether few or many. I can't bear to see that, because I know how ferociously cruel war can be. The Empress remained silent, remembering her past battles. The Emperor fell silent in thought, then offered his opinion. If we act slowly, others might also learn about the existence of the pearls. Empress Lei Sai smiled and answered, on the contrary, Your Majesty, if people know that Chariot is targeting the sea area by waging war, other nations will also catch the scent and try to participate. She spoke as she slowly stood up in her flowing red dress. You do not need to worry. Leave the negotiations to me. As the Empress, and as the victim, I assure you, the Pluto Kingdom will also want to resolve this smoothly. Empress Lei Sai spoke with extreme confidence. Since Lei Sai had said so much, Emperor Chevron agreed with her and nodded. Then do as you see fit. Seeing the Emperor compromise and avoid war, the butlers and aides were extremely surprised. They thought to themselves, His Majesty, known as the tyrant, actually listened to someone else and gave up his intention to wage war. Lei Sai could not hear the thoughts of the subordinates, so she just smiled happily. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then she prepared to leave. I will excuse myself to return to my room now. But before she could leave the room, the Emperor called her back. Wait. What is it, Your Majesty? Lei Sai replied. The Emperor suddenly froze and fell silent. He suddenly remembered the nights they shared a bed and the warm, intimate embrace. He remembered the faint fragrance of fresh flowers lingering in Empress Lei Sai's hair. No, nothing, the Emperor said, awkwardly scratching his head to hide his agitation. He then extended his hand to the Empress and said, I will escort you back to your room. Empress Lei Sai was slightly stunned, but she smiled in gratitude and left with the Emperor, to the astonishment of all the subordinates and servants. Under the admiring and surprised gazes of the servants, Empress Lei Sai walked arm in arm with the Emperor along the palace corridor, like a charming fairy couple stepping out of a fairy tale. The Empress smiled happily but also kept silent without speaking. Emperor Chevron escorted Empress Lei Sai to her door before stopping. Seeing the Emperor stop without saying anything more, Lei Sai simply said, Well, I will return to my room now. Suddenly, the Emperor's voice made her slightly surprised. He turned to his subordinates and asked, At times like these, what should one say? This left everyone speechless. Seeing this, Lei Sai smiled and replied, something like good night, perhaps. The Emperor's eyes flickered as he shifted his gaze to the beautiful girl before him. He leaned closer, his hands gently touching her back, and whispered, Good night. Empress Lei Sai silently watched as the Emperor gradually walked away. Her face seemed calm, but her eyes held a chaotic and confusing stream of thoughts about the Emperor's actions. In her fragrant bedroom, filled with the scent of fresh flowers, Empress Lei Sai sat on her warm bed, gazing at the beautiful bracelet on her wrist. She took off the bracelet and placed it on the gold-plated display stand next to her bedside table. Then Lei Sai let herself fall onto the soft bed, her long hair spread out like a cloud. She lay there quietly, stroking and admiring the bracelet. Lei Sai's skin was as white as porcelain, her long hair and red eyes were captivating, but it seemed all her attention was absorbed by the bracelet. The Emperor is indeed different from before, Lei Sai thought to herself. He often dines with me, something that used to be very rare, and even very difficult. He also hastily mobilized troops to rescue me when he heard something had happened. And it is fortunate that the soldiers arrived in time, so nothing too serious occurred. He even used his famous healing magic to treat me, which he does not use on anyone else. And this beautiful, precious bracelet, too. The meaning of the bracelets, as Crow had said, is to show that this woman belongs to him. He gave it to me and asked me not to take it off, so perhaps this is a symbol of recognizing me as the Empress. Judging by his reaction today, he definitely trusts me. Empress Lei Sai lay in bed with these thoughts and ripples in her heart, preventing her from falling asleep quickly. He is beginning to trust me and even has goodwill towards me. I do not know if he has romantic feelings or not. The Empress suddenly remembered the moment of warm, intimate embrace when they traveled together to the Verso Kingdom. The image suddenly appearing in her mind made her blush. Every moment she had shared with the emperor, from the past until now, also flooded her mind. But I truly feel that he treats me with great respect. That emperor, the one known as the tyrannical warmonger, with his endless wars. She seemed to suddenly remember something, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. Then she closed her eyes and whispered, "Yes. I cannot lose this trust because he has always desired. And so have I." The Empress remembered Eliza's face, and Camilla's hateful demeanor, and Bardu, who always treated Lacey like a lab rat. And then there is Nina, always smiling. I also want this to be quick and clean, to quickly bring it into my hands, and quickly destroy those disgusting hypocrites. Suddenly, the Empress turned over and looked at the bracelet again, the symbol that she belonged to the Emperor. Then who does the Emperor belong to? Lacey slowly reached out and touched the bracelet, asking softly. She held the bracelet, gazing at it with a puzzled and mysterious expression. The bracelet was intricately carved with mysterious blue gemstones, the color of the vast ocean, resembling the color of Emperor Chevron's pupils, sparkling even more beautifully in the moonlight. The Empress's beautiful eyes were fixed on the bracelet in her hand, as if she could see through it to the cold face of the man with deep, sharp, ocean blue eyes. Under the beautiful moonlight filtering through the window in the warm bedroom, the Empress, in her pale pink nightgown, caressed and embraced the precious bracelet. Her lips, beautiful like cherry blossom petals about to bloom, suddenly curved into a gentle smile. In another room, Emperor Chevron's sleeping quarters. The Emperor lay in bed, coincidentally also remembering the moment of embrace with Lacey the day before. His strong arm reached out to embrace the empty space before him, as if Lacey were really lying there. But alas, it was all just imagination, because in front of him was not Empress Lacey, but only empty silence. As if by telepathy, or perhaps like a spiritual connection, in her own room, Empress Lacey coincidentally playfully asked, "Do you want me?" The Emperor lay silently in bed, closing his eyes, wanting to fall asleep to escape these idle thoughts. Soon, the bright sunlight streamed through the window, dancing in the room with the chirping of birds in the royal garden, making everyone happily greet a new day. The devoted butler was helping Her Majesty brush her long, flowing hair. The Empress, while putting on her jewelry with the butler's assistance, hummed a cheerful tune, indicating her good mood today. Second consort Nina's echoing cries rang out. No, her face and body covered in burns. She thrashed and screamed. No, Nina is not going anywhere. She struggled and resisted as two soldiers tied her hands and led her away. I will reflect on myself. Please forgive me just this once, Nina, her face full of burn marks from the fire, pleaded painfully, but it seemed she was taking things too lightly. In the palace courtyard, Empress Lacey calmly watched her scream, along with her servants and butler. Catching sight of the Empress, Nina hurriedly shouted, "Lady Lacey. Lady Lacey, let us reconcile." Yes, she extended her hand, pierced by a knife wound, towards the Empress and tried to force a very unpleasant smile. Lacey's eyes did not blink, only looking coldly at her as if looking at a wounded animal. Nina has reflected a lot already. Let us go back to being friends, Empress Lacey. I will also apologize to Sasha. Nina's panicked appearance and unpleasant voice made the Empress feel extremely annoyed and bothered. Seeing the Empress not respond, Nina wailed pathetically. Nina only wanted to be closer, not allowed to be His Majesty's woman, not even allowed to be Lady Lacey's friend. So stingy, her screams still echoed as two servants pushed her into the carriage under Empress Lacey's watchful eyes. So stingy, I just wanted to be friends, she yelled, reaching out of the carriage, making the guards quickly stop her. Put your hand back inside, it is dangerous. Empress Lacey remained silent, watching the scene intently. Only when Nina was completely inside the carriage did the Empress softly speak, "Stay healthy, Nina." Nina Alanshirkai, former second consort. The Empress coldly watched the carriage gradually moving away. "Take care until the day we meet again," she said with a satisfied smile. Then she turned to the head butler and ordered, "Shall we prepare for our trip?" Then she looked up at the yellow and red leaves fluttering in the autumn wind. "It seems a bit chilly for swimwear, huh?" In the palace corridors, the servants and butlers were busily carrying out their duties and packing for the Empress's trip the following day. The Empress flipped through the pages of a book, thinking, no one knows yet that there are pearls in Pluto Sea. And for that reason, this inspection trip must be conducted quietly. If Chariot acts on a large scale, other countries will immediately notice. The information about the pearls must not be revealed until the very end, until we have the sea in our hands. This is the advantage of information, and just one piece of information is worth a huge fortune. Good boy, Titchy. In the castle grounds, with its green lawn and fountain, Titchy the dog was happily playing with a ball. Elsewhere, Sachi the dog was also playfully interacting with a doll. Good job, Sachi, the Empress praised, petting the dog. She stroked her two beloved pets affectionately, thinking, we are leaving tomorrow, so we must play to our heart's content today. Laysai looked at the two dogs and whispered, I will take you with me on this trip. So you must be obedient. Okay. As if understanding the Empress's words, the two dogs wagged their tails excitedly with joyful expressions. Under the beautiful golden sunlight, Empress Laysai played with her two dogs by the flower-filled fountain. This peaceful and warm scene was captured in the eyes of the Emperor, who was watching from upstairs. With Laysai's sensitivity, she quickly noticed the Emperor's undisguised gaze. She waved and smiled a greeting to him from the courtyard below. The Emperor, sitting upstairs, saw this, but continued to stare intently without any other reaction. Laysai's waving hand grew tired and stiff. Her face was filled with perplexity and confusion as she silently complained, normally, if I did this, he would avoid my gaze. Why is he looking like that today? How long do I have to wave? This is hardly familiar, the Empress muttered to herself, awkwardly lowering her hand. Suddenly, Laysai remembered her younger sister's innocent and flirtatious behavior around handsome men and could not help but wonder, if it were Nicola, she would probably wink. Although the Emperor would not want that from me. The Empress threw the ball to play with her two dogs, lost in thought. Good job, Titchy and Sachi. She looked at the two dogs that had caught the ball and interrupted her own thoughts. Come on, stop thinking nonsense. The head butler's voice called out, signaling the two dogs to return. More importantly now, I must prepare thoroughly for tomorrow. Hearing the signal, the two dogs returned and cuddled up beside the Empress and the butler. The scene shifted to the familiar study where the Emperor worked and received documents. The aide's voice reported, Your Majesty, a new report has arrived. Leave it there. The aide placed the file on the desk and suddenly noticed the beautiful, but wilting flower pot. The aide stared blankly for a moment before realizing, these are the flowers the Empress gave him. He has kept them here since then. He looked at the Emperor and asked for his opinion. Your Majesty, these flowers are almost completely withered. Shall I remove them? The Emperor's cold eyes focused on the beautiful but wilted flower pot before him. He recalled that the Empress had sent him this flower pot. The Emperor gently stroked the withered petals and slowly said, They've held up quite well, have not they? The aide replied, They are the type of flower that blooms until it gets cold. Your Majesty. Then I will take my leave to clear them away. As the aide spoke, the Emperor's fingers, touching the petals, paused slightly. No, leave them. The Emperor shook his head and used his healing magic to restore the flowers to their vibrant state. There is nothing else to decorate with anyway, the Emperor explained. This scene startled the aide, his eyes widening. He quickly regained his composure and bowed awkwardly. I understand, Your Majesty. But his mind was in turmoil. I can't believe he even used healing magic on flowers. Emperor Jivan's cold face seemed to briefly show a gentle, elusive smile. He stroked the revived petals with soft eyes, thinking, it is fine to keep them a little longer. The castle, with its ancient architecture and pale pink paint, was the Pluto Kingdom, Nina's homeland. A panicked voice suddenly rang out from a room. Something's wrong. A middle-aged man with pink hair, the same color as Nina's, became flustered upon hearing the news from his aide. What? My daughter was sent back. A letter had arrived with similar content. His body trembling, he stared wide-eyed as he read the letter he had just received. Nina Alansharkai is being returned for the crime of assaulting Empress Laysai. His hands holding the letter trembled uncontrollably. At the same time, Empress Laysai was comfortably seated in her carriage, basking in the sunlight and the beautiful scenery outside the window. The luxurious carriage steadily made its way into the Pluto Kingdom's territory. We are almost at the castle, Your Majesty, the aide reported to Empress Laysai. The Empress simply nodded and replied, Amen. Inside the carriage, Titchy and Sachi were peacefully sleeping, embracing each other. Within the palace of the Pluto Kingdom, with its beautiful gardens, panicked voices rang out once again. What? The Empress of the Chariot Empire is visiting. Empress Laysai, with a seemingly friendly smile, sat on the sofa in the Pluto Kingdom's reception room for important guests. Sitting opposite her were the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom, and standing right behind them was Nina's father, the prime minister of the country. Greetings. My sudden visit must have surprised you. I apologize in advance. The Empress leaned back comfortably and spoke softly, while her two dogs growled menacingly. Not at all. We are the ones who should apologize. Lady Nina, no. The matter of the Alan-Shirkai family, the king stammered. Hearing this, the prime minister, Nina's father, bowed with a worried face. I apologize for my daughter's rudeness. But before he could finish, Empress Laysai coldly smiled and asked, You say rudeness. Attempted murder of the Empress and intimidation. In addition to kidnapping, injuring, and attempting to murder the princess of the Ekwan Kingdom. Can you summarize this with the word rudeness? Empress Laysai's cold voice echoed, causing the three people sitting opposite her to lower their heads in silence. Seeing their reactions, Empress Laysai coldly chuckled and said, If that is how the Pluto Kingdom thinks, it seems the general opinion of the Chariot Empire is about the same. Hearing the implication in Empress Laysai's sharp words, the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom were startled and quickly explained, Absolutely not. It is a misunderstanding. How dare we? His Majesty Chevron, my husband, is very angry. He even said he would mobilize troops and wage war immediately to eradicate this kingdom. Empress Laysai continued. These words terrified the old king of the Pluto Kingdom, as he understood that for the Chariot Empire, there was no better reason to declare war than this, and Pluto had no power to resist the Chariot Empire and its young king known as the Tyrant. Indeed, this is a declaration of war from Chariot, the old king thought fearfully. Suddenly, Empress Laysai's next words interrupted his train of thought, but I stopped His Majesty. Both the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom were stunned to hear Laysai say this. Under their attentive gazes, Empress Laysai adjusted herself more comfortably and said, Until now, everything depends on my answer. This means I, as the victim, can hold the Alan-Shirkai family accountable and proceed at the national level. She spoke with a charming, contemplative smile, assessing the three people opposite her. Thank you. We were also considering appropriate punishment for the Alan-Shirkai family, including stripping them of their title. Hearing this, the old king nodded in agreement, causing the prime minister's face to pale further. Seeing their agreeable attitude, Empress Laysai smiled amiably. If you offer a part of the Pluto Kingdom with sincerity, just that would be enough. Then there certainly won't be any war. Hearing Laysai demand a part of their territory, both the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom showed panic on their faces. Apart. Let us see the only seaport of the Gluko Kingdom and the territorial waters adjacent to it. Empress Laysai smiled and pinpointed the area she wanted to receive. If war can be avoided, this is not a high price to pay, is it, Your Majesty? Laysai smiled and looked at the king of the Pluto Kingdom, asking. In the study of the Pluto Kingdom, the official document transferring the seaport territory to Empress Laysai was signed. Thank you for this decision. The Empress smiled at the Pluto Kingdom's royal family after receiving the official document as desired. If it is that port, it won't hinder Pluto's trade anyway, since it is just a shabby old rural village, Nina's father, the prime minister, thought to himself. Compared to that, severing ties with Chariot is more troublesome, and if this continues, my family will soon decline. Empress Laysai was about to board her luxurious carriage and depart when a voice called out, making her stop and turn around. Wait, please wait a moment, Your Majesty. It was Nina's father chasing after her, frantically pleading, I am Nina's father. My daughter has harmed you. I sincerely apologize. Hearing this, the Empress smiled. Yes, it was indeed a serious matter. However, Nina's way of making friends has always been special. The cunning prime minister pleaded while flattering, that child truly wanted to be close to Your Majesty. Hearing these words, Empress Laysai thought to herself, so she grew up extremely spoiled. The prime minister continued pleading, please forgive her. She sent me so many letters saying she could become Your Majesty's friend. He presented a stack of letters as if to prove Nina's genuine desire for friendship. Laysai examined the letters carefully. It was indeed Nina's handwriting, and the dates were not forged either. It seems that her desire to become friends was genuine. Even now, Nina cries every night, saying she has been hated by the Empress. I am truly heartbroken, the Prime Minister lamented. Is that why she is not here today? Empress Laysai looked at the letters and remembered the pink-haired girl. The truth is, we were once close. The girl with a sweet, mysterious appearance and a constant smile on her lips. That girl always called her Lady Laysai with a friendly smile. The situation suddenly reminded Lacey of Nicola's affectionate calls of sister in her past life. Because everyone spoiled her, Nina is a poor child who does not understand boundaries with others and can't distinguish between good and evil, the Prime Minister continued to explain. Hearing these words, the Empress's eyes lowered, becoming deep in thought. She remembered how excessively everyone spoiled Nicola, while she, like excess baggage, always had to do a mountain of work for them, all while maintaining a smile. The four of them were the real family. So, please, I beg you, the Prime Minister continued to kneel and plead. Empress Lacey sighed and said, I understand. Even if it is for your sake, I will forgive Lady Nina. Hearing a change in the situation, the Prime Minister asked excitedly, really? Yes. She spoke slowly, snapping her fingers. You, the one who made that child the way she is, deserve to be punished more. Empress Lacey's voice was cold as magical flames erupted. The magical flames engulfed him, making him scream in pain, echoing throughout the courtyard. Ignoring the Prime Minister burning like a living torch, the Empress strode towards her carriage. She turned around, smiled, and said, I have forgiven Lady Nina. At the same time, the image of the other four appeared in her mind once more, the lazy king, the seemingly gentle but unexpectedly cold-blooded Queen Mother, the useless, girl-crazy Prince Eric, and the naive, foolish Princess Nicola. Then the carriage rolled away from the palace, leaving the burning Prime Minister screaming. He was quickly doused with buckets of water by his subordinates and glared resentfully at the departing carriage. The castle of the Kabayan Kingdom shimmered golden under the sunlight. The powerful queen of the Kabayan Kingdom sat on her throne, reading the news. The port and sea area of Pluto now belonged to Chariot. It seems the rumor that the consort from Pluto was forcibly repatriated is true. In the Great Berry Kingdom, all the citizens were buzzing upon reading the news about Empress Lacey and the Chariot Empire. The Chariot Empire again. In the Berry Kingdom's palace, the old king slammed the newspaper onto the floor angrily. This is truly ridiculous. Why are they so eager to praise Lacey? He yelled, his face contorted in a rage. At this rate, the image we painstakingly created will be questioned. The clueless queen, sitting on her chair, also had a headache seeing everyone's commotion. Shut your mouths, since she is actively working in the notoriously cruel Chariot Empire. Won't her image change accordingly? That is not the point. How many times has this happened? Chariot is expanding its territory without suffering any losses. That is Lacey's doing too, amidst the king and his subordinates' angry shouting. Prince Eric sat in a corner, his face a mask of annoyance. Princess Nicola, descending the stairs, saw her brother still sitting at his desk and called out in a spoiled voice, Brother. She smiled innocently, showing off her new dress, and asked, How is it? I just bought a new dress. Is it pretty? In response to his sister's spoiled, playful voice, Eric's face remained cold and annoyed. I am busy right now, so please leave me alone. Princess Nicola puffed up her cheeks in a sulk. You always say that lately. I came here to show you. Nicola's nosy and bothersome demeanor infuriated Eric. Can't you see I am swamped with work right now? And it has nothing to do with you, you just play all the time, so please go somewhere else. Princess Nicola, either genuinely naive or feigning it, asked a fatal question. Isn't that because you are slow and have not finished yet? Even without so many assistants, she finished everything by herself. Her innocent question made Prince Eric's eyes widen with impending rage. In his fury, he grabbed a file. He threw the stack of papers in his sister's face and yelled, Then you try it. If you keep bothering me, get out. Prince Eric's loud scolding and violent action stunned Princess Nicola, leaving her frightened, and all the aides present frozen in place. The princess stood there for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes, looking utterly aggrieved. The scene shifted to the dilapidated port area of the Pluto Kingdom. Empress Lacey, her aides, and soldiers had arrived by carriage to survey the area. The two loyal dogs quickly jumped out of the carriage and followed closely behind the Empress to protect her. They ran and jumped around, seemingly delighted with the seaside view. The Empress could not help but exclaim, The sea is truly beautiful. A magnificent view. But it is a shame we can't swim. Hearing the Empress's exclamation, Butler Sang said, If it is swimwear, I have already prepared it, Your Majesty. The Empress smiled and turned back to ask, I only said we were visiting. Why did you prepare it already? But I do not want to catch a cold, she said, looking at the clear blue sea, the dilapidated buildings, and the deserted streets. Just kidding. More importantly, the Empress surveyed her surroundings and thought to herself, Goodness, this place is even more backward than I imagined. The beautiful harbor contrasted sharply with the dilapidated, cracked buildings, which looked extremely old. The Pluto Kingdom initially had no port trade. Even so, why is the only port so backward? The Empress looked around and sighed inwardly. I have come all the way here and have not encountered anyone. It is not that there are no people, and it is not abandoned. At first, I thought people were wary of Chariot and were hiding, not appearing on the streets, but it is still too early for news to reach here that this place now belongs to Chariot. The Empress looked at the butler wiping down the two dogs. In short, we need to thoroughly investigate before collecting the pearls, right? And Laysai looked at her guards. Are the masks ready? Butler Sang quickly reached into his coat. He took out the masks that the Empress had asked him to prepare earlier. The Empress put on her mask and instructed everyone, wear your masks carefully. Although the soldiers were puzzled, they obeyed the Empress's order and all put on their masks. In the private residence of the Pluto Kingdom's Prime Minister, also Nina's father, as expected, she went to the port. His voice echoed. He looked at the bowing subordinate and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The aide continued his report. Right now, the Empress's group has entered the Pluto port. The Prime Minister, with his purple hair and cunning, snake-like face, snarled angrily, "That damned Empress. Not only did she harm my daughter Nina, but she also caused the downfall of the Alanshirkai family. Even I, who am innocent, was stripped of my title, moreover." He spoke angrily, remembering the terrifying image and flames of Empress Laysai burning him. "Bring that devil woman before me immediately," the Prime Minister roared, ordering his subordinates. By now, she must be begging for mercy. Show no mercy to anyone, whether Empress or guard. Meanwhile, the Empress's group continued to stroll around the port, unaware of the impending danger. Empress Laysai, dressed in jet-black attire with subtle, shimmering patterns, her golden hair gleaming under the setting sun, strolled around the area, observing the surroundings. She could not help but sigh. This does not look like a village, but more like ruins. Suddenly, a soldier spotted a stranger and shouted, "Over there, stop." The running person turned around, revealing a young, but weak and haggard face, marked by illness. Empress Laysai and the butler followed the young man home. Fishing has become increasingly difficult, and the number of people experiencing long-term health problems is rising. We can request additional manpower from Chariot for pearl harvesting, but if the village is not healthy, it is pointless. Perhaps even those sent to harvest pearls will gradually fall ill over time. Therefore, the most important thing is to find the cause of this situation. As the Empress walked, she thought if it were Emperor Jivan, he would probably order the entire village burned down. She sighed because the Emperor had entrusted this task to her. So, we must ensure the surrounding area is improved to guarantee easy pearl harvesting. I remember the patients I just met. They were lying in bed, completely unable to speak. The situation of these already struggling families has worsened due to illness. Most of the fishermen are paralyzed, unfortunately, and they are the pillars and main source of income for countless families. Lady Laysai, this seems to be the village chief's house. The butler stood in front of a house and addressed Empress Laysai. The Empress glanced at the house and said, "I will be right in." "Can you go in first and speak to him?" The butler nodded. "Understood, Your Majesty." Empress Laysai stood on the grass, observing the state of the harbor, with the sparkling seawater reflecting the sunlight. From the elderly to the children, everyone is suffering. Looking at the increasing number of graves, the Empress seemed to realize something and sighed. And perhaps even the village chief. She stopped thinking and turned to her soldiers, ordering, "Let us go." In front of the village chief's house, the butler entered and called out, "Excuse me, is the village chief here?" The butler searched around the house, unaware that a cloaked assassin was observing him. "That man is with the Empress." The assassin had been watching the Empress and the butler since earlier. He looked at the lone butler and thought, good. I will have to eliminate all witnesses anyway. The butler called out repeatedly but received no response, so he reached out and opened the door. He stepped inside, softly calling for the village chief, when he saw a man lying silently on the bed. The butler approached and checked, whispering, "This man is dead." It seemed to be the same cause as the other people with health issues. While the butler was examining the village chief's body, a shadowy figure holding a sharp knife approached him from behind. The assassin from earlier held the knife to the butler's throat and whispered, "Don't make a sound." The butler seemed very calm despite being held hostage, while the assassin thought, should I attract the Empress's attention with this body? Or should I just take him hostage? Suddenly, the butler stomped on the floor, making a noise as a signal. Hearing the familiar signal, the two dogs immediately rushed in. They lunged, growling and baring their fangs, startling the assassin. What the? These dogs are clearly. The butler also recalled. It seems I should not have let the dogs in without permission, so I had them wait outside. As soon as I signaled, they immediately rushed in. The dogs lunged, knocking down the knife-wielding man, making him yell, "Damn it, get off me." The two well-trained dogs ferociously tore off his mask and attacked him, making him cry out in pain. The butler calmly watched the scene, silently proud of his training results. Both he and Empress Lacey had rigorously trained the two dogs for emergencies, so they could be a lifesaver. The assassin was terrified, seeing the two dogs like ferocious monsters. He feared being devoured by their sharp teeth. The two jet-black dogs, with their bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth, continued to growl and tear at him. The butler recalled Empress Lacey's image and thought, train them well to protect her. Behind Butler Sang's special mask was a face with long scars extending from the corners of his lips to his ears, looking quite frightening. The assassin, bleeding from the dog's bites, screamed incessantly, "Get away! Ah, stop biting." Butler Sang said coldly, "It is no use. Stop screaming. Sachi and Tichi only listen to me and Empress Lacey." As soon as the butler finished speaking, Empress Lacey's cold voice echoed, "Stop." Hearing the command, the two dogs raised their heads and stopped their attack. They released the assassin and approached the Empress, wagging their tails, making her praise them. "Good dogs." Seeing the Empress approach, Butler Sang bowed. At his feet lay the assassin, passed out from the dog bites. Lacey stroked her obedient dogs. "Good job, you two." She signaled to the butler. "They deserve a delicious treat. As for this unsavory meat, it should be turned to ashes." The Empress's voice was cold and terrifying as magical flames erupted. This scene terrified the just-awakened assassin, who screamed, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." But Empress Lacey had no intention of listening to his explanation. The flames quickly engulfed and incinerated him. The searing heat made him scream and thrash. As he struggled, Empress Lacey noticed something that made her stop the magic. The flames she controlled gradually died down. She approached the man writhing on the floor, burned by the fire. To his astonishment, the Empress looked at his coat and said, "As I thought. This is the Nina family crest." The soldiers who had just arrived were also stunned to see the crest. The Empress smiled with satisfaction and suddenly uttered two words, "Excellent." The scene shifted back to the Pluto Kingdom Prime Minister's residence. He yelled angrily at his subordinates, "Why is the report so late? You should have dealt with the Empress by now." He slammed the table and questioned them furiously. "Bring me her head." But suddenly, a shout interrupted him. "Forgive me." The aide rushed in, making the Prime Minister think his subordinates had brought Empress Lacey back. But it seemed not to be the case, as the aide was terrified. "That the person who arrived is. The Empress has arrived." His voice was filled with fear as the image of Empress Lacey and her soldiers approaching, enveloped in magical flames, appeared. In her private room, Nina, her body covered in burns, suddenly screamed, "Lady Lacey." Nina wants to meet her too. This time, Nina will definitely be forgiven and become her friend. The servants hurriedly stopped her. "No, miss. It is dangerous outside." In the Prime Minister's study, with the evening sun filtering through the window, the Empress's cold voice echoed, "I am returning him to you." The burned assassin was thrown onto the floor. Looking at the Prime Minister's panic, the Empress asked, "Can you explain this to me?" He scrambled to his feet, stammering, "What do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Empress Lacey, seeing him still feigning ignorance, smiled. "Then I suppose I will have to ask His Majesty, won't I? Ask the king which family this crest belongs to." She spoke coldly, holding up the cloth with the Nina family insignia. Seeing the cloth and the crest, the Prime Minister froze in fear. "That. Is there any clearer evidence than this, Prime Minister?" Empress Lacey asked coldly, advancing into the room. "Nothing can protect you now." As soon as the Empress spoke, the two ferocious dogs entered, ready to attack. "What verdict will the king give if he learns of this, Prime Minister?" "Execution would be most appropriate, would not it?" the Empress taunted with a smile. Hearing the word execution, the Prime Minister was terrified. He trembled and fell to his knees. I have committed a grave sin. It was for my own advancement that my subordinates acted recklessly, but I had no part in this." He knelt, sobbing and denying his guilt. Empress Lacey watched him with a thoughtful expression as he continued to deny everything. "Yes, this was due to my lack of oversight. I never expected this to happen, Your Majesty." Seeing this, Lacey sighed in disgust. "I can't believe he is denying it to the very end." She suddenly smiled sinisterly and said, "All right. If you cooperate with me, I will spare you." Hearing these words directly from the Empress, the Prime Minister was surprised but quickly asked, "What?" Empress Leisai looked intently at the Prime Minister with cold eyes. "The village you sent the assassin to looks very backward and dilapidated. It is the only port, but why is it so neglected? It is not a simple and clumsy reason like seafood and the coastal road are unnecessary, is it?" The Empress leaned closer and asked coldly. "The country intentionally abandoned that area."
Why?
Hearing the Empress ask about that area, the Prime Minister trembled slightly but slowly answered, "That is due to an infectious disease. Because an infectious disease is spreading in the village, a policy of complete isolation from the outside world has been implemented. The port village area is a restricted zone, thoroughly confining the villagers until the infectious disease ends." The Prime Minister's words revealed the country's inhumane truth, shocking everyone in the room. So, they were abandoned, Leisai thought. Since there have not been any cases in other areas, it is likely a localized disease. We believe this disease can't be completely eradicated unless the root cause is removed. I see. Empress Leisai, after hearing the whole story, understood why the Pluto Kingdom had restricted land trade routes. So, you do not know the cause? Empress Leisai pondered for a moment and asked. The Prime Minister replied, "Yes, we have investigated several times. But we do not know if the cause is fish, algae, or humans. Since it hinders development, it is difficult to continue investing large sums of money in surveys, and it is difficult to determine the cause. So, redevelopment will be considered in 10 years. The cowardly Prime Minister revealed the kingdom's decision. Hearing these words, Empress Leisai's expression darkened further. After the obstacles are eliminated, I see. Seeing the cold indifference of this nation, she was filled with disgust and quickly ordered, "All right, you do not need to say anything more. You have worked hard." The Prime Minister, thinking she had forgiven him, asked happily, "So you will consider this matter settled, correct?" Empress Leisai turned to leave, saying, "Yes, I will overlook the assassin incident." The Prime Minister replied joyfully, "Thank you for your mercy." But before he could finish, Empress Leisai interrupted, "But I did not say I had to remain silent." With that, she flicked her hand, sending the two ferocious dogs lunging at the Prime Minister. He screamed in terror. "Then let us go." Empress Leisai looked at her soldiers while the Prime Minister was being mauled by two dogs, screaming and wailing. Identifying the exact cause is really difficult, Leisai sighed softly. "Well, only ordinary people would find it difficult." As she spoke, she recalled the image of the talented man imprisoned in the dungeon. "Your Majesty, you have returned." The servants and guards appeared at the palace gate to welcome the Empress back from her troubled visit to the port city of Pluto. In the study, under the watchful gaze of the butler, Emperor Jivan's calm voice rang out, "I understand the situation." Meaning, even if we take Pluto's waters, encountering a village like that leaves us with no other choice. But burning the entire village down is also an option. "Very amusing," Jivan suggested. Empress Leisai just smiled helplessly, thinking to herself, "Indeed, that is just like him." "Since the cause is unclear, we do not know if doing so will be effective," the Emperor continued. "That is why we need him. That is why we need him to find the specific cause of the disease, right?" Although reluctant, the Emperor rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "It is the best option for now, is not it?" He was annoyed when he thought of him but saw no other way. Empress Leisai, silent until now, saw the Emperor's expression and secretly wiped her sweat. Gantanai, he really is reluctant. Sparing him was for times like this. Under the hallway leading to the dungeon, Sang walked with a stack of documents, followed by the Empress and Emperor. An infectious disease, at the port. Badadu smirked as he listened to them talk. "These are records of the symptoms along with the patient's hair and blood samples. There is also sand and seawater from the port, along with the body of the infected village chief. We have received permission from his family." The handsome butler presented the samples and the village chief's body for the madman to examine. Hearing that there was a body to study, Badadu laughed gleefully. "How interesting." He quickly reached out and lifted the cloth covering the body to inspect it. "Although my freshness level has decreased and the body was discovered a bit late," Badadu said with disgust after finishing his examination. Empress Leisai, who had been standing silently, suddenly spoke up, "If possible, please reduce the medicine costs for me." "Oh, are you thinking of providing it for free?" The tyrant has become much more benevolent. Badadu smirked, looking at the Empress and Emperor teasingly. Emperor Jivan, hearing this, interrupted coldly, So, will you do it or not? Let us see. How about this? I am currently very busy with other important research that could leave its mark in the history of medicine. The port village can't compare. Badadu rambled on. Empress Laysai, annoyed that he was talking too much, asked directly, "Stop beating around the bush. Specifically, what do you want?" She stared at him and asked. Hearing this question, a smug and somewhat sinister smile spread across Badado's face. "What I want is just your bodily fluids. And this time, it is upfront payment." Empress Laysai, Badadu said, looking at the Empress with greedy eyes as if she were a precious treasure. His demeanor filled Laysai with disgust. It is that again. The data obtained from the previous hair sample was also very valuable, Badado's sharp voice continued. This is higher quality research material than decaying bodies without magic power, Your Majesty. In the dim dungeon, lit by torches on the walls, Emperor Jivan, with a cold face and sharp eyes, stared intently at the madman imprisoned within. At that moment, he was savoring a test tube containing some liquid, smiling as he opened his mouth to say, "Thank you." He thanked Empress Laysai, who was using a clean handkerchief to wipe his mouth. "Blood is best, but saliva will suffice," Badadu said with satisfaction, savoring the test tube he had received from the Empress. Suddenly, he said something that startled the Empress, making her eyes widen. He said the biggest cause was likely water contamination. There is probably an abandoned factory not far from the port village. If the factory is quickly disinfected and dismantled, and seafood consumption is prohibited until the water quality improves, the spread can be stopped. Mercury leaking from that waste factory is the cause. Even touching it is not a problem, but absorption must be avoided, Badadu calmly explained, giving his assessment of the cause of the illness. He pointed to the packets of medicine on the table. "This is already here. 3 pills, twice a day. No need to formulate new medicine." The Empress looked at him with cold eyes and asked, "You seem certain," even before examining the samples. Badadu, hearing the Empress's suspicion, smiled and replied, "During my studies, I wrote a thesis on specially treated mercury. Coincidentally, I had heard about the factory design in Pluto's port village, so I could guess right away. It is a typical example for the thesis." Under the Empress's sharp gaze, he continued, "Just reading my thesis can solve everything." Hearing Badado's words, Empress Laysai also silently recalled that she had indeed seen a famous thesis when investigating him. "Blame Pluto's incompetent doctors," Badadu criticized with arrogance, looking down on other doctors. "But thanks to that, I have acquired such excellent research material. It seems the factory closed a year ago, and perhaps the untreated mercury leaked out, impacting the environment. It is mercury specially treated with Pluto's magic. It won't cause harm if not absorbed. Pluto's people generally have detoxification magic. So they never considered mercury as the cause of the illness. And the weak cannot resist mercury's attack when it enters the body," Badadu meticulously explained under the watchful eyes of the Emperor and Empress. "Can my child really recover with this?" a woman in the port village anxiously asked a guard upon receiving the medicine. Outside the port village's streets, the soldiers' announcements echoed, causing a stir among the few remaining villagers. Seafood consumption is prohibited until further notice. Rations will be provided instead. The afflicted villagers lined up to receive the provided rations. One of them whispered, "When I heard this place became Chariot's possession, I thought we were finished. I thought we would have to follow their orders and work. Because there was no other way to survive." The frail boy, tormented by the disease, received the life-saving pill, a pill that could change his entire life. The scene and time chaotically rewind to the previous life. The excited cheers of 2 port village fishermen rang out as they discovered precious pearls. Not just 1 or 2, now we can call a doctor to the village. They were overjoyed, tears welling up, imagining being cured and things gradually improving. The villagers, upon seeing the pearls, clasped their hands in gratitude to heaven, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks. The gods have not abandoned us. But the cruel and harsh reality was that the old king of Pluto ordered, confiscate all the pearls. The port village also needs to be properly equipped so the country can manage it thoroughly. The Prime Minister, seeing this, bowed with a greedy smile. "Your orders will be obeyed." All the sick were ordered to leave the village, with soldiers wielding guns and weapons threatening the villagers. "Mobilize forces for pearl harvesting," the sinister king commanded the Prime Minister. After subduing the villagers, soldiers were dispatched to harvest pearls and bring them back to Pluto's palace. "Can't you do anything, Laysai? Can we not rebuild relations with Pluto?" the old emperor of Berry anxiously asked. He was greedy upon hearing news of the pearls. We and Barry must also taste the pearls. At that time, Lacey in the past did not know what to do. She thought if it is Pluto, then Nicola, who has become Empress of Chariot, would be easier to negotiate with. Lacey helplessly looked at the letters Nicola had sent. But even Nicola sent letters demanding pearls from father and mother. I can't put pressure on the child. After pondering for a while, Lacey smiled sincerely. I understand. I will try everything. Hearing Lacey's agreement, the greedy king, queen mother, and Prince Eric rejoiced. Indeed, our pride and joy. They revealed their greedy and scheming eyes, seeing Lacey as an excellent tool. Back in the present, it felt like a dream. My body can move. The frail young man's recovery brought him immense joy and surprise. His mother beside him could not help but cry. Thank goodness, oh my, you are cured. The suffering vanished like a dream. He could not believe he had recovered so quickly. The infamously brutal Chariot Empire had gone to such lengths. On the streets, the guards' announcements echoed once more. This is an order from the Chariot Empire. Once the villagers recover, fishing must resume. Has everyone understood? Do not conceal any health issues. Report them immediately. Hearing the announcement, the villagers cheered. We obey. To them, Pluto or Chariot did not matter. They just wanted to work. Time passed, and one day on a fishing boat, two fishermen discovered pearls nestled within the oysters they had caught. The fishermen harvested more and more pearls, each one round and beautiful like priceless ocean gems. Unexpectedly, our village has such a large quantity of pearls. The fishermen and soldiers were astonished by the massive pile of shimmering pearls before them. Under the setting sun, each pearl glimmered, reflecting the light, becoming even more enchanting, captivating everyone's gaze. At that moment, Empress Lacey's elegant silver-white carriage arrived. At the village, the Empress visited the village again with her butler and two beloved dogs. The surrounding villagers, seeing her approach, smiled admiringly. That is her, the one who inspected last time. Such a beauty, how could I forget? Amidst the villagers' murmurs, the Empress, in her flowing white dress and long hair, approached, smiling and asking, It seems to be going well, does not it? Yes, everyone answered in unison. A blushing guard pointed at the enormous pile of pearls they had collected. This is the result of resuming fishing as your majesty instructed. This. Lacey could not contain her joy upon seeing a chest filled with so many pearls. Although she knew from her past life, she had not expected such a large quantity. The surrounding villagers and fishermen praised her. Being able to fish again like this is all thanks to your majesty, who provided us with free medicine and food. Empress Lacey smiled kindly and nodded. Of course. Now everyone is my people. The villagers, their faces full of joy and vitality, hurriedly expressed their gratitude. If your majesty had not saved us, we might not have known about the pearl's existence. Lacey smiled to herself. That is not necessarily true. In my past life, the pearls were also discovered, although it was 2 or 3 months after this point in time. Although I do not know why the fishermen were able to discover these pearls. Those pearls were seized by the Pluto Empire, and the villagers received nothing in return. The Empress gazed at the pearls and thought, the Emperor will probably be satisfied with this outcome. Meanwhile, Butler Sang was stopping the two dogs. These pearls are not edible. It is a shame, but please refrain from eating seafood, Empress Lacey said, stroking the pearls and advising the villagers. Of course, your majesty. I never imagined this was the cause of the infectious disease. Back to the day when Prince Eric was dissatisfied with the few pearls Lacey had found. Only this much. Seeing her brother speak like that, Lacey could only smile and let it go. The old and still greedy emperor and empress were delighted to see the shimmering pearls. Wonderful. It is a shame we can't send them to Nicola, but there is no other way. The queen mother smiled lovingly at Empress Lacey. Can you find a few more? Enough for a bracelet would be nice. Princess Lacey could only smile at her family's demands, while at that moment she did not even have a single pearl for herself. Now Empress Lacey had many pearls. How times had changed, unpredictably and dramatically, like a twist of fate. She smiled mysteriously. But now, things are different. Under the villagers' admiring and respectful gazes, Empress Lacey admired the pearls, smiling in praise. They are beautiful. Perhaps a necklace. Under the shimmering afternoon light, the Empress looked stunning and captivating. She thought the current emperor would probably allow it. She then turned and politely asked, May I have these pearls? The nearby soldiers quickly replied, "Of course, Your Majesty." Then, the Empress returned her carriage and called back, "Please continue your hard work. The Emperor will be pleased to see these pearls." She watched the carriage roll away from the village as the villagers waved goodbye cheerfully. Meanwhile, in the study of Chariot's palace, Emperor Jivan, seemingly furious, slammed his hand on the table, ink splattering from his quill. As his subordinates watched anxiously, the Emperor coldly looked at the letters he had just received. After a moment, the Emperor spoke indifferently. "I thought something had happened in Berry." The letter from Berry stated, "We request the return of Laisai, Grand Duchess of Berry, to Berry." Reading this, Jivan was enraged, his face turning fearsome. A few days earlier, in Berry's splendid palace, Nicola's tired sighs echoed. "Honestly, Father, Mother, please do something about my brother's work," she whined to the Emperor and Empress. The two were startled to see their daughter sobbing. Putting on what she considered a cute face, she whined to her elderly parents. "Brother is so pitiful. He is constantly swamped with work. He just buries himself in work and can't go out and play." He even yelled at Nicola. Recalling her brother's angry outburst, she pouted, unable to contain her annoyance. "Please, you two, Nicola can't bear to watch anymore." Hearing their naive daughter's complaint, the old queen mother could not help but smile. "Your heart is truly kind. But what else can be done? Eric will eventually succeed me. If he can't handle this now, it will be even more difficult later," the Emperor said coldly. "I told him to let sister handle the troublesome matters," Nicola could not help but shout. The Emperor ignored her. "This is a test to become the next king." The queen mother chimed in. "That is right. And Laisai is currently in the Chariot Empire." The spoiled Nicola flailed. "Then just find someone to replace sister." His daughter's noise and fussiness finally pushed the Emperor over the edge. "Then you try finding someone, and if you can't do anything useful, be quiet." The old Emperor glared angrily at his daughter, making the whiny princess tear up in fear. In Princess Nicola's private room, filled with sunlight and fresh flowers, holding paper and ink, she sniffled. "Why is everyone like this, always getting angry at Nicola?" "I just need to ask sister to come back," Nicola said, flicking her quill. "The Emperor has many wives. Of course, there will be women to replace her." The foolish princess naively thought this was the solution. She finished writing the letter, carefully sealed it, and told herself, "Sending this letter will solve everything." The letter quickly reached the Chariot Empire and fell into Emperor Jivan's hands. After reading it, he angrily ordered, "Burn it." Coldly watching his subordinates prepare to burn the letter, Jivan wondered, "Return her." That woman he recalled holding her in his arms. The Emperor's face was grim and cold like a volcano about to erupt, but suddenly his aide's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Your Majesty, Empress Laisai says she has something to discuss with you." In a luxurious room with a sofa, Empress Laisai recounted everything to the Emperor and presented him with the pearls she had collected from the village. "I will offer these pearls to you. For the time being, there won't be any disruptions," Empress Laisai said, smiling and gesturing towards the pearls. Seeing the Emperor's silence, the Empress paused, thinking. Then she smiled and asked, "You can also take some pearls, can't you?" 1457. The Emperor nodded expressionlessly. "Do as you wish." His behavior made Empress Laisai slightly embarrassed. He had not looked at the pearls once, his gaze fixed on her face. She shyly looked at the Emperor and asked, Is there something you want to tell me?" Her question plunged the room into silence, and Emperor Jivan seemed at a loss for words. He quickly recovered from his awkwardness and continued to look at the Empress. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "You said that in Berry, you were practically a sacrificial lamb.
Do they know you realize that?"
The Empress laughed heartily and replied, "No, they do not. And it is easier for us to act if they do not know." Outwardly, she answered quickly, but inwardly she wondered, is he planning to advance the invasion? "What about the letters Berry occasionally sends you?" the Emperor continued. Suddenly hearing the Emperor mention letters she had never paid attention to startled Laisai. She froze for a moment, then smiled mysteriously. "Your Majesty, they have all turned to ash," she said calmly, her voice light but cold, as magical flames ignited. "Burning them one by one is quite troublesome, so from now on, Your Majesty should receive them directly. I do not see them as worth reading." Laisai looked at the man before her, teasingly. Under her amused gaze, the Emperor put on a serious expression, pondering before replying, "I will consider it." Laisai's answer seemed to reassure Emperor Jivan. He thought to himself, it does not matter. If I do not let go, everything will be resolved. The scene shifts to the beautiful gardens and grand palace of Barry. It has been days. Why have not I received a reply? Princess Nicola's annoyed voice rang out. I even wrote it myself, she grumbled, feeling wronged. She sulked for a while. Then, seeing no other way, she suddenly declared, all right, Nicola will go get sister myself. Her decision alarmed her maids. If lovely Nicola asks nicely, both sister and the emperor will agree, the foolish princess confidently and delusionally told herself. Some time later, in another room of Barry's palace, Nicola went to the Chariot Empire. The king and queen were shocked by the news. What is she thinking? The old king yelled. The subordinate, seeing the king's anger, quickly apologized. I apologize, your majesty. I told the princess to wait until your return. I repeatedly tried to dissuade her. But the princess cheerfully left without any guards. She only needs to deliver this letter. Surely it will be all right, the guard said, presenting a letter the princess had left for her parents. The letter read, I am going to bring sister back. The king and queen's faces paled as they read it. Nicola, the king's furious roar echoed through the palace. Meanwhile, in her elegant carriage, Princess Nicola daydreamed happily. He is an emperor who is considered even to a woman like sister. Could it be that this time, meeting Nicola means he wants to marry me? The magnificent castle of the Chariot Empire shimmered under the sunlight as Princess Nicola arrived, excitedly gazing at it. At the same time, in the room with the luxurious sofa, Empress Leisai's face was cold as she heard the servant's announcement. Nicola has arrived at the castle. Now what? The empress, slightly surprised, repeated her question. She even said she will wait in the garden. Leisai muttered to herself, wondering, why would she come here? After hesitating, the empress stood up, letting down her long hair. First, I must report to His Majesty. As she walked down the hallway, she could not help but wonder, could this have been written in the letters His Majesty burned? She has always been one to visit others uninvited. Leisai was exasperated by her younger sister's spoiled and carefree nature. When he asked about the letters before, could he have predicted this? She recalled when Emperor Jivan had inquired about the letters from Barry. How were those letters handled? Princess Nicola's carriage remained parked in the palace grounds, amidst the flower-filled garden and clear blue sky. Inside, Princess Nicola yawned repeatedly, tired from waiting. What? Are they going to make me wait forever? She complained. The first time I met the emperor was after sister's wedding. Bored from waiting, Princess Nicola started daydreaming, recalling the past. His face was handsome, cold, and intimidating, just like the rumors. Princess Nicola had been captivated by the emperor's appearance when she met him at her sister's wedding. Him acknowledging sister as empress too, the press often calls her the favored wife. If even sister receives such treatment, surely the emperor will be even gentler with Nicola, right? The delusional princess began to fantasize about herself. Meanwhile, the gentle emperor of Nicola's fantasies was coldly furious upon hearing of her arrival. I have heard the report, Emperor Jivan said irritably. Across from him sat the beautiful Empress Leisai, who had come to speak about her younger sister. The emperor continued, she probably came because of the letter sent a few days ago. Hearing this, Empress Leisai was puzzled. A letter? Barry sent a letter. The aide beside them whispered, actually, Your Majesty received a request from Barry to return you to their country. And His Majesty destroyed the letter, Your Majesty. Hearing the whole story, Empress Leisai stroked her chin, thinking the Corliss election failed, so they can't handle government affairs. But why did Nicola come all the way here? Emperor Jivan, extremely annoyed by the news, immediately ordered, she is not worth meeting. Send her back immediately. If she resists, you may kill her, he coldly commanded. Hearing the emperor's hasty decision, Leisai quickly interrupted, wait. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. She looked at the emperor, who was now curious. What opportunity? As I said before, Barry still thinks I am unaware of anything. Especially Nicola. She can't keep her mouth shut. She can provide us with information about Barry without even realizing it. Under the emperor's gaze, Leisai revealed her plan. A mysterious smile appeared on the empress's beautiful face. She came here herself. So we must give her a proper welcome, the empress said with a dangerous tone. A moment later, Princess Nicola's wish was fulfilled as she saw her sister. She happily ran towards Empress Leisai. Sister. I was so startled for a moment. I thought you were someone else, she exclaimed, staring at the empress. In her mind, she wondered, did she go back to blonde hair? It has been a while, Nicola. I am even more surprised. I do not think I heard anything about you coming here, the Empress said, smiling kindly and gently. Because I missed you, you know how much Nicola loves you, she said playfully, hugging Empress Laysai affectionately. You have not changed a bit. Suddenly remembering something, Nicola quickly asked, By the way, why have not you replied to any of my letters? Empress Laysai just looked at her meaningfully, without saying anything. At that moment, the Emperor approached. So it is true that the Empress has not replied to her letters, the Emperor thought as he heard Nicola's words. Nicola's slightly reproachful voice rang out. It is rare for Nicola to write a letter by hand. I sent it to the Emperor, asking for your return. Hearing this, the Emperor's face darkened, while the guards were startled. Demanding the return of the favored Empress, how can she disregard her life like that? Oh right, Nicola, let me introduce you. You should greet him properly. Empress Laysai turned and said to Nicola, This is my husband, His Majesty Emperor Jeevan. Only then did Nicola realize the Emperor had been standing nearby all along. She had been so surprised by her sister's blonde hair that she had not noticed her surroundings. Nicola quickly put on a beautiful smile and apologized. Oh my, I am so sorry, Your Majesty. She gracefully performed a greeting. It has been a while, Your Majesty. I am Nicola, second princess of the Berry Empire. After greeting him, she excitedly approached the Emperor and spoke in a flirtatious tone. I have really wanted to meet you, Your Majesty. I have heard so many rumors about you. Her close proximity made Emperor Jeevan's eyes narrow angrily. Too close. I am so sorry I could not talk much with you at sister's wedding. Hearing her younger sister's flirtatious tone, Empress Laysai could not help but think, didn't she say she did not like making eye contact with the tyrant? With a cute, flirtatious tone and teary eyes, Nicola said, There are many bad rumors, Your Majesty. You are so pitiful. You are not a bad person at all, Your Majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, the Emperor grabbed her by the collar. His eyes were furious, as if he wanted to tear her apart for her talkative and annoying nature. In that instant, the Emperor shoved her hard, causing her to fall backward with a yelp. As Nicola trembled with fear, tears streaming down her face, the Emperor coldly asked, Who allowed you to touch me? The Emperor's face was terrifying, his eyes murderous as he drew his sword. Empress Laysai witnessed everything but said nothing, only a faint smile playing on her lips. The Emperor pointed the sharp blade at Nicola's beautiful face and said, Something like you. He swiftly and decisively slashed across her cheek with the sword. The Emperor remembered the Empress's earlier suggestion, for example, temporarily confining her in the castle. Speechless from the Emperor's terrifying actions, Nicola could only tremble, tears streaming down her face, a bleeding cut now marring her cheek. Jeevan glanced at her and coldly ordered his subordinates, Seize her. The beautiful Empress Laysai smiled with satisfaction and amusement. Nicola was quickly apprehended by the guards, causing her to yell and struggle. What? Let me go, why are you doing this to me? The Empress approached, gracefully taking the Emperor's arm and looking coldly at her younger sister. Illegal entry into the castle. Suspicion of kidnapping the Chariot Empress. Laysai coldly listed the charges that could be pinned on her. Adding disrespect to the Emperor should be enough. Sister, help me. Nicola was dragged away, still yelling. The Empress responded indifferently. Well, there is no helping it, Nicola. Because you intended to take me away. Hearing this, Nicola cried out. What is wrong with that? I rarely come to pick you up. Aren't you being too much? Nicola cried angrily. The soldiers behind her were stunned. They had never seen a criminal so foolishly confess. The soldiers could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Unbelievable. Even if they are family, how can she disrespect the only Empress like that? Did she really intend to take the Empress away? As Nicola sobbed, the Emperor gently put his arm around the Empress's slender shoulders. Holding her close, he coldly ordered, Take her away and deny her any outside contact. Hearing these words, Nicola seemed to crumble, her eyes wide as she cried out, Wait, sister, sister. Ignoring her cries, Empress Laysai smiled gently and waved goodbye. Princess Nicola was then imprisoned in a secluded room, cut off from the outside world, causing her to break down. She seemed to finally grasp the situation, wailing, This is too much. Just like the rumors, sister did not even try to stop him. But at that moment, a voice made Nicola freeze. Truly foolish, not valuing her own life. She should be grateful to be the Empress's sister. To think she planned to take the Empress away. It was the conversation of two guards outside her room. That is the only Empress favored by the Emperor. Their words made Nicola recall the earlier intimate scene between the Empress and Emperor. Are the rumors true? She pondered the rumors about the Emperor. The guards continued. The Empress is indispensable to this empire. To think she would try to steal the Empress from the Emperor, disregarding her own life. Their words made Nicola almost collapse, covering her ears. Why is everyone on her side? In her room, Empress Laysai was being dressed in new attire by her maids. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought, be grateful, Nicola. Because you are living a happier life than before. I hope you will be unhappy in my hands from now on, Laysai muttered, trying on jewelry. The scene shifted to the outside of Nicola's prison. Nicola, can you hear me? Empress Laysai's voice from outside startled Nicola. She looked up in shock, seeing her sister through the bars. Nicola pleaded, Sister, please get me out of here. I have been locked in this cramped room for hours. I can't stand it anymore. I am sorry, Nicola, but that is a bit difficult. Why, sister? Before Nicola could continue, the Empress interrupted with a direct question. Did Father or Eric send you here? Nicola panicked slightly but answered without thinking, yes, because you are not there. There is so much work. I felt sorry for brother, so the Empress thought, so she came here on her own. I will return and discuss how to deal with you later. There is a banquet, so I have to go now, the Empress said, turning to leave. Hearing this, Nicola reached through the bars and pleaded, the banquet can wait. If not, let Nicola come with you. I will greet the Emperor there again. Seeing her sister's continued foolishness, Laysai smiled and turned back. You had better stop, Nicola. Because this time you could really die. The Empress's cold words made Nicola's eyes widen in shock. Suddenly, her eyes widened further as she noticed something. She looked at the Empress and urgently asked, Sister, where did you get those pearls? Hearing her greedy sister's question, the Empress smiled, revealing the beautiful pearl necklace around her neck and thought, so she noticed. Well, Nicola, aren't they beautiful? Empress Laysai, in her elegant gown, white fur coat, and shimmering pearl necklace, smiled at Nicola. This is the first time I have seen such high-quality pearls, and that dress too. Nicola was stunned, looking at her beautiful sister. Since you are a princess of an allied nation, you will be exempt from imprisonment until a decision is made. So be good, Laysai said finally. As her sister walked away, Nicola continued to cry and plead, Sister, don't leave me here. You are so mean, how could you do this? Nicola wants to go too. With a flashback to her past life, the splendid Empress, ignoring her pleas, walked away to the banquet. The Empress arrived at the carriage where the Emperor had been waiting. Have you been waiting long, Your Majesty? The Emperor looked at her for a moment and asked, Are those Pluto's pearls? Empress Laysai touched her necklace and smiled. Yes, they are. High-grade pearls that even Nicola envied, Laysai thought. As she swept her hair back and entered the carriage, she said, I think it is time to welcome Chariot's pearls. The Emperor understood her meaning. I see. Also, about that princess after she revealed the information, what do you plan to do? As the carriage rolled along, the Emperor's cold voice continued, If you wish, you can execute her. Laysai smiled. That is a bit much. Would not permanent imprisonment be better? She wondered, locking her in the same cell I was in my past life would not be bad, would it? I do not need two nuisances in the castle, the Emperor replied grumpily. But then he continued, Well, it is your revenge, so do as you wish. The Emperor's attitude surprised Empress Laysai once again. After dealing with her, do not leave a body behind, the Emperor added, making Empress Laysai laugh. Thank you, Your Majesty. The carriage rolled towards the banquet, where nobles, ladies, and princesses gathered in luxurious attire. The beautiful and handsome mingled, chatting cheerfully. Long time no see. A sweet voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads in surprise. Is everyone well? It was Empress Laysai, stunning in her elegant gown and shimmering pearl necklace. Here, time rewinds to the past. In a greenhouse filled with beautiful flowers, Nicola, then Empress, was yelling in frustration. This is so frustrating. I can't stand it. Those concubines keep bullying me. My parents won't help me either. Even if I want to attend banquets, no one invites me. Recalling the sinister faces of the three concubines, Nicola's face reddened with anger and frustration. When I was in Barry, even if I was not invited, they still let me participate. That thing again. Nicola suddenly fell silent as her eyes landed on someone entering the greenhouse. Hey, I told you, you are not allowed in here when I am present, Nicola yelled, startling Sasa. I apologize, Your Majesty, Sasa stammered fearfully. Nicola became even more annoyed. You concubine, do not appear before me. Sasa quickly left under Nicola's disdainful gaze. Seeing Sas's timid and fearful demeanor, Nicola felt slightly relieved. That is better. Now, where should I go? Why is that woman here? Emperor Jivan's annoyed voice rang out as he saw Empress Nicola happily sitting in his favorite garden. The aide panicked upon hearing the emperor's angry question. I apologize, Your Majesty, he thought to himself. I told her that place was off limits because it is where His Majesty enjoys the scenery. I will go tell the Empress immediately, Your Majesty. Emperor Jivan remained silent, sitting down at his desk to review documents, thinking, if she were not a hostage, I would have killed her. His eyes focused on the papers and information his subordinates had delivered. Winter is approaching. Oil supplies have also been halted since Layla's death after the revolution. The heavy losses from the Baekhyungsan incident are still significant. Meanwhile, soldiers rushed to the garden where Nicola was innocently playing. In contrast to her carefree cheerfulness, the emperor was deeply troubled by the difficulties and setbacks the kingdom faced. And at that moment, as the chaotic flow of time returned to the present, in Nicola's prison cell, she sat on the bed, huddled and sobbing. This can't be happening. Why are they doing this to Nicola? I was supposed to receive this and that from my sister, and the emperor was supposed to fall for me, she cried, lost in her delusions. Empress Leisai's voice from outside startled her. Nicola, it is me. Nicola quickly called out, Sister, why have not I been released yet? Let me out. Outside, the empress smiled mysteriously. All right, I am here to let you out. There is a tea party later. The chariot duchesses are eager to meet you, the empress continued, startling Nicola. But she quickly recovered, her face breaking into a joyful and touched smile. I have also prepared a dress for you, Empress Leisai said gently. Released from her cell, Nicola excitedly hugged the empress. I love you, sister. At the tea party, filled with exquisite pastries and elegant decorations, Princess Nicola sat beside Empress Leisai, enjoying the party with the other ladies. The luxurious atmosphere made Nicola extremely happy. This is how it should be. The ladies at the party showed great interest in Princess Nicola, smiling and saying, Princess Nicola, thank you for agreeing to attend this impromptu tea party. We are so eager to talk with you. I heard sons from prestigious families lined up to meet you. I truly respect you, Princess. The ladies took turns flattering the foolish princess. Enjoying the attention, Nicola smiled with satisfaction. Oh, it is nothing. Yes, this is how it should be. Everyone clearly prefers talking to me more than sister, Nicola thought, smiling at the attention and flattery, basking in it. As everyone chatted enthusiastically, someone suddenly asked Nicola, but is it all right for you to be in chariot like this, princess? As Nicola looked at her questioningly, the lady continued, if the people in Barry knew you were in chariot, they would be very worried. If it were me, I would not be able to sleep from anxiety. Nicola responded with a pout. Let them be. Father and mother are busy attending banquets, and brother is busy with work. So no one plays with me. Hearing this, the other ladies exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, how can they neglect such a lovely princess like you? What could be so important that they would neglect you? Princess Nicola, pleased by their compliments, replied without thinking, let us see. My brother is very slow. But he does everything, that is why he is so busy. Nicola started rambling, attracting Empress Leisai's attention. Even at the banquet, people were discussing Barry's economy, the people's dissatisfaction and distrust. Even Nicola felt annoyed by it. Also, let us keep this between us, Nicola suddenly said conspiratorially. Sensing she was about to reveal something important, everyone at the party listened intently. Nicola spoke with a laugh. The king is very happy. The other ladies laughed along with her, creating a relaxed and friendly atmosphere. Soon, dusk began to fall. Return to my carriage first. It will take some time to prepare for departure, Empress Leisai instructed. Nicola smiled cheerfully. Yes, madam. Leisai smiled back, waving at her and watching the carriage. The carriage drove out of the garden under the beautiful sunset. The empress watched it go, her eyes filled with amusement and sinister joy. The ladies at the tea party approached and hesitantly asked Empress Leisai, what do you think? We followed your instructions. Empress Leisai turned around and smiled. Yes, just as expected. Good work, everyone. Looking at the girls before her, she thought Nina was a bit too much. The ladies at the tea party sighed in relief, smiling. Thank goodness we could be of assistance. Thanks to Empress Leisai, we could escape Lady Nina. The ladies seemed extremely grateful, repeatedly thanking her. After Nina returns to her country, they will want connections with new royalty, Empress Leisai, understanding the nature of nobles, thought. When I asked them to deceive Nicola to get information, I did not expect them to agree so readily, even happily. They were only threatened by Nina. They did not directly do anything bad to me. Scheming inwardly, Laysai smiled outwardly. Please take care of me from now on. You won't regret it. The ladies happily nodded in agreement. The Empress already knew about Nicola's loose lips. She remembered a lady telling her about the rumors surrounding Princess Nicola at a banquet attended by the lady's brother. The lady had asked, "The Berry Empire is your Majesty's homeland, correct?" Hearing Nicola mentioned, the Empress had wondered but nodded and smiled. Yes, it is my homeland. It must be nice to be so pampered, Nicola. Empress Laysai muttered as she pictured Nicola still happily riding in the carriage. The Empress turned and walked away. Thank you for the information, my foolish little sister. Although in my past life, I was just used unknowingly. This time, I will use you back, thoroughly and ruthlessly. Princess Nicola rode back after the tea party, but when the guards tried to take her back to her cell, she panicked. I have to go back to that room. Sister said I could go out. Seeing the princess's resistance, the soldiers replied, Her Majesty only permitted you outside for a limited time. Hearing this, Nicola pouted, as was her habit, but suddenly an idea struck her. She cheerfully said to the soldiers, Then I must stay in a room. Take me to Sister's room. I am the Empress's family. As this was Princess Nicola, the Empress's sister, the soldiers were in a difficult position and could not be forceful. They looked at each other, unsure how to proceed. But they seemed to agree and escorted the princess to the Empress's room. Her plan working, Nicola smiled triumphantly. A complete success. She winked playfully at the guard, making him blush. Seeing his reaction, Nicola giggled. No one can resist Nicola's charm. They approached the Empress's room. Seeing the grand door and the maids guarding it, Nicola wondered, This is Sister's room. It is even better than Nicola's room. She was excited and envious. I must see if there is anything worth taking until Sister returns. Like the pearl necklace, Nicola thought greedily, about to enter the room as the maids eyed her warily. But suddenly, footsteps from behind caught her attention. Behind her stood the Emperor, his face impassive, his voice questioning. Why are you here? The Emperor's powerful presence startled Nicola, but she quickly recovered and curtsied. Your Majesty. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity, she began to apologize. I was rude earlier, but before she could finish, the Emperor interrupted. Where is Laysai? Seemingly not hearing his question, Nicola continued, I wanted to reconcile with your Majesty. Could we talk for a bit while Sister is not here? The Emperor's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and measured. Because you still have value. If you have information that can satisfy me, I will listen. Nicola smiled sweetly. Of course, your Majesty. I have heard so much from Father, things even Sister does not know. It is because they love Nicola much more than Sister. What is it? The Emperor's cold voice interrupted again. Nicola stammered, she panicked. I do not really care about politics, come to think of it. I think I have already said almost everything at the tea party. What should I do? What should I do? In her panic, Nicola suddenly remembered a secret of the Berry royal family. Oh right. Did you know that Sister is not actually Father's daughter? She blurted out. The unexpected information startled the Emperor momentarily. Even the guard beside him was stunned, his jaw dropping. Her Majesty is not of pure blood. But the guard was also confused and trembling, wondering, but why would she tell that to His Majesty? He is the son of a concubine. His Majesty is also the son of a concubine. This was likely a sensitive topic for the Emperor, who was not pleased by the term concubine son. So, she is not actually someone worthy of marrying your Majesty. Nicola is much more suited for the position of Chariot Empress. Sister is too stubborn. As the soldiers and maids stared in stunned silence, Nicola continued her foolish rambling. So, I am starting to regret it, your Majesty. I feel sorry that you were deceived by Sister. She blushed, looking at the Emperor. So, even now, Nicola wants to treat your Majesty well. Accompanying her words was a gloved hand quickly approaching. The hand grabbed her hair tightly, making her cry out in pain. Ow, what? It hurts. Nicola struggled as the Emperor, his face furious, pulled her up by her hair. The foolish Nicola was then thrown into the dungeon. She screamed in terror. Where is this? It is filthy. I do not like it. The Emperor stood outside the iron bars, looking at her with disgust. If you want me to look at you again, use flame magic to get out of there. Not even pure blonde hair. Trash without inherited magic, the Emperor said, looking at her hateful expression. The only wife I acknowledge is that woman. Do you understand, you fool? The emperor left, leaving Nicola dumbfounded in the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside in the garden, the empress's elegant carriage arrived at the palace. Empress Laysai gracefully stepped out, but she was surprised to see the person before her. It was Emperor Jivan, who had been waiting for her. You were waiting for me. Is something the matter? The empress asked, approaching him. Emperor Jivan did not answer, instead asking, is she really your sister? That insect, your sister. The emperor's words surprised Laysai. Seeing the empress's confusion, the emperor's close aide stepped forward to explain. Actually, just now. He then recounted the whole story to the empress. After hearing it, Lacey could not help but smile. So, she is locked up in a cell now. The empress chuckled. I will apologize to you on Nicola's behalf. She is such a fool. The empress's laughter soothed Given's anger. He generously said, it is a good thing I married you. His words deepened the empress's smile, and she could not help but reflect. At first, this marriage was practically a hostage situation. The empress blushed, a smile playing on her lips. I thought you were not interested in me. Given was taken aback by her words. He paused, as if to speak, but no sound came out. Suddenly, he took the empress's hand affectionately. The hand she touched it felt so dirty, he muttered with disgust. His long, strong fingers clasped Lacey's small, delicate hands. She still wore the bracelet he had given her. The maids and guards were once again taken by surprise. Holding her hand, Given said, you must take responsibility and walk in the garden with me. His childish demand made the empress freeze. But then, a happy smile bloomed on her face. All right, your majesty. In the greenhouse, within the royal garden, sparkling with lights and filled with beautiful flowers, Claw's voice echoed. Mr. Sasha, it is getting cold. Shall we return to our rooms? Sasha, the third concubine, nodded. I suppose so. But suddenly, both of them looked toward something in alarm. Both women blushed, stunned to see the emperor and empress strolling hand in hand into the garden. The empress and his majesty too. They're holding hands. Let us hide. Sasha and Claw, startled and flustered, quickly found a place to conceal themselves. In the bushes, Claw whispered to Sasha, Are you all right? This is a rare opportunity to talk to them. They whispered, watching the empress and emperor. Both girls seemed thrilled by the couple's intimacy. Suddenly, a voice whispered behind them, making them jump. What are you doing here, mister? Sasha. Caught red-handed, the two women stammered, staring at the newcomers. Sir Sang and Mr. Matt, too, why are you both here? The two butlers smiled wryly. We received orders from His Majesty. He said he wanted to be alone with the Empress, so we had to hide here. On the ornate swing in the fairy tale-like garden, the Emperor started the conversation. You seem to come to the greenhouse often. Lacey smiled, stroking her golden hair. Yes, I love flowers. And Sasha is here too. Given fell silent, his grip tightening on her hand. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lacey asked, Your Majesty, are you going to keep holding my hand like this? You do not like it? Given looked at her, and asked. Lacey stammered, Oh no, it is not that. I truly apologize about Nicola. I heard she spoke out of turn to your Majesty. What did she say? She said you were not of King Barry's bloodline. Lacey seemed momentarily startled by the revelation, but not overly shocked or afraid. She rubbed her forehead with a sigh. How foolish. She said, I was just Barry's sacrificial lamb. Lacey, speechless at her sister's stupidity, simply nodded. Yes. Inwardly she thought, matters of bloodline are top secret. They can become a weakness against other nations. After a moment of silence, she smiled and turned to Given. Are you disappointed that I am not of pure Barry blood? It seems you already knew, Given said, stroking her hair, instead of answering her question. It seems you already knew, seeing how calm you are. He gently inquired, one hand still firmly holding hers, the other brushing her hair aside to reveal her delicate face. I was born a concubine's child, while my father had 10 wives at the time. So, I do not feel particularly strongly about it, Given softly recounted his past, revealing his secrets and recalling the dynamics of the royal family. The queen's children, including Layla, numbered only 3. The concubine's children, including me, totaled 13. Concubines were always abandoned after giving birth. By the time I became emperor, not even half of them remained. My mother was also disposed of. Familial affection in the royal palace seems quite bloody, does not it? Listening to Given's confession, Lacey marveled. He is telling me about his past. Are the rumors that you killed the previous emperor true, then? And perhaps the previous emperor deserved to die. After hearing Given's story, Lacey remained silent, lost in thought. It does not matter how things really were. Neither of us were born to receive love. After a long while, she finally spoke. That means, Your Majesty's power was so strong that you were chosen even in that situation, Lacey asked with a smile. Seeing Given's surprised expression, she continued, Isn't that the clearest proof? That although we are only of half-blood, we possess greater power, and that is why we are in this position now. Those fools only want to exploit our magical power for their own gain. And you simply use them as stepping stones to elevate your throne. And in the end, I will turn them to ashes with this magical fire. Perhaps we were meant to meet, Lacey whispered intimately. She recalled her lonely and exploited past life. This man was always alone too. Don't we need each other? I even had that thought, she mused, resting her head on Given's solid shoulder. Suddenly, she teased, If you do not like it, you can push me away. Lacey's playful yet gentle demeanor captivated Given. His hands twitched, but in the end, he did not push her away, letting her lean on him. They leaned against each other intimately under the beautiful afternoon sun, surrounded by vibrant flowers, like a scene from a fairy tale. Sasha, Claw, and the butlers all blushed, moved by this precious sight. Do we have visitors, Your Majesty? Lacey's curious voice echoed in the Chariot Kingdom Palace. Nicola was here not long ago. This is quite unexpected. She looked at her aide. Is it someone related to me? The aide replied, Not exactly. However, I was instructed to report to Your Majesty by His Majesty. This answer made Lacey ponder. So, sharing information with me is also a sign of trust as a partner. Did yesterday's events affect him? She wondered, recalling her conversation with Given. And what about Nicola? She asked. The aide replied, There is no change with Nicola, Your Majesty. She is still imprisoned, and there are no special reports from the guards. And since the Inch Kingdom is visiting, and they are close with Barry, it is best if information about the second princess is not revealed. The aide dutifully reported everything to Lacey. Hearing Inch Kingdom, Lacey's eyes widened in realization. She suddenly remembered the discussions of cooperation between the Inch Kingdom and King Barry in her past life. Perfect timing. Lacey, her face thoughtful, looked at her aide. Could you tell His Majesty that I will be joining as well? The aide, surprised by the Empress's decision, quickly agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. Sing, the Empress called to the butler. Understanding, he bowed. Yes, I will prepare your attire. Lacey stood, her long hair cascading down, her figure striking. She looked beautiful and alluring. In another room, Given was conversing with the envoy from the Inch Kingdom. Let us open a joint front with our kingdom. Let us, together with the Inch Kingdom, take control of the Kenchlei Kingdom. Of course, I promise to reciprocate with Chariot accordingly, the envoy declared, looking at Given. Given read the information the envoy had provided, silently calculating. Indeed, now that both weapons and the treasury are full, it is the perfect time to consider invasion. His aide and the nearby guards watched him intently. An invasion to remind other nations of the Empire's authority. However, this is not a trustworthy partner. Given pondered. Overhearing the conversation, the aide also thought to himself, the Inch Kingdom is not only unrelated to the concubine's homeland, but its reputation among other nations is not good either. Despite this, Given reasoned the target nation is weak, so even if they try to obstruct the Empire, we cannot lose. It is just what if they try to use underhanded tactics for revenge? As Given contemplated, Lacey approached the room. Given, having reached a decision, addressed the envoy. Very well, then. The reciprocation will be. Before he could finish, Lacey entered, interrupting. Excuse me for interrupting. May I join you? The beautiful Empress inquired, her elegant demeanor and vibrant red gown adorned with roses, making her appear both enchanting and mysterious. Inside the meeting room, with sunlight streaming through the windows, Lacey carefully examined the reports the Inch envoy had brought, whispering, Just as I thought. She touched her chin, recalling her past life. Exactly the same as before, and exactly as I predicted. A mysterious smile played on her lips as she addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, please refuse this proposal. She spoke with a sweet smile. Given was surprised by her sudden interjection. The butler and guards seemed equally startled. The Inch envoy, sitting opposite them, also jumped up in surprise. What? Please wait, but he was cut off by Lacey. Our empire has no reason to aid the Inch Kingdom, she stated firmly. Given, breathing a sigh of relief, agreed. Indeed. That is enough. Go back and tell your king that I refuse to provide aid. The emperor's refusal stunned the butler, who had just moments ago thought he would accept. As the third concubine said, His Majesty, indeed. Her Majesty is truly formidable. With Chariot's firm refusal, the disappointed envoy dejectedly boarded his carriage and departed. Once he was gone, Given asked, What was that about? Why did you want to refuse? Lacey, sipping her warm tea, explained, The Inch Kingdom has a very close relationship with the Berry Kingdom. They are a joint front, and their goal is to embezzle Chariot's weapons. Her words stunned both Given and the butler. In my past life, the Inch Kingdom also proposed a joint front with the Chariot Empire. But they sold high-quality weapons, supplied by Chariot, to Berry at low prices. They intentionally targeted weak nations to receive weapon support from their partner, but this time, they chose the wrong target. Recalling her past life, Lacey continued with a smile. The king and the two princes of the Inch Kingdom are infatuated with Nicola. Perhaps they have discovered something. Given could not help but mutter, That woman, unbelievable. The emperor's annoyed expression upon hearing Nicola's name amused Lacey, causing her to giggle. She set down her teacup. Therefore, Your Majesty, I have an important proposal. She looked at Given with a seductive and scheming gaze. Seeing this, one could only assume someone was about to become a victim of her plans. In the dark, damp, and filthy dungeon, Nicola continued to scream. Hey, let me out. At this rate, I will go mad. I can't stand wearing the same dress, and I can't bear the stench and filth of this place. Her constant yelling annoyed the guard. His Majesty has forbidden it, so be quiet. Then at least let me return to my previous room, Nicola shrieked. The guard retorted, no. Frustrated by her futile cries, Nicola resorted to magic she had not used in years, flame magic. The weak flame in her hand was a stark contrast to the fierce inferno Lacey could summon. She tried repeatedly with her feeble flame, but realized she could not melt the bars. How can I, with my weak magic, compare to the demonic power of Empress Lacey? Nicola cried in despair. Call her here. The scene shifted back to the beautiful castle of the Chariot Kingdom, glittering under the sunlight. Given, looking at Lacey, asked, Wasn't the Inch Kingdom proposing a joint front? But instead, you suggest collaborating with the enemy nation, Kenchlei, Lacey nodded. That is right. The Kenchlei Kingdom is also a transit nation for Baekhyunsan, so we can't say they are completely unrelated. She explained, thinking to herself, and in my past life, this was the country invaded by Chariot, accused of attacking Baekhyunsan. Of course, their national power declined due to reparations and being targeted by the Inch Kingdom. Such a pitiful country. Lacey silently considered the information she knew from her past life. In the end, in this life too, they are targeted simply for being a small nation. After a moment of silent contemplation, Given continued. What do we gain from cooperating with Kenchlei? I recall them having nothing but barley. You are right, Your Majesty. Kenchlei only has barley worth considering, Lacey agreed. But that barley will become essential food for Chariot during the winter. And currently, it is just a transit nation for Baekhyunsan, but by lending our strength to those on the brink, we can develop a crucial relationship for the future. With the Emperor and his aide listening intently, Lacey continued. Moreover, if the Kenchlei Kingdom owes its survival to the Chariot Empire's army, they won't hesitate to provide anything we ask for, because their nation's fate hangs in the balance. Lacey leaned closer to Given as she spoke. Not just barley, but they will offer everything we demand. Her tone was filled with confidence, as if everything was within her grasp. For example, the reparations they will demand from the Inch Kingdom upon surrender will all belong to our Chariot Empire. The aide shivered, listening to the Empress's deep calculations and chilling plans. From Kenchlei's perspective, they will avoid invasion thanks to us, so they will gladly give us everything, Lacey continued, walking towards the window overlooking the garden. A weak country with nothing but barley. But unlike the Inch Kingdom, she turned back, her eyes meeting Given's with a meaningful look. Unlike the Inch Kingdom, I hear they are investing heavily in strengthening their military. And this time, Inch is also trying to unjustly profit from Chariot. So, what is their ultimate goal in attempting to subdue our nation? Lacey's question hung in the air. Her words made Given listen even more attentively. Finally, if we confront the Inch Kingdom, our soldiers won't need to draw their swords, Lacey stated, glancing at the soldiers. We do not need to draw our swords because we currently have the best hostage. She smiled mysteriously. After listening to Lacey's calculations, Given could not help but grin. I see. You are truly remarkable. He looked at the beautiful empress and softly declared, I fully support your proposal, causing the guards and aide to gasp in surprise once more. Being a man of decisive action, Given immediately ordered, Now, send someone to the Kenchlei kingdom. He gestured for Lacey to come closer. I am about to leave as well. Lacey turned and approached him. Taking her hand, he whispered, After that, I will head towards the Interkingdom. It would be better if you came along. Lacey, hearing this, intimately sat on his lap and replied, If it is with your majesty, then it would be wonderful. The soldiers, maids, and butlers seemed to have weak constitutions for surprises, as they were once again taken aback by this intimate scene. Even the maids blushed. Only Sang, the butler, remained relatively composed. May I bring my sister? Lacey asked. You do not need to ask. I said I fully support you. Given chuckled. He then waved his hand, ordering the soldiers, Go to the dungeon and bring Nicola. Treat her gently, though. Treat her gently until then. Because even the king of the Inch Kingdom and both his princes are infatuated with Princess Nicola. So, she is a valuable hostage against the Inch Kingdom. In the Inch Kingdom, someone exclaimed in disbelief, the Chariot Empire joined hands with the Kenchlei Kingdom. What happened? The Inch King roared in anger. I sent you there to form an alliance with Chariot. The envoy below fearfully apologized. I have no excuse, your majesty. The king clutched his head in panic, muttering, I thought if it was the war-loving Chariot, they would not refuse an alliance with us. Why would they cooperate with such a small, weak kingdom? Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, shouting in panic, Your Majesty, it is terrible. His face was filled with fear as he yelled, The Chariot Emperor has led his troops. The Chariot Emperor has led his troops and is now heading towards our country. Everyone in the room, including the king, was stunned by this news. Meanwhile, Given and Lacey had assembled their elite and battle-ready soldiers. The soldiers stormed the Interpalace, sending servants and maids fleeing. The elite troops lined up in perfect formation, wielding powerful firearms. Decide. Surrender or war. Which will it be? Given and Lacey coldly addressed the Inch King. Facing them, the Inch King's face was a mixture of worry, anger, and panic. Sang, the butler, presented a treaty with the conditions of not invading the Kenchlei Kingdom, and absolute loyalty to Chariot, Lacey added. And in addition to paying reparations, you will cede a portion of your territory to Chariot. The king stammered, This is outrageous. Seeing his panic, Lacey calmly asked, Are you hesitating? If so, she said, a sly smile playing on her lips. Given, understanding, gestured to his men. Then we must give you some encouragement. The soldiers threw a bound and disheveled Nicola onto the floor. Seeing this, the Inch King and his two princes cried out in alarm, Princess Nicola. They looked at Given and Lacey in horror. What is the meaning of this? She is a princess of Berry, and not even of your bloodline, Empress Lacey. Lacey, listening to their panicked questions, simply smiled coldly. I am now a member of the Chariot Empire. Given's voice was icy. This woman insulted the Emperor of the Empire and even attempted to kidnap my wife, Empress Lacey. So she deserves to die. Nicola trembled in fear. I am considering how to execute her. Given's cruel words chilled the Inch King and princes to the bone. Suddenly, one of the Inch princes drew his sword and lunged towards Given and Lacey. He raised his sword, bringing it down with a furious cry. How dare you do such a thing to Princess Nicola? But in that instant, a burst of magical fire erupted, forcing him back with a scream. Everyone stared in shock as they recognized the flames. The demon of Berry looked at the Empress and her magic flames in fear, murmuring that the rumors were true. These reactions reminded Empress Lacey of Berry. It seems they do not consider me a sacrificial lamb, she thought. Emperor Jivan coldly ordered, Fire. Hearing this, a soldier immediately fired, hitting the prince who had just drawn his sword in the shoulder. Emperor Jivan looked at the three of them, along with Princess Nicola, and coldly declared, This is my wife, so choose your words carefully. He pointed his sword directly at Princess Nicola. If you surrender immediately according to our demands, I will release her. Empress Lacey smiled and continued, If you pretend not to see Nicola here, not only will Chariot become your enemy, but so will Berry. Nicola was stunned and terrified, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sister, you are lying, right? How could you do this? She asked, struggling to maintain composure. Ignoring Nicola's cries, Lacey remained indifferent, as if she had not heard anything. What will you do? She asked. Finally, King Inch was forced to sign the treaty. Having received the desired treaty, the Emperor and Empress Laisai waved goodbye and left. Laisai turned back, smiling, and called out, "Nicola, you have worked hard." The two princes immediately rushed to Nicola's side to support her. Nicola stood stunned for a moment, then shouted, "Wait." She ran towards Empress Laisai. Crying dramatically, she grabbed the Empress's hand and pleaded, "Sister, please come back. Come back and be the gentle person you used to be." Though she cried dramatically, she thought to herself, "If you go like this, Father will scold me." In a tragic voice, Nicola said, "Let us live in harmony like before, sister." Nicola's words completely angered Empress Laisai, causing her eyes to narrow fiercely. A fierce fire erupted, burning Nicola, who screamed in pain and fear. Empress Laisai, her body enveloped in magical flames, looked coldly at her younger sister and said, "Don't you know yet?" The flames intensified, causing Princess Nicola to cry out, "Ah, stop it, sister, please." Ignoring her pain, Empress Laisai turned and left. Emperor Jivan, seeing this, asked, "Do you feel better now?" He looked at her meaningfully and said, "Is that all it takes?" Hearing this, Empress Laisai smiled. "Are you teasing me?" She laughed loudly, filled with amusement and delight. Emperor Jivan, standing beside her, also laughed. Smiling intimately, they linked arms and left the palace with their attendants and soldiers. In the kingdom of Beri, within a beautiful garden filled with trees, the king's panicked voice rang out. Has Nicola returned? But returned from the kingdom of Inch, Nicola clearly went to the Chariot Empire. In the royal room, adorned with precious stones, gold, silver, and sparkling chandeliers, Nicola, having arrived back in the kingdom, threw herself into the arms of the queen mother and king, crying, "Father, mother, I was so scared." Seeing his beloved daughter crying so tragically, the worried king asked, "Nicola, what happened?" Princess Nicola sobbed and complained, "Sister was so mean. I did not do anything wrong." The queen mother chimed in, "That is why I told you not to go to that dreadful place." But Princess Nicola continued to sob, frustrating the king. Prince Eric, who had been silent until now, could not hold back any longer and said loudly, "All right, explain quickly. If you keep crying like this, how will anyone know what happened?" Hearing this, Nicola began to recount the story between sobs. Then I was burned the emperor. He only mistreated me, did not give me any pearls. Not only did she return with blonde hair, but she also locked Nicola in a dungeon. This is completely barbaric behavior from Chariot, the king thought to himself, listening to his daughter's story. But Nicola's words could be exaggerated. Just then, a guard entered, presenting a letter from the kingdom of Inch, interrupting the king's thoughts. "Your Majesty, this is a letter from the kingdom of Inch regarding second Princess Nicola's recent situation." Hearing the contents of the letter, Princess Nicola gasped and covered her mouth in fear. The king and queen reached out to receive the letter and read it intently. "Let us see." Meanwhile, the frightened Princess Nicola quietly tried to sneak out of the room. The king's stunned and astonished shout followed. Princess Nicola covered her ears and chanted in her mind, "I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong." Because of Nicola, the kingdom of Inch surrendered. The king's voice grew louder and angrier. Therefore, they demand corresponding compensation for the damages caused by this incident, the king muttered, his hands trembling as he read the letter. He slumped back onto the sofa, holding his head in his hands. How did things turn out like this? The scene shifted back to the Chariot Empire, where the castles stood majestically against the starlit night sky. The butler opened the door and invited the Empress to enter. Empress Laisai, in a beautiful, gentle pink dress, entered and smiled. "It is autumn now, Your Majesty." Suddenly, she noticed the Emperor and looked surprised. "Did you change back to your old hairstyle, Your Majesty?" The expressionless Emperor softly explained, "I instructed the hairdresser." Laisai chuckled. "I see." She looked at the Emperor's new hairstyle and teased, "It is a shame. I preferred your previous hairstyle." Hearing her words, Emperor Jivan simply responded with and sat down to dine with her. The Empress smiled at him, and they ate in silence. The close attendant watched the Emperor intently, seeming to anticipate something. Morning arrived quickly. Empress Laisai played with her beloved dogs in the sunny and breezy garden. Meanwhile, the Emperor, with a cup of tea, watched the Empress from upstairs through a window. Behind him stood the butler, with a helpless smile on his face. From the courtyard, Empress Laisai noticed Emperor Jivan's gaze. She smiled as she looked at him and whispered, "Him." "He changed his hairstyle again," the butler added. Empress Laysai turned to him and asked, "You noticed too?" The butler, Sang, playing with the two dogs, replied, "Of course, Your Majesty. Since you said it was your preference, His Majesty would definitely change it." Empress Laysai seemed stunned by these words. She looked up at the man upstairs. Preference, he has his cue points too. In his study, Emperor Jivan carefully examined a map of the region. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Invading Barry Laysai, originally a hostage of Barry. I want to plan the destruction of Barry in the shortest time possible, with minimal casualties. Just the fact that the second princess wanted to bring Laysai back means that Barry still wants her. She has become their sacrificial lamb. Even though she is an exceptionally capable woman. Just like me before, a sacrificial lamb. Regardless of what she's called, simply being Barry's hostage is enough. If they value the first princess's life, they will surrender. And if they receive that letter, they will be forced to choose. But if they surrender, will she return? Will she choose to stay here or go back to Barry? Which way will the scales tip? But no, that won't do. The emperor resolutely interrupted his thoughts. There are many ways to use a hostage, so there is no need to choose that option. He recalled the beautiful image of the empress playing in the garden. In his study, Emperor Jivan continued his calculations with the map. Before, the empress said she wanted to have everything with me, and that moment with the two close attendants. When both of us, the emperor and the empress, were in agreement during the attack on the Inch Kingdom. Our empire's elite troops. Recalling the empress's past words and situations, the emperor sighed softly. Truly a formidable opponent. Time rewound to the previous life, where Nicola was the empress, screaming incessantly in a closed room. Why is this happening? Why lock me up in a place like this and just leave? She pounded on the door and shouted. A voice from outside stunned Nicola. These are His Majesty's orders, so please be quiet, Your Majesty. The Emperor has ordered that the hostage be kept confined until the Kingdom of Barry surrenders. The demands for the Kingdom of Barry should proceed according to the corresponding contents, correct? An aide asked in the study. Emperor Jivan, reviewing the relevant documents, nodded. That is right. Actually, I wanted to further improve our military strength before taking action, but if winter comes, we won't be able to avoid fuel shortages, and things will become more difficult. Now that the oil supply from Kabayan has been cut off, we have to target countries that can be conquered, with a low budget. We can't act when winter arrives, so this is the best time to wait for a response. And until the snow melts, if there is no response, we should at least send the hostages' finger to see their reaction, the emperor thought as he gazed at the snowy sky outside. He then instructed his subordinates, no matter what Barry does, as long as we hold the hostage, we have the upper hand. Hearing the soldier's words, Empress Nicola was stunned. So he married me for this. The scene returned to the present with butler Sang's knock. Oh, I apologize for being late. Empress Laysai entered the room in a form-fitting, mysterious black dress. I changed, but it took a little time. Did you wait long? She smiled and asked the emperor. She thought to herself, I did not expect him to call me here today. The man remained silent on the sofa. The empress continued, Why did you call me here this time? The emperor remained silent, gesturing for her to sit. Empress Laysai complied, wondering, he still has not mentioned what he could not say at the last meal. Did something urgent happen? Lately, he has not only been sharing information but also frequently bringing me to public events. Is this the same kind of thing? But the emperor seemed to have no intention of speaking, and silence filled the room. Still without an answer, Empress Laysai began to ponder the reason for the emperor's summons. I wonder if Barry caused any trouble, but Nicola returned safely. You have changed your hairstyle. For some reason, I am quite happy about it, Empress Laysai said, trying to find a topic of conversation. But her words and playful tone were met only with the man's contemplative silence. This awkwardness made Empress Laysai think, say something, why are you so quiet? Did something serious happen around this time in the previous life? Empress Laysai searched her memories, hoping to find something. Suddenly, she realized it was autumn. In my past life, this was when the news arrived about Nicola becoming a hostage of the Chariot Empire. There is something, the emperor suddenly spoke, interrupting Laysai's thoughts. He handed her a thick file. I want to talk about the role I initially wanted from you, the emperor said, looking intently at Laysai. Before you talk about Bakyang and my true purpose in requesting the divorce from Barry. Empress Laysai slowly reached out and took the file the emperor placed on the table. The aide was stunned by the emperor's words. Is he really going to tell her? I have to tell you everything. As she listened, Empress Laysai silently looked at the words written in the file. It was the plan to defeat the kingdom of Beri, which the emperor and his close aides had prepared in advance. The emperor's voice continued, "To make you a hostage and a diplomatic tool with Beri, I requested the divorce." The surrounding guards were shocked, wondering, what is he thinking, revealing everything to her directly. The close attendant was also worried because the reason for the emperor's marriage to Beri was a truth known only to a few in Chariot. Even if she is the empress, if Laysai learns the truth that she was originally a hostage, will her current relationship with His Majesty be maintained? The attendant worried silently. Even Sang, Empress Laysai's usually calm butler, could not help but focus on her expression upon hearing the news. But suddenly, laughter echoed, stunning him. The emperor was also extremely surprised to hear the laughter, because it was Empress Laysai, who had just finished reading the file, who was laughing. She laughed for a moment before looking at the emperor and responding, slightly flustered, "I've been rude." Before the emperor could speak, she smiled and continued, So now, what should I do for you, Your Majesty?" Empress Laysai's calm and even playful demeanor astonished the guards and butlers. Even the usually indifferent emperor had not expected such a reaction, which completely contradicted his expectations. "Of course, this is the true purpose of this conversation, is not it, Your Majesty?" she said, stroking her hair and smiling radiantly. Seeing her reaction, the emperor could not help but laugh. He pulled a dagger from his pocket and said, "Let us begin." The dagger was then plunged into the center of Beri on the world map, a declaration of war. Wind whistled through the windows, rustling the bare branches outside. Inside the room, with its table and cups of hot tea, Empress Laysai sat with the emperor and the two butlers. On the table lay the plan to invade the kingdom of Beri, written on pages compiled into a thick file. "The kingdom of Beri is located in the center of the continent," Empress Laysai observed, looking at the map. "The Chariot Empire relies on resources from other countries, so Beri always has the authority to permit trade between nations. Meaning, without Beri's permission, trade is restricted. That is Beri's undeniable strength. In the previous life, due to the attack on the Bak Gi Dong ship and the subsequent oil import ban, the Chariot Empire faced a resource shortage. This time, receiving those things is not an issue, but Empress Laysai pondered silently. The emperor spoke, "We have secured more supplies than planned, especially through trade with Yilian, along with the oil supply from Kabayan, the precious pearls mined in Perlodo, including the recent contributions from the third madam and secretary closed. It can be said that this is currently our empire's golden age." Empress Laysai smiled faintly, thinking, most importantly, the Bak Gi Dong ship is also safe. The emperor looked at the empress and continued, "But to ensure Chariot's future stability, we need to break free from our dependence on Beri. We are paying enormous transit fees every time we pass through Beri, and I am no longer willing to pay such absurdly large sums. These are the ones who impose taxes that even allied nations do not deduct." Emperor Jivan coldly criticized Beri. "So, regardless of the military cost of invasion, bringing them under our control will be far more advantageous in the long run. However, the truth is, we are not yet fully capable of a complete invasion." The emperor looked intently at Empress Laysai. "So, I am giving you the choice. Should we launch a direct military invasion, or implement policies of intimidation?" Empress Laysai, her beautiful face betraying little emotion, thought, intimidation. But before she could answer, the emperor interrupted, "You do not need to overthink it. If it is you, the one holding Beri's weakness, they will be forced to surrender. It is a foregone conclusion." Emperor Jivan stood as he spoke. "Think it over, and do as you wish, just as you have contributed to our empire until now." He approached her, resting his hand on the back of her chair. "Command our army and trample them, take their heads as trophies if you like. Of course, and that trashy woman too. If not, exploit her to the fullest and make her a slave, that would not be bad either. Those family members who made you a sacrificial pawn will pay with their entire kingdom." The emperor whispered in the empress's ear with a mysterious smile, "I will take responsibility, so do as you please." Empress Laysai remained seated, silent and contemplative. After a moment, she spoke. "Your Majesty, those words make my heart race more than any words of love." She smiled, her face flushed, and gently caressed the emperor's cheek. "I never thought he would give me the choice," Laysai thought, then whispered intimately into his ear, "Thank you." Empress Laysai's actions seemed to stun the inexperienced in love emperor. After a moment of contemplation, he straightened up and said, "Let us have dinner together tonight. Think it over and give me your answer then." The emperor adjusted his tie as he stood. The surrounding soldiers were stunned. Deciding such an important matter just tonight. The close attendant also thought His Majesty is waiting for someone else to make the decision. That is the utmost consideration for the Empress. Empress Lacy stood, smiled, and replied, I understand, Your Majesty. She then excused herself and left the room with her butler. The emperor remained, his back to everyone, piquing the soldiers' curiosity. His Majesty's face is slightly flushed, showing he was not as calm as he appeared. What should we do? Our emperor is still very inexperienced in matters of the heart. The scene changed once more. Empress Lacy soaked in a hot bath, her long hair shimmering, not only giving me the decision, but also time to think. She enjoyed the warmth permeating her skin as she looked towards the wall and softly asked, What do you think of His Majesty's story? Butler Sang, standing guard behind the screen, replied, I do not have any particular thoughts. But I feel fortunate that you, Lacy, met His Majesty, the Emperor of the Chariot Empire. Hearing this, Empress Lacy slowly swept her lustrous hair behind her ear and murmured, Is that so? Do as you wish. She remembered the Emperor's ambiguous words and intimate demeanor. Do as I wish. Of course, I also want to invade Barry. After soaking for a while, the Empress rose and changed, her figure behind the screen appearing both alluring and innocent. Although she desired Barry's destruction, she remembered the brutal war she would experienced in her past life. But if war breaks out, soldiers on both sides will inevitably die, Lacy thought as her maids dressed her. And the volunteer soldiers who blew themselves up for Chariot in my past life, they were truly valiant warriors, willing to give their lives for their country. Though death in war is inevitable. But even so, the Empress sat quietly as her butler dried her hair. She looked towards the beautiful autumn leaves outside the window. Dressed in a beautiful gown, Empress Lacy continued to gaze out the window, lost in thought. She glanced at the clock and sighed. It is almost dinner time. It is harder to conclude than I thought, she sighed. The choice the Emperor gave me, invasion or intimidation. It is a dilemma. I feel conflicted either way. My utter hatred for Barry remains unchanged, Lacy affirmed, recalling the faces of those from the kingdom of Barry. She sipped her tea as she pondered. After finishing the tea offered by her butler, Lacy continued to gaze out the window. If I choose invasion, there will be casualties on Chariot side too. Lacy looked down at the soldiers guarding the garden below. She remembered the soldiers who had once protected her. War inevitably involves sacrifice. But those soldiers were incredibly dedicated to protecting me, the Emperor, and the royal family. The soldiers in the garden noticed the Empress, watching them from the window. They stopped, smiled, and saluted her respectfully. Barry will definitely play the victim and ask for help from its allies, the Empress thought, considering the character and methods of Barry's rulers. And Chariot will undoubtedly be the villain in everyone's eyes. Well, that does not seem to be a problem. She smiled and waved back at the soldiers. Suddenly, the Empress's eyes sharpened. While she accepted Chariot's villainous role, she could not tolerate Barry receiving sympathy from its allies. That country does not deserve such protection. Nicola, Eric, their father and mother, they will all play the victim until the very end, even at the bloody moment of execution. The foolish citizens of Barry will blindly believe in the royal family's innocence. So, I do not want them to die suddenly and unjustly. I want them to face a tragic death, just like me. Empress Lacy's eyes darkened with murderous intent. The Emperor finally gave me a choice, so which is the best option? She recalled the Emperor's words. Well, this is your revenge. Do as you wish. She had been stunned by those words. So, what should I choose? Lost in thought, the Empress's gaze fell upon the bracelet the Emperor had given her, instructing her never to remove it. Lacy gently held the bracelet and her arm close. Something brought a happy blush to her face. She looked at her two pet dogs, who had been watching her anxiously. Butler Sang poured a cup of vibrant, precious-looking red tea. He offered the tea to the Empress, saying, This morning, I sent this tea to Master Sasa and he loved it. Both dogs were delighted by the aroma of the precious tea. Empress Lacy slowly lifted the cup and took a sip. She smiled in satisfaction. It is truly fragrant. She set the cup down and made her choice. Yes, this is not my past life, and I am not the girl everyone condemned and abandoned without a way out. Revenge is important, but it would be a waste not to exploit every opportunity, would not it? She whispered, stroking her beloved dogs. Night quickly fell, enveloping the castle. During the evening banquet, the emperor, sitting across from the empress, asked, "About this afternoon, have you decided?" Empress Laysai smiled and nodded. Yes. She raised her glass of sparkling red champagne with a mysterious smile. "Your Majesty, let us invade. As the Empress of Chariot, I will spare no effort in cooperating, whether it is information or powerful magic." The emperor slowly raised his glass and drank with her, relieved that his prediction was correct. But the empress continued, smiling. "We will invade, however." Under the watchful eyes of the emperor and his aide, she said, "However, since this is a rare opportunity, I have a proposal." "Do you want to take the queen or the prince as hostages this time?" Emperor Jivan asked casually. Empress Laysai shook her head. "No. There is something I want to do before the Chariot Empire declares war." "What is it?" Jivan asked intently. Empress Laysai smiled enigmatically, her lips like ripe cherry blossoms. "The king and queen of Berry, and also the princess and prince. I want to ruin their reputations," Laysai said, a cruel smile spreading across her face as she poured her wine onto the floor like spilled blood. Under the shocked and horrified gazes of the servants, she continued, "I want their names recorded forever in Berry's history, as an indelible shame of that nation, to the point where they are scorned and condemned by the people. An eternal stain on Berry." She watched the amusement flicker across the emperor's face. "An ineradicable stain that will last forever. And that is the first act of revenge," Empress Laysai's cold voice echoed. "A harbinger of the dark future awaiting the Berry royal family."